Gildan Media presents Your Coach in a Box, affordable, life-changing audio programs. Acing the Interview. How to ask and answer the questions that will get you the job. Written and read by Tony Bashero.
Prologue. I'm often amazed at how many people think that answering job interview questions is straightforward and easy. Just be yourself, they say. Answer every question truthfully to the best of your ability, and you'll be fine. Well, it would be great if things were that simple, but there's a lot more to job interviews than that. Answering questions in today's interviewing environment is much harder than most people realize. Tough or unexpected questions can be thrown your way at any stage of the interview process. Some questions are not even designed to elicit a right or wrong answer, but just to see how you answer them. You won't succeed if you try to wing it through an interview. You must be ready for every question. The wrong answers can cost you a wonderful career opportunity. Maintaining a successful business today is more challenging than it's ever been. The global economy has increased competition across the board. Technology has leveled the playing field for efficiency and productivity. Employers are taking extra care to see that they hire the right people, and they use a wide range of questions to get the information they need. While job opportunities have increased in the last year, so has the possibility of making the kind of crucial mistake that immediately weeds you out of competition for a specific opening. I've been finding people jobs since 1973. I have personally placed more than 7,000 people on a one-on-one basis. I have interviewed more than 22,000 people, and I have interacted with more than 25,000 hiring authorities. I have experienced just about every conceivable question and heard just about every answer to questions used in the interviewing process. In this recording, I share with you the surefire answers to those questions, the answers that will get you hired. Getting a job offer is one challenge, but finding out about the company and the people you're going to work for is just as important. With the rapid change in business today, a job seeker must not only be able to answer a variety of interview questions, but also be able to ask the right questions before accepting a job. This recording will also show you what questions to ask to protect yourself so that you don't wind up working for the wrong company. It will teach you how to check the references of your potential employer. My goal in recording Acing the Interview is to enable you to take charge of the interview process, to give you the confidence to answer any and all questions, and to provide you with the questions to ask in order to land the right job for you. Segment 1. What today's job seeker needs to know about himself and his competition. This recording is about how to answer and ask questions in the interviewing process so that you, the candidate, can get the best job possible. In order to answer questions correctly so that you can get a job offer, as well as ask questions so that you can evaluate each job offer, you need to be aware of your condition, so to speak, as a job candidate. The emphasis of this recording is not just to know how to answer and ask questions skillfully, but to put into context those answers and questions so that you can not only get a job offer, but choose the right one. Over the last few business cycles, the context of being a job candidate has drastically changed. The job search market is erratic and highly volatile. There is a phenomenal amount of paradox in the context of being a job candidate today. On the one hand, the American economy in 2007 added an average of 175,000 new jobs every month. And yet, in the beginning of 2008, job loss has had its biggest drop in 5 years. Unemployment was down in 2007 to between 4.7% and 4.5% of the working population, which was a far cry from the 6% to 6.3% in the early 2000s. But the first quarter of 2008 saw employers cutting 75,000 jobs, and the unemployment rate jumped to 5.1% from the previous year. Even temporary employment dropped by more than 21,000 jobs a month. So the economy is advancing and then contracting. There is a phenomenal amount of erraticism with business in America. I will discuss the context of the average American company, if there is such a thing, and the hiring authorities in those firms in the next segment. In this segment, I'm going to describe the context of today's job seeker. If you understand this context, answering and asking questions in the interviewing process is going to be a lot easier. You will understand better how to get the best possible job. Gone are the days of looking for a job and at the same time seeking a career path within the same firm. If a job candidate today asks a hiring authority what the career path with the company will be, you will either get a big lie, or if the hiring authority is honest, the candidate will get a blank stare, a pregnant pause, and a truthful answer of, "I really don't know." Keep in mind that my perspective comes from personally working with thousands of hiring managers since 1973. I am personally on the front lines of dealing with hiring on a daily basis and have been since I got into this profession. Our firm deals with hundreds of companies on a monthly basis and thousands on a yearly basis. This recording is going to relate to you the context of the real, in the trenches, the front line of American business and hiring in this country. Keep in mind that the vast majority of businesses in the United States employ less than 100 people. I will get into that in a further segment, but suffice it to say, they do not, contrary to popular belief, operate with common sense and distinct business acumen. Businesses, for the most part, in this country are sloppy, illogical, lack common sense, vain, selfish, greedy, and ignorant, just like the people that run them. In spite of these factors, the American business climate is still the most successful in the world, and it will continue to be so. As a candidate, however, when you go to ask or answer questions in the interviewing process, you need to be aware that the vast majority of American businesses and American business people do not operate with pristine theory or foolproof business acumen. Complaining about that won't do you any good. You have to deal with it. In order to perform well in the questioning and interviewing process, you need to recognize a little bit about yourself and your peers looking for a job in today's market. If you understand your own context, as well as the context of the people you are interviewing with, successful interviewing will be easy to do. As I mentioned previously, the idea of going to work for an organization and building of a career path for any reasonable length of time simply isn't realistic. Here is the reality of the context of today's job candidate. Highlights from a recent study published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics of the U.S. Department of Labor showed that persons born from 1957 to 1964 had an average of 10.2 jobs from ages 18 to 38. The baby boomers continued to have large numbers of short-duration jobs even as they approached middle age. This group also experienced an average of 4.8 spells of unemployment. Business Briefings recently reported that a 40-year-old average American worker has held 10 jobs. My sense is that the older we get, the more stable we become in our jobs. The Bureau of Labor Statistics has never attempted to estimate the number of times people change careers in the course of their working lives. According to the Bureau, the reason is that they haven't produced such estimates because there is no census as to what constitutes a career change. For instance, if a person is promoted in an organization from a sales position to a sales manager's position or from an accounting position to accounting manager's position, has their career changed from sales and accounting to a career of management? It would depend on how you define a career change. If the person that was a web designer was laid off and then took a job as a production supervisor for 6 months, then went back into web design, has he or she changed careers? There is really no way of having a consistent definition of what a changing career is. Another Department of Labor statistics showed that the median tenure of workers aged 55 to 64 was 9.6 years, more than 3 times that of the younger worker. So it appears that the older we get, the more stable our work becomes. The worker at age 55 to 64, however, as we will analyze, sees the world quite a bit differently than the 28 to 29-year-old worker. My sense is that the stability factor of these older workers isn't as much a reflection of today's business as it is a reflection of the values that were established when they first entered the workforce 35 to 45 years ago. A friend of mine, Paul Hawkinson, who is editor of the Fordyce Letter, America's foremost publication for the recruiting industry, writes, "It seems that we're becoming a nation of itinerant fruit pickers, where almost all jobs are impermanent. When CEOs," he continues, "are playing musical chairs with increasing frequency, and most other senior executive-level jobs are just transitory in nature, it's no wonder that America's workforce has adopted a similar mindset. Employers are no longer keeping retirement watches in their inventory because so few of their employees are kept on board long enough to get them. Loyalty is a two-way street, and that street is full of potholes these days. Let's face it, life on this earth is temporary anyhow. So the lesson here is that you'd better be prepared to change jobs every 2.5 to 3 years. With this in mind, your approach to the interviewing process is going to be different than you had in mind. Your career will likely be a string of 2.5 to 3 year stints for at least the first 3/4 of your working life. The uncertain attitude of the American worker. Although the economy expanded in the last few years and unemployment was lower than it had been in the late 90s, the perceptions of risk and insecurity on the part of the American worker do not match reality. My fairly extensive research confirms what I have experienced with the individuals that our firm has placed in the recent economic recovery. Although people in the last few years saw the economy get better, they aren't sure they are actually better off as individuals. The average American worker apparently feels very insecure about his job and his future employment. As I stated, the United States in 2007 added 175,000 new jobs every month. We went from an unemployment of 6.3% in 2003 to 4.7 and 4.5% in 2007. The average income in the United States was up 6.5%. Salaries were up 6.9%. American households' net worth recently hit $52 trillion, which is a record high, and corporate profits are up. As a country and as individuals, we should be encouraged, if not elated. But the latest news, in spite of all of these positive times, has made individuals pessimistic, uncertain, and to say the least, vulnerable. Wave after wave of corporate restructurings, according to a recent Fortune magazine article, has knocked away the underpinnings of career-long employment that sustained workers' confidence in their future. Even on the CEO level, stability is treacherous. In 2006, a U.S. company's CEO departed either voluntarily or by force every 6 hours. The number of CEOs that left their job more than doubled in 2006 compared to 2004. Political commentator Rui Teixeira observed that America is a nation of unhappy campers. He cited a Hart Research Associates AFL-CIO poll that found 54% of Americans are worried and concerned about reaching their economic goals. The majority of these people felt that real wages were declining, felt that their earnings were not keeping up with prices and worried very much or somewhat about the cost of living rising faster than their income. In spite of the reality of things like low unemployment over the last few years and high household net worth, over 75% of Americans are both dissatisfied with the country's economic situation and worried about achieving their economic and financial goals. The concrete facts don't necessarily support our fearful attitude. Quite a number of surveys that I read confirm that the percentage of individuals that are somewhat likely or likely to be laid off or fired has steadily risen over the past decade. Traditionally, the least educated Americans are far more economically insecure than their better educated peers. Americans with less than a high school education are the group most likely to report significant employment and financial anxiety. However, recent studies indicate that college-educated Americans with perceived comfortable earnings are experiencing the same significant levels of anxiety. In general, the percentage of American managers, mostly degreed, that felt they were doing worse financially in any given year than in the previous one has increased over the last 3 decades. In fact, the rate of job losses among America's most educated, those with college degrees, has increased more steeply than the rate of job loss among the less educated. In one study that included proportionate samples of all education and economic levels, close to 50% of the individuals surveyed reported that they would be fearful of finding a job with the equivalent pay and benefits of their current job if they lost it. Rising levels of insecurity, even amongst those who have traditionally been in the highest and most secure levels of employment, suggest that the American dream is under a lot of pressure. It appears that the most advantaged among us is lying awake at night thinking about how to cover their bills, whether they will even have a job next year, and worse, if they could even equally replace the one they have. Generational DNA. Know who were the most exciting players in the 2006 Super Bowl were, don't you? Well, it wasn't the players. The high point of the Super Bowl was the 4 players that entertained everyone at halftime. Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones, whose average age was 62.8 years, entertained and transcended 4 generations of workers. Their energy was fantastic. Their product is at least 30 years old, but they give it an original delivery every time they perform. Baby boomers in the workforce. Soon there will be 4 generations of people in the workforce, and therefore 4 generations of people as candidates. The traditionalists, born between 1922 and 1943, the boomers, born between 1943 and 1960, the Gen Xers, born between 1960 and 1980, and the millennials, born after 1980. Each generation has a different perspective of what work is in their life. It is important to know where you personally fit in the generational DNA because you're going to be competing with different people from different generations as well as interviewing with different hiring authorities of different generations. I will discuss your need to be aware of this regarding hiring authorities in the next segment. Here, I will discuss how this reality affects you as a candidate regarding your competition and other candidates. Traditionally, American business has had to deal with, at most, 2 working generations at a time. Even then, the value of those generations were not drastically different. Primarily because of technology, there is a much greater difference between all of the generations that are now and will be in the workforce. Their differences have come faster and are greater than ever before. These differences are going to be revealed in the interviewing process. They can work for you or against you depending upon how you recognize them. The traditionalists are known for their loyalty, hard work, and faith in their institutions, that is, employment, government, and social institutions like churches and schools. They remember World War II, and if they didn't experience it, they felt the immediate impact of the Great Depression. They're fiscally very responsible. Work-life balance is very important to them, and if they haven't retired already, they're likely to have just redirected their careers. Boomers have a tendency to identify themselves with their career achievements. They invented the 60-hour work week and getting ahead through the hard work ethic. There are 77 million of them in the workforce. They have a tendency to be optimistic, but see themselves as change agents. They are idealistic, but not as trusting in their government as their predecessors as a result of Vietnam and Watergate. Gen Xers grew up with the advancement of technology. They are adept and comfortable with changes in their resources, hardworking, but want an individual balance of work and play in their lives. They're the first generation of latchkey kids and the first generation of techies. They have a tendency to trust themselves more than groups and are independent but flexible with change. Their job security is to be constantly learning. If I know enough, they think, and am getting new skills, no matter what happens, I can always find a job. They have experienced scandals in business as their predecessors experienced scandals in government. The drastic and erratic changes in business don't bother them at all. They like to be in control and want fast feedback. There are 50 million of them in the workforce. The millennials grew up with technology. Everything can or should move fast with them, and they're eager to learn and enjoy questioning. They grew up with customized iPods, 24-hour media, 180 TV channels, the instant internet, and a global marketplace, as well as September 11th. They have a tendency to be pragmatic, collaborative, and really understand a worldwide global perspective. They like teamwork, are flexible, and have a keen sense of time management, and are the ultimate multitaskers. So, how does this affect you? Well, if you're 25 years old and had 3 jobs in 3 years after you got out of college, or 5 jobs in 5 years since you entered the workforce, and you're interviewing with a 62-year-old traditionalist who has been with the same company for 35 years, or started it for that matter, you're going to have to interview differently than you think. If you're a 60-year-old boomer interviewing with a 2-year-old company founded by 3 25-year-old millennials who are high risk takers, you're going to have to alter your interviewing style. These cultural differences will also have an impact on how the hiring authority views his or her company. I will discuss this in the next segment. Just be ready for the generational DNA differences in today's economy. This awareness will impact your questions and answers in the interviewing process. Your emotional state. On top of all of these new issues in the interviewing and hiring workplace, you, as a candidate, still have to confront the age-old issue that looking for a job is an emotionally difficult thing to do. Having to find a job, whether you have one or whether you're looking for one full-time, is an emotional strain. Next to death of a spouse, death of a parent, death of a child, coupled with divorce, looking for a job is the 4th most emotionally stressful thing we do. Today, more so than any other time in our history, when the economy advances and contracts so rapidly, you as an individual are very insecure about keeping your present job. If you have one, you are scared that you're going to lose it. And if you lose it, you're afraid you can't replace it at the same level. No matter how often a person looks for a job, it's still emotionally stressful. People are usually scared and frightened. I discuss this state in detail in the job search solution. But suffice it here to say that when people are frightened, scared, and emotionally distressed, they won't interview well unless they are prepared for the shock. When it comes to answering interview questions in this state, unless a candidate thoroughly prepares and practices, there is a great likelihood that the emotional dis-ease will be revealed and destroy any chances at a good interviewing process. When people are in such an emotional state, they have a tendency to focus on their own needs and forget that their goal in the interviewing process is to sell themselves to a prospective employer. They have to focus on what they can do for the potential employer rather than what the employer can do for them. When people are emotionally stressed, they usually want to focus on their own needs rather than on the needs of someone else. They often forget that in order to get a job offer, they have to focus on how they can solve the hiring authority's problem, his or her needs, not those of the candidate. I would emphasize that one of the purposes of this recording is to prepare you for the emotional strain of looking for a job that is reflected in the interviewing process, especially in answering and asking questions. If a candidate answers and asks questions in a nervous, self-centered, fearful manner, they simply won't get hired. I discussed many ways of dealing with the emotional strain of looking for a job in the job search solution. But one of the most important things that an individual can do will be emphasized in this recording, and that is to practice for the interviewing process so well that fear is minimized, if not eliminated. If a candidate practices the answers to the questions in this recording and understands the real reason that certain questions are being asked, the emotional strain of the interviewing process will be minimized. Likewise, if a candidate is prepared to ask the right kind of questions about an opportunity at the right time, the probabilities of making a mistake in taking a job will also be minimized. Again, asking these kinds of questions takes practice. Candidates are often so anxious about getting a job offer and possibly losing or taking one that they often forget to ask the right questions even if they know them. This recording will keep that from happening. The paradox of interviewing. There is a great paradox of interviewing that's become even more prominent over the last few years. Just recognizing this paradox is going to put you one step ahead of your competition. The paradox is simply this: you are going to interview and are going to be interviewed for a position as though the position was one that you are going to be at for the rest of your career. It is very rare for any hiring authority or hiring organization to admit that they're going to hire you or anyone else for 2.5 to 3 years. Most organizations would be better off to admit the average tenure of the individuals in the particular groups of their organizations, that is accounting, engineering, sales, and so on, and interview people with that kind of time span in mind. In other words, they should be asking themselves, what can this person contribute within the 2.5 to 3 year period of time they will be here? But I've run into very few hiring authorities or hiring organizations that will interview in this manner. So, you're going to interview for each position as though it's going to be a forever relationship. But you know, and I know, and the hiring authority knows that that's not likely. This is one of those allusions to the interviewing process and one of the reasons that it is a staged, contrived event, as I will discuss in a later segment. The importance of the transiency of the new position that you might take is this: since you are probably not going to build a career at your next job, you'd better view your next position as a building block for your career. In other words, you have to be asking yourself in the interviewing process, to the best of your ability, does this job build upon the experience that I have had before? Is it going to enhance the experience that I've had before? If I get 2.5 to 3 years of this kind of experience, can I leverage it in the future? Now, these kinds of questions, especially the one about leveraging the new job in the future, are going to be very hard to answer. The business environment, as I will explain in the next segment, is more erratic than it has ever been, and it's not going to subside. So knowing what you can do to leverage the experience of a new job may be very difficult to predict, but you need to be asking yourself that question. If you've been out of work for the last 6 months and you manage to get a job offer, this issue may not be as important to you, but hopefully you will have more than one or two potential job offers. So one of the questions you have to ask yourself is this: is the job that I have been offered a positive continuation of the experience that I've had, and will I be able to leverage it for a better opportunity to build my career 2.5 to 3 years from now? The answer to this question may make a difference in the job that you take. No one is ever going to be able to predict the future accurately, but you need to get some sense of where can I go with this experience later on when I change jobs again. There will be some job opportunities that you will get that may be better for you in this regard. So, the paradox of interviewing has a great implication on your career. Simply take it into account and be mindful of it. How all these things impact you. What all this means to you is very simple. You need a job or you need to change jobs, but the process and decision-making used is a lot more complicated than it's ever been. The job market has ebbed and flowed more erratically than it ever has, and it is likely that you will change jobs more often than you ever imagined. You are more afraid of losing the job you have if you have one. You are insecure about being able to replace the one you have if you have to leave it or you lose it. Your competition over the next few years will be people from 4 different generations of workers. You're going to have to try to build your career on a number of different jobs with a number of different companies. And on top of all of this, you still have to deal with the emotional distress and dis-ease of finding a job. Again, more often than you would like. You need to be better prepared for every interview. Knowing how to deal with the toughest interview questions, as well as asking the most important interview questions for your own protection, are crucial to your job search success. Segment 2. What today's job seeker needs to know about today's hiring authority and their companies. In order to be successful in the interviewing process, especially when it comes to answering and/or asking questions, a candidate has to understand the audience that he or she is interviewing with. I discuss this in great length in the Job Search Solution. For our purpose here, I will give you a snapshot of how the hiring authorities you will be interviewing with see the world. Unfortunately, most books and training sessions on interviewing and the job search don't address at all the nature of companies that you will be talking to and the people that you will be interviewing with. In order to answer questions more effectively and to understand what questions to ask in the interviewing process, you need to appreciate the world the way your potential boss does. This is really important because, as I mentioned earlier, when you are looking for a job, you have a tendency to focus on what you want and what you need. When we are stressed and at emotional unease, there is a tendency to be more self-centered than normal. So it's even more important to be conscious of how your prospective employer sees the world, because there is a tendency to focus on what you need, that is a job, instead of what they need, an employee. One of the most interesting observations I've discovered in my profession is that the vast majority of individuals that I have worked with as hiring authorities forget all about these issues when they become a job seeker. It amazes me that I can work with an individual as a hiring authority who sees the world from the point of view that I will describe here, and when he or she becomes a candidate of mine and starts looking for a job, they totally forget all about how they saw the world as a hiring authority, and they morph into a scared, self-centered applicant. It is one of the mysteries of my profession. So, even if you think you know this, or think that since you've been a hiring authority in the past that you don't need to review this, listen to it anyhow. You need to be reminded. Here is a quick overview of how your prospective employer sees the world and how it affects you. The nature of companies. The vast majority of companies in the United States employ less than 100 people. Small businesses create 75% of the new jobs in our economy and make up more than 97% of all employers. Contrary to the myth that companies are run with great business acumen, they're not. Most of the companies in the United States are run like the people that own them or manage them. They focus on what they do as a business rather than who does it. They think that if they do what they do well enough, then they can have a model business. In general, they are unfocused, grossly disorganized, illogical, and ignorant about most things. They are ambitious beyond their realistic abilities. They're fearful. They do not have clear goals. They're mostly impatient, vain, and lack common sense. They do not have a real system of doing business, and they mostly operate by the seat of their pants. When a recession comes along and globalized competition becomes a reality, things become even more complicated. Businesses come and go more than they ever have, and they expand and contract and move faster than any time in history. This erraticism affects the hiring process. If you were interviewing for a job, for instance, with a relatively new company, here are its chances of survival. The first year, 85%. The second year, 70%. The third year, 62%. And by the time you get to the 10th year, only 35% of those firms are going to still be in existence. Other estimates are that 3,000 businesses start each day in the United States, 2,500 of them fail each day, and 2,000 of them change their addresses every day. Is that erratic or what? Even if a company survives, the fears of recessions still linger. The economy may rebound one year, and the fear of recession will come up the next. In fact, I have read articles for the past 3 years that all predict another recession within the same year that they are written. Globalization has led to worldwide competition. Technology has made it necessary for companies to expand and contract more rapidly than ever before. I tried to find statistics on the expansion and contraction of business today and in the last few years, and I could find none. Measuring expansion and contraction of business in America might be like analyzing job changes that I discussed previously. When a person gets promoted, do they change jobs? When a company closes one location and opens another, do they expand or contract? How does one measure that? My sense is that contraction and expansion in American business is more erratic than it's ever been. Simply looking at the number of job changes employees of today make would lead one to believe that if employees are changing jobs every 2.5 to 3 years, the companies they are working for are expanding and contracting in the same way. Globalization, especially in the manufacturing sector, might be an indicator of other types of businesses. Longitudinal studies of the building and closing of manufacturing plants have probably the longest history of analysis than any other American business. The conclusion of these studies that I found demonstrates that ownership by multinational firms significantly increases the shutdown probability of manufacturing plants. These studies also proved that new ownership was significantly likely to close more plants. Multi-unit, multinational firms have greater flexibility in adjusting to the changing market conditions by opening and closing plants more often. Technology has affected most service industries and professions. Competition for most businesses doesn't just come from down the street anymore. It comes from all over the world. Technology comes to my home or place of business from anywhere in the world. The automation of the supply chain has revolutionized manufacturing and assembly. Rarely is anything manufactured by a self-contained organization. Subcontractors or outsourcers are the predominant makers of most of the parts of the manufactured goods we buy. Technology has allowed service subcontractors and outsourcers to be more efficient. Your bank or insurance company may have dozens of independent service firms providing them services and information that may be transparent to you. Customer service, payroll, accounting, benefit administration, portfolio management, and a host of other services are efficiently contracted out to independent organizations on the part of the company you think you're doing business with. The nature of subcontractors or outsourcers to any business is that they can be replaced by any other subcontractor relatively easily. So, if your insurance company or credit card company can get better customer service in Bangalore, India than they can in Bangor, Maine, they move customer service. If that program doesn't work very well, then they fire the firm in India and move customer service to somewhere else, maybe even back to America. Tom Friedman, in his book The World is Flat, talks about his computer being manufactured and delivered to him by hundreds of different subcontractors. It's pretty easy to see that subcontractors, no matter what size they are, will expand and contract depending on their ability to perform and their ability to sell their services to needy companies. The world is becoming privatized with subcontractors. Even in the early 1980s, China allowed peasant farmers to grow and sell their own crops. China is now a food exporter. 2/3 of China's state-owned enterprises are partly or mostly private. A World Bank report found that from 1990 to 2003, governments around the world generated $410 billion in privatized proceeds. Even state and local governments are turning over garbage collection, payroll processing, and parks operations to private subcontracting firms. If we are becoming a nation of individual itinerant fruit pickers, we are also becoming a world of subcontracting or outsourcing itinerant organizations. So, as the world becomes more global, competition becomes swifter and businesses become more erratic in their hiring process. Your next possible employer's generational DNA. I discussed previously how candidates from 4 different generations are competing for different positions and how it might affect you. Well, hiring authorities are impacted as never before by the different generations that might be in the employment marketplace. It makes hiring much more difficult. When boomers were younger, they were, for the most part, only 2, maybe once in a while 3 generations of workers available to hire. Now there are at least 4, and they are, as we have seen, very different in what they are influenced by, their general attitudes, and how they might be managed. This poses a challenge for most hiring authorities. A company, for instance, interviews a traditionalist with a loyal, strong work ethic who doesn't want to retire but merely redirect his or her efforts. This person's main motivator in life may be to be involved with their grandchildren, and those grandchildren require a lot of time. If grandpa is working for or with the group, he sees his work differently than the Gen Xer or the millennial. A boomer who hires a millennial who expects the same sort of idealistic, optimistic, 60-hour work week might just get a different type of employee. The latter may very well complain about the antiquated technology the company has and communicate a confident, pragmatic, "I was looking for a job when this one came along, and I can find another one just like it anytime" attitude. Throw a variety of people like this together, and you really have a workplace environment challenge. Most hiring authorities and employers in general are just getting used to this kind of an environment. If the people that predict there will be fewer potential job applicants are correct, then hiring authorities are going to have to figure out how to create an environment that can accommodate the attitudes and approaches to work that different generations might have. To give you an idea of just how differently employers and employees see the world, I read a recent survey where employees ranked these traits as most important to them in their job. Number 1, appreciation. Number 2, feeling informed. Number 3, an understanding attitude on the part of management. Number 4, job security. And number 5, the need for good wages. Amazingly enough, employers in the same study, that is, the people that actually employed the workers that were surveyed, ranked these traits on behalf of their employees totally opposite and in reverse as the employees ranked them. In other words, management didn't see the world the same way their employees did. Here's another snapshot. A recent Conference Board survey stated that 57% of the employees polled didn't like their job and were planning to leave it. And management thinks everybody is happy. Personality styles and the individuals you will meet. I discussed these in detail in the job search solution, but understanding different personality traits in business will help you answer tough questions and ask better ones in the interviewing process. I will briefly review these. Hippocrates in 370 BC defined 4 basic types of personalities. Since then, literally thousands of philosophers, theologians, psychologists, as well as business teachers have recognized the same defining elements of people's personalities. If you recognize the difference and/or likeness in personalities in the interviewing process, your answering and asking questions will be much more successful. The 4 basic personalities are analytical, driver, amiable, and expressive. Hippocrates called them respectively melancholy, choleric, phlegmatic, and sanguine. Like the name denotes, the analytical type of professional has a tendency to see things in a very analytical way. They like facts, details, numbers, and are very oriented to the bottom line. They have a tendency to be very well organized, they stick to specific schedules, and they're sticklers for detail and are usually not risk takers. Their personality traits tend to be trusting, patient, not assertive, and somewhat passive, easygoing, even-tempered, motivated by their own internal recognition, and calculating. Professionally, they have a tendency to be engineers, mathematicians, accountants, scientists, chemists, and technically oriented people who work in positions that require high degrees of exactness and patience. The driver type of professional likes to be blunt, right to the point, mostly limited on time, always busy, looks for immediate results, makes decisions very quickly, likes to be in the power position, is very independent, forcefully and usually a really can-do person. He or she has a tendency to be very assertive, distrusting, impatient, energetic, high energy, motivated mostly by external recognition, impulsive, and very fast-paced. They are usually plant managers, CEOs, CFOs, and managers in general. Driver types of personalities, along with an analytical style, would more likely be engineering managers, CFOs, controllers, accounting managers, and so on. Drivers, coupled with an expressive personality, would more likely be presidents, vice presidents of sales, sales managers, and so on. The amiable type of professional likes relationships, likes to be liked, is easygoing, is not a big risk taker, looks for the support of others, makes careful decisions, and can appear to many to be very wishy-washy. They also, as with many analytics, have a tendency to be trusting, patient, somewhat passive, easygoing, on an even keel, and motivated by their own internal recognition. They have a tendency to be involved in low-pressure sales, sales support, customer support, or customer service, and so on. If they are amiable along with being expressive, they can be great ombudsman types of people who understand everyone in the organization and have a tendency to bridge between people and departments. The expressive type of professional has a tendency to be a dreamer, uses hunches to make decisions, is gregarious and outgoing, follows his or her gut, makes quick, feeling decisions, takes risks regularly, focuses on the big picture, and has a tendency to be very relationship-oriented. If an expressive is also somewhat of a driver, he or she probably likes sales, sales management, leadership in a sales type of organization, and leadership positions that require a lot of interaction with other people. If an expressive also has amiable traits, then he or she would have a tendency to excel in customer service management, sales support management, and human resources director types of positions. The major reason that you want to know all of this is that you had better have a good idea of what your personality traits are and how they're going to mesh with the people that you interview with. If you are an outgoing, expressive type of salesperson who, as part of the process of being hired, is interviewing with an analytical driver CFO type, you'd better be ready to come across a little more driven and bottom line oriented than you normally would. If you are an analytical type, systems programmer, accountant, controller, and so on, and as a part of the interviewing process, you have to interview with a vice president of sales or sales manager who is expecting support from you in the way of reports and so on, or will interface with you in any way, you'd better be ready for an aggressive interview. To get that person's support in the interviewing process, you need to know that they see the world differently than you do. This whole thought process is really simple, but lack of being aware of it blows more interviews than you can imagine. So, as you practice the questions and answers to the toughest questions you will be asked, think about the different ways you might answer them depending on your personality and the ones you will be interviewing with. Fear of making a hiring mistake. One of the biggest concerns relating to the nature of a hiring authority is the fear of making a mistake. Next to losing money or customers, the biggest fear that most hiring authorities have in companies is the fear of making a hiring mistake. No one likes to make mistakes, but making a mistake in hiring is one of the greatest fears that businesses have. Most hiring authorities will never outright admit to the fear of making a hiring mistake. This, however, is a great driver in the decision-making process. Face it, no matter how sophisticated the interviewing process might be in hiring someone, it's a roll of the dice. No matter how calculated, it is still a very big risk. You don't have to be around business or in business or have worked for someone very long to realize what a disaster a hiring mistake can be. Hiring authorities' egos and reputations are all on the line whenever they hire anyone. The 4 foundational gut-level questions that a hiring authority or company is trying to get answered when they interview you are: can you do the job? Do we like you? Are you a risk? And can we work the money out? You will learn the impact these 4 questions have in subsequent segments. But after can you do the job, the most crucial question in any hiring authority's mind is, are you a risk? That is, am I going to regret hiring you? Are you going to quit soon after I hire you? Will I have to fire you? Are you going to embarrass me? Am I going to look bad to others after you've been here for 6 months? So, you need to realize that since the hiring authority is trying to minimize risk, your liabilities are going to be analyzed, and you thought you didn't have any. Your job in the interviewing process is to assure the hiring authority that he or she is not making a mistake, and to the rest of the world, he is going to look good by hiring you. How all this impacts you. You need to realize the nature of the companies that you are interviewing with, as well as the individuals within. They are unorganized, illogical, and don't operate with great business acumen. Their expansion and contraction is more erratic than it's ever been because their cycles of business are shorter and their competition is worldwide. These organizations have to try to attract and retain 4 different generations of people in the workplace. Companies and the individuals that run them apparently don't understand their employees. Recognizing all of this will help you understand better the kinds of answers you're going to have to give in the interviewing process in order to be successful. You'll also need to be aware of the different personality styles that you might interview with, as well as recognizing that part of your goal in the interviewing process is to mitigate the fear associated with hiring either you or anyone else. Simply understanding and recognizing that most all of these are traits of the organizations and the people with whom you are going to interview with will empower you to answer questions more effectively. The organizations you are interviewing with don't care about you as a candidate. They care about what they need and only what you need to the extent that you can help them get what they want. This mindset will also empower you to ask better questions. Segment 3, how and with whom to get an interview. Nothing is more important in the interviewing process than face-to-face interviews. All of the preparation, pristine resumes, excellent interviewing skills, a great track record, and so on don't matter unless you can actually get in front of somebody who has pain. That is, the need to hire someone. This is where the rubber meets the road. The kind of in-depth questioning and answers you are going to learn in this recording won't mean anything unless you get interviews. Inertia and lack of activity are the two biggest mistakes most people make when they go to look for a job. Fear causes inertia, and not knowing what to do causes lack of activity. An initial interview with just about anybody that really has a need to hire someone, if you are successful, will lead to second, third, and fourth interviews. Getting a job is a numbers game. Numbers of interviews are crucial to you getting job offers. If you do your job right and sell yourself well in enough quality interviews, getting great job offers will not be hard. You want to sit down and brainstorm all, and I mean all, of the people that you can think of who might be looking for a good employee. Here are some of the people you need to think about calling. Previous employers, peers, and subordinates. These are people you've worked for before moving on to other companies. You may not even be in contact with these people anymore, but they very well might be able to help you. However, I do not recommend going back to work for a company that you worked for before unless the company has totally changed management or is a relatively new company. Family. The bigger your family and extended family, the better off you are. Don't be embarrassed to call these people, even distant relatives, and let them know that you are looking for a job. The stigma of looking for a job or being unemployed is nowhere near as great as it was a generation ago. Let's face it, these people are going to be calling you in a short period of time, asking for the same advice or information. Friends. Call your friends. Call friends of friends. Call friends of friends of friends. Every time you ask somebody if he or she knows of any opportunities, ask if he or she knows of anybody else who might know of some opportunities. You will be amazed at the number of people you will think of that you might call to help you get an interview. Acquaintances. These are a little different from friends. They are people you know, but not that well. A study back in the 1970s found that people looking for jobs were more likely to find opportunities from acquaintances than friends. The study concluded that often people make friends with the people they work with or who occupy their same world. So, when a large organization has a layoff, it's likely that a person's friends will be laid off too. But acquaintances may operate in completely different worlds. People in your church, athletic club, social club, volunteer organizations, and parents of children who are friends with your children are all people you should make aware of your looking for a new job. And new to the scene are social and professional internet networks that often connect hundreds of different kinds of people to each other. Tapping into these networks can increase your interviewing activity tremendously. Competitors. Most of us know who our business competitors are. If they are in the same business that we are in, we know something about what they do. You may be of greater value to these people than most anyone else you can talk to. Suppliers and distributors. These are organizations that currently supply goods and services to your firm or the organizations and people that receive your goods and services. The knowledge you have is probably applicable to these people. Customers. If you are presently employed and you're looking for a job, is confidential, you don't want to call these people. Don't even think about it if you are presently employed. It will get back to your employer and you cannot afford to be discovered and fired. But if you're looking for a job is known by all and you are not working, customers are great people to call. Trade and professional associations. Some are more active than others, but they are a very good source of information. Alumni associations, fraternity, and sorority members. Even if you haven't kept up with some of these people, it is a great introduction to be able to make a personal connection and ask them if they know of any job openings. College and university placement offices. Even if you've been out of school for more than a year, it doesn't hurt to find out what firms might be hiring people from your school. Graduate placement offices often get requests for people with lots of experience. Job fairs. As employment markets ease and more jobs become available, more hiring organizations come to these. It can't hurt to attend them. Don't do this if you presently have a job, as you might be embarrassed to run into people with whom you work. Religious, community, and social organizations. Common values are one of the major criteria that people use in the hiring of others. Fellow church members, community or social organization members love to try to help each other. Let them know you're looking for a job. Bankers, loan officers, lawyers, CPAs, business brokers, commercial real estate agents. Anybody who might know who is in the business of helping other businesses in any way often know about what businesses are expanding or what businesses might be coming to town. For instance, attorneys who specialize in business law or certain kinds of legal specialties often know of organizations that are expanding because they represent them or give them advice. The same might be true for venture capital firms, CPAs, and bankers. Think, think, think. Get with your spouse or coach and come up with other kinds of people that you may know whom you can call. Keep records. You really need to remember to make good records of the date you call people, their phone number, and what they might have told you. If you don't find a job quickly, you may be calling these people back in 30, 60, or 90 days. Many people will not respond to you positively for a month or two. You want to remind them that you need a job if you don't find one. Most of the time, it will take 2 or 3 reminders for people to really remember that you need a job. You could talk to them today about your need, and a week from now, they become aware of a job opportunity and totally forget to associate you with it. After you've talked to them 2 or 3 times and remind them of your need for a job, those kinds of connections will be made. They will think, oh, yeah, and they'll recall your name, and they'll think, he or she called me a couple of times and mentioned their need for a job. I forgot. So, keep good records and don't hesitate to call people back. A simple white sheet of paper with dates, names, phone numbers, and a place to record the results of your calls will be sufficient to keep records. Some people use a calendar so they know to call people back. Keep your records simple, but keep them. What to say? Here is what you say to previous employers, peers, subordinates, and acquaintances. Write this down so you have this script. First of all, put their name, their phone number, and the date that you call them on the sheet of paper. Here is what you say. Hello, and then say their name. This is Tony Beshara, and I'm presently looking for a new job. We know each other from church. I'm calling to ask if you might know of any job opportunities available, either with a firm you work for or any others that you might know about. For the past 7 years, I have been working at Apex Refinery as an accountant. Can you think of anyone who might need what I can offer? And then let there be a long pause. If they say no, then you say, I really appreciate your time. I'd like to send you my resume, and if you can think of anyone who might be interested, please pass it along. By the way, I'm not sure how long my search will take. I'd like to call you back in a month to see if you might have thought of anyone who might be interested. Would that be all right? And then you record the results of what they tell you on the sheet of paper. Don't forget to write down the date you called them as well as the date you are going to call them in the future. Now, with family members, you change the script a little bit. First of all, again, you write down their name, their phone number, the date you call them, and then the date you're going to call them again. And here is what you say. Hello, Cousin Harry. This is Tony Bashara, your cousin, your brother-in-law, and I'm presently looking for a new job. I called to ask if you might know of any job opportunities that might be available. For the past 9 years, I've been an engineer at XYZ organization. Can you think of anyone who might need what I can offer? Wait for the pause. If they say no, then you say, I really appreciate your time. I'd like to send you my resume, and if you can think of anyone who might be interested, please pass it along to them. By the way, I'm not sure how long my job search is going to take. I'd like to call you back in a month or so to see if you might have thought of anyone that might be interested. Would that be all right? And then you record the results of what they tell you. 99% of the people that you speak to are going to tell you that it's fine to call them back. And again, it often takes 2 or 3 calls for them to remember that you are looking for a job. The Internet. The Internet is tremendously popular for posting resumes. The last count I read, there were close to 65,000 different job boards. The range of people that these job boards cater to is immense. Posting your resume on a job board, any job board, can be risky. If you're presently employed, you certainly don't want to do that. No matter what anybody tells you, even though these sites are supposed to represent you confidentially, you can't afford to be discovered by your present employer. You're likely to be fired. On top of that, you never know who might get a hold of your confidential information and how it might be used. We hear complaints all the time from people who say they're approached with all kinds of scams because their resume is posted on the Internet. And to make matters even more interesting, your resume can float around in cyberspace long after you've found a job. I personally had a candidate who, 6 months after I had found her a job, was called in by her employer and asked if she was looking for a job. She was, of course, startled, and after explaining that she wasn't, asked what led her employer to ask the question. Well, her resume was still floating around in cyberspace, even though she had posted it 8 months earlier. She had removed it from the primary job board where she had posted it, but some of those secondary boards had picked up her resume from the primary board and still had it posted. I know that if you need a job, you'll probably post a resume on the Internet. Even though it is popular, the nearest estimate that I found range anywhere from 2 to 6% of people who post their resumes on the Internet find a job directly as a result of their posting. There is no way to verify these estimates. I read a source that stated that 90% of the people who post their resumes on the Internet never get a response. I don't know how anybody measures that. The study had no documentation to it. Often, professional recruiters will find potential candidates on the Internet. I'm not talking about that kind of secondary success. Of course, you don't care how you find a job or who finds it for you. That's fair. One of the primary reasons people post their resume on the Internet is because it is an easy thing to do. But most of the time, it is one of those activities that is confused with productivity. It probably isn't going to get you very far, except maybe for some come-ons and some scams. The biggest mistake is to expect any kind of positive response, including an interview or even a job. Just don't expect very much from your effort. How the Internet can help you. There is no doubt that the Internet can help you look for a job, but it's going to require work in a different way than you might think. A very simple technique that will get you face-to-face interviews. When you find a company that has posted a job on the Internet that you think you might fit, make a note of it. If you respond to the posting on the Internet and send a resume to most of the places the advertisement says to respond to, I guarantee you will be lost in cyberspace. Most organizations that post jobs on the Internet appoint some lower-level administrative person who really doesn't have any knowledge of the job being posted to review and to sort through the tons of resumes they're going to receive. These screeners are instructed to look for certain things on a resume. If they don't recognize them, they will probably pass on the candidate. The probability of anyone's getting an interview with this process in place is very slim. The wonderful thing about the Internet is that it is loaded with information, especially information about the companies you might want to interview with. So, if you find a posting for a job that fits the description of what you are looking for, go to the website of the company that posted the job and research who would likely be a hiring authority for that job. Whatever you do, don't call and ask for the Human Resources Department. That is going to be as productive as hitting the send button on your computer. Call the company that you've chosen and ask for the person who would likely hire for the kind of position you would fill. I will discuss this in a moment of exactly what to say. The process, however, is very simple. Think about it. If you're in customer service, you will call the customer service manager. If you work in accounting, you will call the accounting manager. The idea is to call a hiring authority with pain. That is, the personal need to hire someone. Frequently, the names of these people are actually on the website of a company. Also, many times the direct phone number is on the website as well as their email address. I recommend actually picking up the phone and calling the probable hiring authority. Don't send an email or your resume without a phone call, or you'll be wasting your time. You can believe me now or you can believe me later, but this is the only way to use the Internet effectively to help you find a job. Most people will email their resume to a destination posted on the Internet and then whine and moan that they never got a call to interview for a job that they fit absolutely perfectly. Well, 433 other people are feeling exactly the same way. Pick up the phone and go to work. Businesses that can help you get an interview. When I first got into the placement and recruitment business in 1973, only 2 to 5% of the professional hires that were made in business had some kind of placement fee associated with them. Today, that figure is closer to 35%, maybe even 40%. I'll discuss recruiters in a moment, but here is a list of other kinds of firms that might be able to help you find a job. Temporary staffing firms. They used to be called temporary agencies. Traditionally, they were only oriented towards secretaries and administrative workers. Today, these organizations staff all kinds of professional positions on a temporary basis. There are some staffing firms that place doctors, CEOs, CFOs, accountants, lawyers, technical writers, nurses, and all kinds of healthcare professionals, from phlebotomists to X-ray technicians to medical insurance clerks and human resources professionals, drafters, designers, and engineers. Staffing and consulting firms. These firms are usually oriented to information technology or engineering services. In recent years, consulting firms have grown to take on significant amounts of information technology development. These firms hire out their technical expertise from very narrow and specific types of software development to general software applications. Most of these firms do not see themselves as staffing companies. They see themselves and present themselves more as consultants. They often work on specific projects for their clients and often these projects can last for many years. The clients pay a high price for this kind of expertise and, as with general staffing, do not have the burden of long-term employees. Employee leasing firms, outsourcing services, and outplacement services. These provide employment services to employers. They may not be able to get you an interview with a direct hiring authority, but you may want to interview them to go to work for them. Newspaper and internet advertising. I covered this previously, but it certainly doesn't hurt to know who is hiring. This can be valuable. It is good to know if a company is expanding, even though it may not be advertising the kind of job that you might do. Those in motion tend to stay in motion. The company that is hiring a number of customer service people may very well be hiring in the accounting or sales department. Read the want ads and call the prospective hiring authorities. Working with recruiters. As the employment market expands and contracts, and there are either fewer or more people on the market, the use of recruiters on behalf of hiring organizations increases. The vast majority of people have no idea about the variety of recruiters and professional placement firms there are in business. It is likely that in the future you're going to be contacted by a professional recruiter or have the need to solicit the help of a professional recruiter. It is important for you to understand what recruiters can and cannot do for you. I'm going to present to you the number of different kinds of recruiting organizations and professional placement people that there are, as well as what they can or cannot do for you. It is important for you to understand not only the different kinds of firms there are, but also what you should expect from them. Your expectations for each type you will run into will have a real bearing on your ability to gain employment through a recruiter. Perspective on what recruiters can and cannot do for you. The Fordyce Letter, the country's foremost authority on the placement and recruitment profession, maintains a database of some 33,000 firms in the United States that are, in one form or another, involved in the business of direct personnel placement. This would include even the casual placers of people, temporary staffing firms, or companies who, as a part of their business, do some sort of placement. For the past 10 years or so, according to Kennedy Information Incorporated, who publishes the Directory of Executive Recruiters, there are approximately 5,500 permanent recruiting firms of all types in the United States. Over 35 to 45% of this number went out of business over the past 3 or 4 years, and they will be replaced by the same number. 20 new recruiting firms open in the United States every week. It is estimated that 1/3 of these firms work on a retainer basis and the rest on some form of contingency basis. The average recruiting firm, according to the Fordyce Letter, has 3.1 consultants in it who average successfully recruiting and placing 1.5 people a month. The average tenure of these firms is 7 years, and the average consultant has been in the business for 3 years. In the early 70s, it was estimated that 5 to 10% of the professional people who were hired in business were hired through the help of a third-party recruiter of some sort. That estimate today is closer to 30 or 35%. As the job market expands and contracts, good candidates are harder to find, and third-party recruiters will be used even more. Traditionally, recruiters have been defined in 2 broad camps. The retained recruiter is paid partly in advance to find an employee. The contingency group receives its compensation only after it is responsible for causing a candidate to be hired. There is, however, a very broad range of contingency firms that you need to be aware of so that you can decide if they can actually help you find a job. We will discuss in general terms the reasons why you should use a recruiter and what a recruiter can do for you, as well as what a recruiter cannot do for you. The most important aspect of this topic is for you to know how All the different kinds of recruiters can help you based on that type of recruiter's relationship with the employer. What you should expect from and how you should deal with a recruiter depends on your understanding of the kind of recruiter you are dealing with. In general, here's what a recruiter can do for you. A recruiter has access to and knowledge of opportunities with firms before they are broadcast to the world. For the most part, and we will see the exceptions to this in a moment, recruiters have a much more in-depth knowledge about an opportunity than an individual could gain on his or her own. Recruiters will coach you and sell you and your attributes, as well as sell around your shortcomings better than you can for yourself. Recruiters know how you compare with your competition for a position and provide information about your strengths and weaknesses. Recruiters know their markets. Recruiters will help you manage the process of interviewing and negotiating. Because a recruiter deals with this process daily, he or she knows how to do it better than an individual does, even if he or she changes jobs fairly often. Recruiters are going to help a candidate maximize his or her compensation possibilities. Most of the time, the recruiter is compensated based on the salary package the candidate receives. It is to our best interest, therefore, to help you reach your compensation potential. Recruiters can provide you more job opportunities faster than you can do for yourself. Most people don't deal with the job opportunities, career moves, and so on a daily basis. A recruiter does. The help of a recruiter implies confidentiality. Most top professionals don't want their job search to be floating around the internet or anywhere else for that matter. A recruiter, many times, has an intimate but objective view of the hiring company, the hiring authorities, and the politics of the specific hiring process. Recruiters are comfortable with all of the steps in the process of getting hired, and recruiters know what to do when things go wrong in the hiring process. Here are most of the things that a recruiter cannot do for you. We cannot get you a job. A recruiter can coach, teach, advise, strategize, and help, but the candidate still has to be the primary force in getting the job. A top recruiter might give some career advice, but we're not counselors or career advisors. We are information brokers and hiring process managers. Unless the information or process is of current and immediate importance to the company or hiring authority we represent, we don't have time to counsel. We are not miracle workers. We can't get you the job of your dreams, an interviewing opportunity that you're not qualified for, help you change careers when the economy won't bear it, help you negotiate on reasonable compensation plans, and so on. We cannot do a lot of hand-holding or immediate response every time you call or blindly email a resume. We don't analyze and peruse every single resume that is sent to us. Unless we are a boutique search firm, we receive hundreds of resumes. Each one will get 10 to 15 seconds of attention unless what's on it is so obviously stellar and needed by our hiring companies, it will be stored in a database. We don't have time to give you advice about the market or if it's time to stick your toe in the water to see if your skills or experience might be more valuable to someone else. Unless we are involved in the process of you securing a new opportunity, we're going to be fairly short on advice about what you should do regarding your changing jobs down the line. For the most part, we're not going to give you advice about a job or career change that we are not involved in unless we have a long-standing relationship with you. Our biggest challenge with candidates, and you need to be aware of this if you work with a recruiter. The biggest challenge we all have regarding candidates is the candidate's misperception of the marketplace and how their skills, ability, and experience stack up with what is available through our clients. The biggest complaint we hear about ourselves is that the candidate states, "Well, I can do that job. I sent you my resume. I am the most qualified that you can find. I can't understand why you can't get me an interview. I'm perfect. Just get me in front of them. I'm the best you've got. I can't understand why you don't respond to my phone calls and my resume," and so on. Our best candidates come from referrals or networking or actually calling a presently employed person and presenting a possibly better opportunity, that is, recruiting. Some of us will respond to a resume for a specific opportunity that we might advertise or respond to your phone call. Some of us will find your resume on the internet and call you. Most candidates, even qualified candidates, have absolutely no idea how many excellent people there are available for most opportunities. Candidates, as you know if you have learned anything from this recording, have a tendency to see the world through their own eyes and their perceived ability to do the job. A good recruiter, even with a narrow search assignment, can usually begin with at least 100 to 200 qualified candidates or resumes. Even the top retained search firms, according to Kennedy Information Incorporated, start out with 100 to 300 candidates in a database for each search they do. They then qualify, phone screen, and narrow down those to 20 to 50 candidates. In-depth interview 10 candidates and present a final panel of 3 to 6 candidates. Candidates are often surprised and enlightened when they understand the number of quality candidates available for most positions and that their being successful in even getting an interview isn't based so much on their ability to do a job as it is their ability to get the job. Most candidates do not see themselves in the light of how they compare with other viable candidates. Most candidates evaluate themselves based on their own perception, and unfortunately, they don't have the perception of comparing themselves to 100 or even 50 other people at the same level of professionalism. Our biggest challenge with our hiring organizations? Well, if you have absorbed most of the information in this recording, it won't come as any surprise to you that the biggest challenge recruiters have with the hiring organizations is that they are spiritual beings acting human. Just because an organization might need to hire a professional on any level doesn't mean that they're going to do it all of the time. Many things will happen in the hiring process. They will change their minds about the kind of person they need a number of times in the process of a search, or corporate politics will enter into the equation, unrealistic expectations of what the candidate market will provide, mergers and acquisitions, buyouts, unexpected changes in the business climate, stock prices, product failures, and so on will oftentimes derail a perfectly good search opportunity. Non-human events like 9/11 and Hurricane Katrina can postpone or shut down the best of intentions to hire someone. Like most professions, ours is one that is full of uncertainty. We deal with human beings on both sides of the equation. We're one of the few professions whose product can say no and walk away, and whose clients are just as unpredictable. These two primary challenges are what makes this profession so exciting and gratifying. The service of a recruiter can change the lives of the individuals they are involved with, as well as the course of their client companies. But the downside of this kind of gratification is lots of emotional and business risk. Perspective. Keep in mind that on average, recruiters individually only place 1.5 people a month. Now, this author happens to average 12 a month, but that is an exception. Even the top recruiters in the most recognized search firms, according to Kennedy Information, only manage 10 to 11 searches at a time. If the 5,500 recruiting firms in the United States have an average of 3 consultants, and each one of them only averages 1.5 placements a month, that's only 24,750 people a month. By itself, that number may appear to be large, but when you put it in the perspective of all of the professional job changes that go on in the course of the year, it's really not that many. What this means to you. What this means to you is simply this. A recruiter might be able to help you, but you need to manage your expectations of what a recruiter can do for you and help them help you. And what a recruiter can do for you depends on the nature of the recruiter and their relationship with the hiring authority or hiring company they are working for or representing. There are many different types of recruiters. Their relationship with the hiring authority and hiring companies vary. The types are retained search consultants, contingency search consultants, employment agents, placers, contract recruiters, internal and external, internal recruiters, HR staff recruiters and screeners, research consultants, consulting firms for long-term projects, management consulting firms that recruit as part of their offering, and staffing firms. I will go over with you now the different kinds of recruiters, define for you what they can do for you based on their relationship with you and with their clients. So when you go to work with one of these organizations, you will know what to expect. Retained search consultants. If you are tapped by a retained search consultant, you need to know a few things. The firm has an agreement with their client to be paid a portion of their fee when they take on the assignment. The firm usually charges 33 to 35% of the salary or earnings projected for the candidate that will be hired. Usually 1/3 of the fee is paid as a retainer before the search begins, and another portion of it is paid at certain milestones during a search, and the balance is paid when the search is completed. These arrangements can vary, but the point is that the consulting firm has a commitment of the client because of the retainer that the client pays. Our advantage to you. Since we have been retained in some way, we don't have to worry about if we are going to get our fee. Our main concern is making sure that we fulfill our agreement and find the absolute best quality of candidate available for our clients. In order to do this, we're really going to know every aspect of the opportunity that we represent to you. We will have interviewed all of the professionals within an organization that have anything to do with the particular opportunity. We will know just about every aspect of the job we have been commissioned to fill. We will know the history of the job and will most likely have a working relationship with the organization because we have worked for them previously. Usually, we are specialists and experts in the particular type of person we are recruiting and the kind of firm we represent. We have an intimate knowledge of just about every aspect of the position we are going to fill. We have done our homework, and our clients have given us a very clear-cut idea about what they need. We note the ins and outs of the position we are filling, the company, the people, both above and below the position, as well as the strengths and weaknesses of all of the people involved in the interviewing and hiring process. If we tap you, it's most likely that we have networked to find you, and we must feel that you are qualified to do the job we have been retained to fill. We have reached out to a number of people like you, and you may be one of many that we are approaching. Because of our relationship with our client, we have to find the best possible group of candidates for the job so they can identify the best candidate to hire. We are going to be able to provide you every bit of excellent information that you're going to need in order to be a successful candidate for the job. The strengths and the weaknesses of the company, the opportunity, as well as your strengths and weaknesses relative to the fit are all a part of our knowledge and expertise. We may want to build somewhat of a relationship with you especially if your expertise falls within our specialty and we might need you for one of our clients in the future. Our disadvantage to you. We represent the company that retains us. Our loyalty and interest in you personally and professionally is only valuable to us if it benefits our client. We are only going to promote you to the extent that it is good for our client and therefore ourselves. We will give you every bit of information that you need to perform well in the interviewing process, but again, only to the extent that it is good for our client. We will not likely present more than one opportunity at a time, and we will be as candid with you as we need to be in order to help our client. Our relationship with you may be fleeting. Our interest in helping you is only in light of the value you would bring to our client now. Our first priority is our client, not your professional future. How to deal with me? Don't. I will share with you what you need to know and manage the process for you. Just pay attention. Contingency search consultants. This is probably the broadest range of recruiters there can be. We are paid on a contingency basis. That is only paid when we are successful in causing a candidate to be hired. Some of us that have been doing it for a long period of time establish the same kind of relationship with our hiring authorities that many retained search firms do. But since we are paid on a contingency basis, there isn't as much implied or practical loyalty to us as there is with a retained relationship. The essence of what the contingency search consultant can do for you centers around the amount of experience they may have in the profession. If we have been at it for a long period of time, we can know our clients and hiring authorities on a very detailed and long-term level. In spite of this, however, our relationship is still contingent upon someone that we cause to get hired. Even if we have successfully placed people with our hiring authorities before, their loyalty to us can change rather quickly depending on the pain of their need. Our advantage to you. You may have to really qualify us by asking us lots of questions relative to the amount of experience that we have in the profession, the amount of experience we have in working with candidates like you, and the experience that we might have with the hiring authorities that we are representing. We may really know our hiring authority, his or her company, and the position that we're trying to fill extremely well, especially if we have either placed the hiring authority there or worked with the organization before. Or we may not know them very well at all, especially if we just started working with them. Since we are paid upon our success, we're dependent upon helping you or anyone else we might represent to get the job. Our sense of urgency is very high. The perception that our hiring authorities and hiring companies have of us is only as good as the last candidate that we either caused to be hired or that we sent them. We need to make you look as good as you possibly can and help you be the best candidate that the company can interview. Our loyalty, and especially if we have been doing this for a long period of time, is equally balanced between the hiring organization and the candidates we represent. Since the quality of candidate is the best representation we have to the companies that we work with, we have no greater allegiance to the hiring organization than we do to the candidate. Since everything we do is contingent, we will try to get you as many opportunities to interview as we possibly can. We want you to look good so that we look good. We will share with you everything we know about the opportunity in order to make you the best candidate that they can interview. Our disadvantage to you. Since we are contingency, the hiring authority may be working with other recruiters or other source of candidates, internal recruiters, and so on. Although many of us that have been doing this for a long period of time are working exclusively with our hiring organizations, we are never sure of that. We will present as many qualified candidates as we possibly can to the hiring authority so that the hiring authority has a choice. Depending upon our relationship and the amount of experience that we have, our hiring authority may be influenced a great deal or very little by our advice. In spite of what we may communicate about our relationship with our hiring organizations, we're still a hit-and-run service. When our hiring organizations need us, there is a great sense of urgency, and they will respond to us very quickly. They will see the best candidates that we can produce, and as long as we are providing good candidates for them, they will continue to work with us. However, their loyalty is only as good as the last candidate that they interviewed or hired. If you are being represented by the recruiter that was most successful with the employer last, you may have a bit of an advantage. If we are inexperienced, we may be able to get you many interviews, but we may not be able to coach you and help you land the opportunity. How to deal with me. Since I am a contingency type of recruiter, you may very well approach me about some of the opportunities that I may have for a candidate such as you. If I'm really experienced and have been working in the contingency recruiting business for a long period of time, I may have the same kind of relationship with my clients as the retained search firms do, but may also take on you as a candidate and market you and your experience to a lot of the organizations that I might know. Many times, if I'm experienced, past hiring organizations will interview you simply because I recommend that they do so. You can get a lot of interviews that way. If I'm experienced, I will be able to give you just about every advantage you need in order to sell yourself. I'm going to share with you every bit of information that I have and help you deal with every strength and weakness you might have in the interviewing process. You need to be honest and forthright with me about everything so that both of us can sell you to the hiring authority and have you be the best candidate. You need to know that I'm presenting as many candidates as I possibly can, as fast as I can, to the hiring authority because I'm not paid unless I am successful at causing someone to be hired. You need to help me help you, and I will tell you as much as I can to help you get the job. But realize that my fee is earned by providing a number of qualified candidates to the employer so that he or she may choose the one that they think best fits the job. My fee is assessed by a successful hire, but it is earned by providing as many qualified candidates as I possibly can to the hiring authority. If I'm relatively inexperienced, I still might be able to help you get interviews, but I may not be able to help you as much as you might be able to help yourself. If you don't know how much experience I have and I get you an interview, ask me these questions. How long have you been working as a recruiter? How long have you worked with this company? How many times have you worked with this specific hiring authority? Have you worked with this company before? How do you think I should best sell myself to this organization? Tell me everything I need to know about the job, the person doing the interviewing, everything you know. Now, if I can't give you a lot of information, you may not be able to interview successfully. You may, as a candidate, wind up having to do your own research and your own due diligence. But if you follow the prescriptions in this program, you will really have no problem. Depending on the amount of experience that I, as a recruiter, have, any information that I'm able to provide may help you get the job. You may end up getting a lot of help in the interviewing process from me, or you may not. Don't be upset if my limited experience doesn't help you as much as you would like. If all I can do is get you interviews, it's likely better than you can do for yourself. Any interviews you get over and above your own efforts are to your advantage. Employment agents. As with the contingency recruiter, we are paid when we actually cause a person to be hired. Many of us who are in the contingency search consultant type role started out as an employment agent. We are oriented toward the candidate and marketing the candidate to potential employers. We're more candidate-oriented than employer-oriented, especially in the beginning of our career. As we progress, we become more balanced in whom we actually work for. In the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, candidates, or applicants as we called them then, sometimes paid for all or some of our fees. But that is not the case anymore. I wouldn't recommend working with any recruiter or agent who charge the candidate any kind of a fee. Those of us that are agents started out being more candidate-oriented than hiring company-oriented. We are basically an agent for the candidate. We interview candidates on a daily basis and then market those candidates to either employers that we have worked with before or ones that we actually cold call and try to generate an interview. We work for you by trying to get you as many interviews as we possibly can. The roots of our facet of recruiting began placing administrative, what used to be called secretarial types of personnel, and grew into more of the professional realms. We place all levels of candidates, but have a tendency to focus on whatever the market will bear. We will interview many candidates and market the most placeable candidate we can find. The longer we do it, the more we know what our repeat hiring authorities need. Our advantage to you. I'm going to be oriented to trying to find you a job. If you have skills and experience that I can promote to companies that I have worked with before or new companies, I will pick up the phone, call them, and try to get you as many interviews as I possibly can. The idea behind what I do is to try to get you interviews, as many as I can. A lot of the employers that I work with, I've worked with before, and I will try to send you to them. I will take advantage of the employers with a high degree of pain. They will interview you and hire you because of their sense of urgency. Sometimes I know a lot about these companies I work with, and sometimes I don't. Our advantage to you. I spend most of my time cold calling and trying to generate job opportunities and interviews for the best candidates that have come to me. I won't spend a lot of time working for you unless I can find someone that is willing to interview you for an immediate opening. I probably don't have a lot of in-depth knowledge of some of the companies that I might get you an interview with because I cold called them for you, found an opening, and got you the interview. We're both limited by our experience and the contacts that I have. If I have lots of experience and have made lots of contacts and can get you a number of interviews, we're both in luck. If I have been in my profession for less than 3 years, I'm not going to be as knowledgeable about the marketplace as others might, but I'm certainly going to hustle my butt off to get you an interview. How to deal with me. Realize that I'm a bit busy and will do my best to get you interviews if I can get an employer to talk to you. I interview as many candidates as I possibly can and take the best of them and market them to my client organizations. When and if I get you an interview, you need to ask me lots of questions about the opportunity, the same questions that you asked the contingency search consultant about the interview are appropriate. Placers. We are usually a one-man band. We work by ourselves, in or out of an office or out of our living room. We often scour the internet looking for resumes of people that might fit some of the job opportunities that we also find on the internet. We send your resume to as many of those people as we might, and if they bite, we will call you and see if you might be interested in the opportunity. We don't make very many placements because our rapport with the companies we send your resume to and with the candidates we find isn't very great. Some of us do work with a handful of firms on a repeat basis and find basically the same kind of candidates for them all over the country. We're not really big billers, but the firms we work with appreciate what we do. We hone in on a particular kind of narrow experience, like copier sales, long-distance service sales, or customer service that our hiring companies might like, and need all around the country. We then scour the net to find that kind of background. Our advantage to you. If I find you, it usually means that I have one opportunity for you with a particular organization. I have probably placed a number of people with them around the country and know exactly what their procedure is and exactly the kind of person they like to hire. If you follow my instructions, I can probably be effective for you with the one or two particular organizations that I work with. Our disadvantage to you. I am probably only going to represent you to the one organization that I called you about, and I'm probably going to present 5 or 6 other candidates with exactly the same kind of background that you've got. It's a pure numbers game for them and for me, and most everybody that's interviewed will be alike. If I don't place you with this one particular firm, it's not likely I'm going to do much else for you. How you should work with me. Realize that I place the same kind of person with the same kind of firm all over the country. I really know what the hiring authorities like. Since I am presenting a number of people with exactly your kind of background and experience, if you're smart, you will get me to try to sell you stronger than the other candidates that I have presented. If you're smart, you'll ask me everything there is to know about the hiring authorities' likes and why he or she has hired other people in the past. You will get me to give you special treatment and get me to give you every advantage you can get in the interviewing process. If you think that I'm just a conduit to your interview, you really won't take advantage of all I can do for you. Contract recruiters, internal and external. We are hired by companies on a contract. The contract might be for a specific period of time or for a specific number of hires. We are usually hired when an organization needs to recruit and hire many candidates over a short period of time. So rather than hire a permanent employee or pay fees to a third-party recruiter, they hire me for the period of time they think they will need me. They usually pay me on an hourly basis with maybe a bonus for each individual that might be hired. I'm really an independent contractor and work for myself. I will contract out to usually one organization at a time for a specific period of time, usually 6 months to a year, with the understanding that my contract can be terminated at any time. I am paid a premium for my time and effort, but not as much as the company might pay in fees if they hired each individual from an external third-party recruiter. Since I am an independent contractor, my short-term loyalty is to whoever I am working for, but my long-term loyalty is to myself. I make a lot of money when I'm working on a contract, but am between contracts, that is, looking for work, quite often. I need to get people hired and do it quickly, or I won't be kept around. My advantage to you. Since I am compensated and kept as a recruiter based on performance, if I contact you or you contact me, I'm going to try to get you through the hiring process with the company I have contracted with as fast as possible. I usually know the organization that I'm working with fairly well and what they're likely to hire. So, I will be able to give you every bit of information that will help you in the interviewing process. Since I am paid on volume, I want to see you get hired. Since I am an independent contractor, I may very well put your information in my personal database and call you about opportunities with the firms that I might contract with in the future. My disadvantage to you. In most cases, I'm only working for the one company that I contacted you about. So I will only be presenting you this one firm, helping you out with their particular process. It is not likely that I'm going to present to you anything other than the one organization that I am working for. How to deal with me. You may not even know that I'm a contractor. Most of the time, I will appear to you to be an employee of the organization I represent. You don't really care as long as I get you a job that might be of value to you. I'm not going to mess around and spend a lot of time coddling you or holding your hand. I'm usually running and gunning to fill as many opportunities with the company I'm working for as fast as possible. The firms I work with are usually hiring many people over a short period of time, so I may very well get you in the process with them, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time romancing you. Internal recruiters. We are permanent employees of the companies we work for. Many of us came out of the third-party recruiting arena. We are more aggressive than most HR staffing people. We are dedicated to the organization that we work for and, as aggressively as we can, recruit for them. You can usually detect us because we come across pretty aggressively. We're usually salaried employees with maybe a bonus attached to the number of people that we successfully recruit. We usually work for organizations that are large enough and do enough hiring to justify employing us on a full-time basis. Part of our job is to help our company to find people quickly and avoid paying third-party recruiter fees. Our advantage to you. I'm pretty aggressive and my ego is wrapped up in being successful for my company. As with a third-party external recruiter, I want to look good to the hiring authorities in my company. I'm usually really good at knowing the kind of person that my company wants to hire, and because I'm fairly aggressive, I will give a little pushback to the hiring authorities when they may not want to interview you. I don't mind reminding the managers in a company that I work for that no candidate is perfect and they should interview you on my say-so. I will push you through if I think you are the best candidate. Our disadvantage to you. Since I am a fairly strong personality and feel like that the perception of me is dependent upon the candidates that I produce, if I don't think you are a good candidate, I will not promote you at all. I don't think outside the box very well and see your potential as a candidate. If I think you fit, I will push you really hard through the hiring process. But if I don't, I won't push you very hard at all. How to deal with me. Start by asking about my role and my responsibility to my employer or hiring authorities. If you sense that I'm really aggressive, get me to like you a lot and see you as a real viable candidate. Sell yourself to me very hard so that I might overlook your weaknesses and sell your strengths. Since I am the conduit to your getting an interview, you need to impress me with your abilities to do the job as well as your ability to get the job. If I believe in you, I will push you through the process, so get me to believe in you. I have a pretty strong ego, so if you help me look good, I will help you through the interviewing process. What can I do to get you to promote me through the interviewing process is a very good question to ask me. HR staff recruiters and screeners. They call us recruiters, but we really aren't in the formal sense of the word. We actually screen candidates for our hiring authorities. They don't want to do it because they're too busy or inept, so we are hired to protect them from the masses of candidates emailing them, calling them, or trying to get an interview with them. We may sound authoritative to you, but we're really more administrative types of people than anything else. We might go out on the internet and look for resumes or ask present employees if they know of anybody that might be interested in working for the firm. We may run ads and call people who respond to them, but we're not really aggressive recruiters. Our advantage to you. If you are a relatively perfect candidate and the hiring authorities aren't interested in speaking with you based on the resume that I found or that you sent, then I can help you get through the interviewing process. I will take care of a lot of details of coordination in the interviewing process and try to accommodate you and the hiring authorities' schedules as much as I can. I may know a little bit about the position specifications, but only those that are written by the hiring authority. Our disadvantage to you. I'm not really going to sell you to the hiring authorities. If you aren't as perfect a candidate as we can find, then I can't help you much. I might make you feel good about our company and the opportunity that you might be interviewing for, But as far as really helping you get the job, other than the logistics of the interviewing process, I'm not much help. I might be a little help in coaching you through the interviewing process, but since I am mostly a screener, I'm not really knowledgeable of the gives and takes of the job or the hiring authority. The hiring authorities see me as a screener and facilitator rather than someone real knowledgeable about candidates and their availability on the market. After an initial interview, I may not be much help to you in getting feedback or for follow-up interviews. How to deal with me. Try to get around me or through me and get in front of the actual hiring authority. Anything you can do to get me to help you get an interview, do it. Sometimes I respond to the squeaky wheel candidate who happens to be available when the hiring authority decides he or she wants to interview. I can be your conduit to an interview, so respect me and be nice to me. Staffing and consulting firm recruiters. We are close to the human resources function for the firms that we work for. We're looking to hire you as an employee for our firm, then contract you out to our clients. The kind of firms that we might work for cover a very broad range of staffing and consulting kinds of businesses. Our firm could be an administrative temporary staffing firm, or an IT, technical or engineering firm, or a long-term project consulting firm. Because of the kind of professional that you are, you know exactly how we work. If you don't, we will explain it to you very clearly. We recruit or find you, and you become an employee of our organization. Research consultants and management consultants that also recruit as part of their offering. We are not really recruiters at all. If we're research consultants, we're usually paid by the hour to find purple squirrels. That is, very hard to find types of individuals with very specific kinds of experiences that only relate to a very narrow profession or business. You are just as glad that we found you as we are. The number of people that you could work for is very limited. Since there are a limited number of people like you, my job is to find you when you need me. Features, advantages, and benefits. Before we get to calling individuals whom you do not know who might be interested in hiring you, let me briefly discuss the idea of features, advantages, and benefits. As the first exercise, I want you to write a feature, advantage, and benefit statement about yourself that you're going to use with a prospective employer. A feature is an aspect of your career that makes you unique. It can be the number of years of experience, it can be grades in school, it can be things like hard work, determination, persistence, and dedication. A feature in a job-seeking situation is simply a unique fact about you that will be translated into being a good employee. An advantage is something that the feature does to set you apart from the average. So if you graduated cum laude from college and worked your way through school with 2 jobs, that would be a feature. You demonstrated hard work and commitment above the average person, which would be an advantage. If you have been promoted 3 times in the last 7 years, that would be a feature. You have then demonstrated upward mobility, performance, and leadership, which would be the advantage. A benefit would be gained by a company from hiring a person who brings unique features and advantages. So, the features of graduating at the top of your class, as well as working 2 jobs, demonstrating your advantage to perform on a higher level than average, would show the company that you will perform in the same way for whomever you work for, and the company will benefit from your work. So now write down your features, advantages, and benefits. Again, stop the recording and write down your features, advantages, and benefits. Great. Now you're going to integrate your features, advantages, and benefits in the presentation of yourself to a prospective employer. Warm calls. By most sales standards, calling prospective employers you don't know is called a cold call. Personally, I'd rather name this kind of call a warm call. That's because, for the most part, neither you nor the potential employer are really cold. Both of you are warm people just trying to do their jobs. The call itself has been called cold simply because the person receiving it is not expecting it. The purpose of this call is to get you in front of a prospective employer who needs to hire someone. You're going to get an interview regardless of whether there is a position opening. You are selling interviews, not necessarily selling the idea of getting a job. You are selling a date, not marriage. Don't confuse getting hired with an initial interview. All you're trying to do is sell an audience with that person. Close to 33% of the people whom we find jobs are interviewed by hiring authorities when they don't have an opening. As professional recruiters, our clients rely on us to inform them of top talent when the talent becomes available. Clients will interview them based on our say-so, regardless of whether they have an open headcount. I do not recommend calling the HR department unless you are seeking a job in the HR department. Most of the first-line screeners in any organization are taught to send anyone who is inquiring about a job to the HR department. HR employees are usually mid-level record keepers in 97% of the companies in the United States. The HR department is not really going to help you find a job in the company. Its responsibility is to screen out most every candidate unless he or she is perfect, and who's perfect. So don't get relegated to the HR department. So pick up the phone and simply ask the name of the manager of the department you would normally work for. If you're in sales, call the sales manager. If you're in marketing, call the VP of marketing. If you're in accounting, call the controller. Get the picture? Here is the warm call script. You dial the phone. Whoever answers the phone, you ask, "Hello, who is your controller, vice president of sales, IT director, CEO, and so on? Please let me speak with Mr. Vice President of Sales." "Hello, Mr. Vice President of Sales. This is Tony Beshara, and I'm a software salesperson with 15 solid years of experience. I've never been less than 125% of quota, and last year was 250% of quota. I've done that for the people that I've worked for before, and I can do that for you. I would like to meet with you to discuss my potential with your firm. Would tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. be good for you, or would tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. be better?" If you get a response like, "I really don't have any openings," your response needs to be, "I understand, and the kind of person that I want to go to work for probably does not have an immediate opening. I would just like to take 15 to 20 minutes of your time because I'm a top-notch performer. I'm the kind of person whom you would want to know to either replace your weakest link or to know of my availability when the next opening does occur. Now, would tomorrow morning be good, or is tomorrow afternoon better?" You will either get the appointment, and if you do, confirm the time and get off the phone, or if you get a response of, "I really don't have any openings, there's no reason for us to meet," you need to say, "I understand that you don't have any immediate openings, but I've got a great track record in sales that would be tremendous for your company. Mr. or Ms. Vice President of Sales, I'm the kind of professional who is better than 90% of the employees that you might have now. It is in your and your company's best interest that you would at least talk to me and be aware of my availability. If not for now, then maybe in the future. My experience has taught me that often great talent comes along when you don't need it. It is always a good idea to be aware of the talent on a face-to-face basis. I will only take a few moments of your time, and it may wind up being beneficial for all of us. Would tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon be better? If the response is, well, you can send me a resume, your response needs to be, Mr. Vice President of Sales, I can, but my resume is only one-dimensional, and it is of value for both of us to associate a face and a personality with a resume. I'd like to bring it by, hand-deliver it to you, and maybe spend 15 minutes of your time to let you know what my accomplishments are and how they can benefit you and your company. Is tomorrow morning good, or would tomorrow afternoon be better? If the response is a very emphatic, just email me the resume, which is just a nice way of saying no, then your response needs to be, I will right now. I can call you back tomorrow to be sure that you've received it, and then we can set up a visit. If you get a very emphatic no, and it is clear that you are not going to get any kind of face-to-face interview, then you need to pause for 2 or 3 seconds and say, do you know of any other opportunities that might exist in your firm with any other manager? If you get a person's name, and you will about 1/3 of the time, ask, may I use your name as a reference? If you get the name of another manager, also ask for his or her phone number. If the answer is no, then ask after a 2 or 3 second pause, do you know of any other organization that you might have heard of through the grapevine that might need someone with my experience? If you get the names of an organization or a person's name, then simply ask, may I use your name as a reference? If you get a reference to a particular person or an organization, and the person who referred you said you could use their name, here is the script you would use. Hello, Mr. or Ms. Vice President of Sales. I was referred to you by Joe Smith at XYZ Software Company. My name is Tony Beshara. I've got 15 solid years of software sales experience. I was never less than 150% of quota, and last year, 252% of quota. I have a great track record, and I would like to bring it to your organization. I would like to meet with you to discuss my potential with your firm. Would tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. be good, or would tomorrow afternoon at 3 be better? You will be amazed at the number of opportunities you will uncover this way. Controllers know other controllers, VPs of sales know other VPs of sales, and so on. It is not uncommon for one type of manager to know a number of other types of managers, both within and outside of his or her own company. These managers are often asked by their counterparts in other organizations if they indeed know somebody to fill vacant positions. You might only get a productive response maybe 1 out of every 40 times, but the one interview you get as a result of asking that question is worth the 40 or 50 times of asking. Regardless of whether you get a referral, it is a very good idea to end the conversation with the following. Thank you for your time. I would at least like to email you my resume in case something might change with you or someone you know. 9 out of 10 times, the person on the other end of the phone will be willing to receive your resume. No matter what the response, whether it is positive or not, end the conversation by saying, I'd like to call you back in 30 days or so to see if there might be any openings there or if you might know of any with friends of yours. Again, 9 out of 10 times, people will agree to you doing that. To a certain extent, that lets them off the hook for the moment, but they know in the back of their minds that they could easily have a position open up at any time. This whole process of warm calling is a numbers thing. Just like everything else in this process, the more calls you make, the more likely you are to get an interview. There are numerous hiring managers out there who consider, and rightfully so, that part of their job is to be constantly interviewing to know the talent that might be available on the market. These kinds of managers won't spend every opportune moment interviewing, but they will do it from time to time. Again, it's a numbers thing. If the hiring manager just plain dismisses you or insists that you deal with the HR department, then you say, "My experience with company HR departments as far as identifying top talent when there really isn't an immediate need just hasn't been very good. I'm sure they are wonderful people, but I need to talk to decisive managers who can make immediate decisions." Is there any other decisive manager in your firm who has an opening? The analysis of the script. This is very simple but very strong and powerful stuff. The idea is to sell a face-to-face interview regardless of whether the hiring manager has a position opening. You are not asking if there is a job opening or asking to get hired. You're simply getting a face-to-face interview. Face-to-face interviews are all that matter. They are the quintessential way that you will get a job. The script is a means to be forceful and to the point. There are a few very crucial aspects to this script. First of all, you do not ask the person answering the phone who might be doing the hiring. If you ask who does the hiring, 9 out of 10 times you'll be relegated to the HR department, and that, for the most part, is a dead end. Once you get a hiring authority on the phone, you have to provide features, advantages, and benefits as to why you should be interviewed. This is very important. If you simply call and ask for an interview without giving specific features, advantages, and benefits to the prospective employer, you won't get to first base. This is, again, simple stuff and easy to do if you are aware of what you're doing. Here are some examples. Hello, Mr. or Ms. Engineering Manager. My name is Tony Beshara, and I'm an engineer. I am registered and I have 16 years of very stable engineering experience. I have worked my way up in 2 organizations from the ground floor to engineering manager. The advantage that I bring to you is stability and performance. The benefits to you and your organization is that you would have a long-term employee with a great track record. I would like to meet with you to discuss my potential with your firm. Would tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. or tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. be best for you? Or another example. Hello, Mr. or Ms. Sales Manager. My name is Tony Beshara, and I am a salesperson. I have 8 solid years of experience with 2 of your competitors and have never sold less than 110% of quota. I continually perform in the top 1% of the sales organizations that I've been with. I would like to continue this kind of performance with an organization like yours. I would like to meet with you to discuss my potential with your firm. Would Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. or Wednesday afternoon at 3 p.m. work best for you? The purpose of this script is to briefly and succinctly tell a hiring authority your personal features and advantages so that they can be perceived as benefits to the hiring authority's company. The question is, and always will be, on the part of that hiring authority, why should I hire you? The whole interviewing process centers around that one question. The process begins with a feature, advantage, and benefit statement. Now remember that you are selling yourself and that you are briefly giving a prospective employer a reason of why he or she ought to interview you. Write for yourself a feature, advantage, and benefit statement. Hello, Mr. or Miss Employer. My name is, and I am a, and now I'll give you a moment to write out 2 features. And now write out the advantages of those features. And now write out what benefits those features would be to a prospective employer. It's that simple. Practice writing this, and in just a few moments you can write 3 or 4 feature, advantage, and benefit statements about yourself to fit just about any occasion. Remember, the purpose of this statement is to intrigue the hiring authority enough to want to interview you. Do not try to sell the whole idea of hiring you in one phone call. The purpose is to get the interview by giving a hiring authority a brief statement about what you can do for him or her. The closing question of, "Could I see you tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon? Which is better?" is a simple minor choice resulting in a major decision that most salespeople learn in their first training class. This concept is so simple, it's almost too good, and yet a phenomenal number of people will avoid using it because it appears to be obviously manipulative. It definitely is simple, but it definitely works. Please, do yourself a favor and don't try to change the words. At the end of your feature, advantage, and benefit statement, ask the minor choice and major decision question. It works. Do not ask stupid things like, "Would you be interested in talking with me? Could I come by and see you? Can we set a date for an interview?" and so on. Weak, weak, weak. None of these questions are anywhere near as effective as, "Could I see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. or tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m.? Which is better?" Please, don't try to be coy or cutesy by making this more complicated than it needs to be. Simply make the features, advantages, and benefits statement and ask the alternative choice question. Then shut up. Don't say another word until you have a response. Now, most people who are not in sales, and even some that are, will have a difficult time using this statement and question, especially in the beginning of their job search. I have been using this format for finding people jobs since 1973. It works better than anything you can imagine. A number of years ago, I altered this statement and question, thinking that I would be perceived as more sophisticated and intelligent. I really don't know how I appeared, but I do know that when I altered the script to this process, my results were disastrous. So please, please, you need to change jobs as fast as you can. If you want to experiment with some crazy alternatives to this script, I guess you're welcome to. But when what you do isn't as effective as this, you'll come right back to it. Is your goal to find a job or to come up with a revolutionary idea about how to get interviews? Please, this works. Don't fix it. So there you have it, a features, advantages, benefits statement followed by an alternative choice question that will get you the results that you need. Now, all you have to do is practice, practice, practice. Remember, you have nothing to lose but your anonymity. Leaving voicemails. Somewhere along the line, you're going to be faced with leaving a voicemail. You practice, practice, practice a warm call presentation, and then you get a voicemail. Oh, brother. Well, there is a lot of debate as to whether or not you should leave a message on a hiring authority's voicemail. Try your own experiment and see what works. I recommend doing it. I would, however, call a hiring manager 2 or 3 or 4 times trying to make a presentation before I would leave a voicemail. If I come to the conclusion, even after the second or third time, that I'm not likely to catch this hiring authority answering the phone, I would leave a voicemail. The script for the voicemail message isn't much different from the script when a live person answers the phone. The ending, however, is slightly different, and it goes like this. Mr. or Ms. Vice President of Sales, my name is Tony Bashara, and I'm an excellent salesperson. I have 8 solid years of experience with one of your competitors, and I was in the top 2% of their organization for the last 4 years. I'm looking to bring my experience to an organization like yours for your benefit and for mine. I would like a chance to meet you. My phone number is 214-823-9999. Again, my name is Tony Bashara, and my phone number is 214-823-9999. Be sure to repeat your phone number at the end at least once and repeat it very slowly so the person can write it down as they hear it the second time. It is just too hard for people to go back and listen to your voicemail a second time to get your phone number. If you say your name and number slowly and repeat it even more slowly at the end of the message, people are more likely to write down the information and return your call. If you don't get a response the first time you leave a message on a voicemail, I wouldn't hesitate to record a similar message 2 or 3 times for the same person. This sounds a bit excessive, but my experience has been that if there is even the slightest pain of needing someone now or in the near future, this kind of message will get the attention of the hiring authority. After all, again, you have nothing to lose but your anonymity. After leaving 5 or 6 messages similar to this and not getting a response, I would probably stop calling, at least for now. If my professional experience had been with a similar kind of organization where my value might be greater than the average candidate looking for a job, I would certainly call back a number of times down the road. But for now, I would stop calling after 4 or 5 messages. If you do get the courtesy of a callback from a hiring authority, you would deal with it in the same manner that I have spoken about before. Just don't take it personally when people don't return your voicemail. How these things affect you. The only way you're going to get a job offer is to interview. Getting interviews is the most important activity you can do in order to get a job. Performing well on an interview can be perfected with practice, but getting an interview is an ongoing activity. Get them any way you can, through your own efforts, recruiters, any way you can. I know that it has dawned on you that in looking at the manner in which I suggest you get interviews, there is going to be a high degree of refusal. Do not accept this refusal as rejection. When a company does not have an opening or does not wish to interview you for any reason, you're not being personally rejected. It's simply refusal, and it means that you have to keep calling and getting appointments. But if the pain of not having a job or the need for a job change is greater than the pain of refusal that you will experience, you'll get used to it very rapidly. In fact, after a while, you will be encouraged by each refusal, realizing that it's just one more refusal that's going to lead to a positive response. Getting interviews and performing well on them are actual things you can control in the job search process. The more calls you make, the more opportunities you're going to uncover. Segment 4, Important Reminders about Interviews. In the Job Search Solution, I discuss in great detail the nature of interviewing as well as a specific approach that is going to be successful 95% of the time. For our purpose here, in learning how to better answer interview questions as well as ask them, it would be good to review some of the most important factors about interviewing as reminders. Interviewing is a staged, contrived event. Interviewing is like what Winston Churchill said about democracy. It's the worst form of government except for all of the others that have been tried. Interviewing and any amount of sophisticated testing, screening, and so on is still the best employee selection process free enterprise has been able to come up with. But you have to realize that interviewing is not a total reflection of you or the company that you're interviewing with. Although the concept purports the idea that the job interview is a mutual evaluation of your record, talents, and prediction of how you're going to perform in the future, as well as your personal evaluation of the organization, it is rarely any of these. Each party in the process of interviewing is putting his or her best foot forward, and rightfully so. Candidates are responsible for selling themselves to the employer, trying to convince the employer that they're the best person for the job. The company, or the individuals representing it, is trying to find the best person to do the job at the same time, both selling the company and screening of candidates that they don't think will be capable of doing the job or fitting in. If you think about it hard enough, this fact will dawn on you. But when people don't change jobs very often, they forget this and are all of a sudden reminded about it 4 or 5 interviews too late. Remember, interviewing is a staged, contrived event. You also need to remember that you're selling yourself. An interview is not a two-way street. You have to sell yourself harder than you think in the interviewing process. Get the offer, and then you can evaluate everything. Don't think interviewing is a mutual give and take. While you are expecting some kind of giving, your competition is selling themselves hard to get an offer. Then evaluate. Remember, you don't have anything until you have an offer. Your purpose of the interviewing process is to get an offer. Nothing else matters. The way you do it may be complicated, but the result is simple. You have nothing to evaluate until you have an offer. The most qualified candidate does not always get the job. It is usually the qualified candidate who sells himself or herself the best in the interviewing process that gets the job. The first threshold to cross is to be qualified, but that doesn't matter unless you sell yourself well and interview better than anyone else. You need to sell your particular features, advantages, and benefits. You need to be able to quickly and efficiently sell to an employer what you can do for them that the other candidates can't. If you don't know the unique aspects of you and your experience and communicate them clearly and concisely, you will lose the opportunity. Focus on the process of interviewing and don't worry about the result. The interviewing process is to successfully go from the first to the second to the third and so on interview, becoming eventually the choice of the hiring authority. Don't worry or focus on the result of getting a job offer. If you focus on the process, the result is going to take care of itself. You don't have to be concerned about offers if you do well on every interview. You can't control offers as much as you can control the interviewing process. Prepare by researching for interviews. This means doing extensive research into the company that you are interviewing with and the specific opportunity. With access to the internet, doing this kind of research is very easy. The more you demonstrate that you know about the company and the person doing the interviewing, the better you look in an interview. Digging deeply into a company's website, reading white papers published by the firm, knowing about the competition, even knowing the background of the hiring authority you might be speaking to are all easy tasks to do. Have prepared questions. You may not need all of them. In fact, you will rarely have to use all of them. But by having prepared questions, ones that you will learn in this recording, you will set yourself apart from other candidates. If you interview with a non-hiring authority, any intermediary who interviews you that is not a hiring authority with pain, that is somebody that needs to hire you to help them in what they do, is going to be more interested in being careful not to take a risk on any candidate than the hiring authority is. These people are going to be more concerned about what they look like in passing you on in the interviewing process than they are concerned about your ability to do the job. If you interview with one of these people, your objective is to move beyond them in the interviewing process. Take notes. If you don't take notes during the interviewing process, you don't look very bright and your competition will clean your clock. You won't remember the important points of an interview because you will be pretty focused on selling yourself. When you go back over the notes you take during the interview, you will have ammunition for follow-up letters, emails, and especially subsequent interviews. First impressions. Whether you like it or not, and most folks don't, study after study proves that interviewers adopt an opinion about a candidate in the first 15 to 20 seconds of the interview. If you don't believe me, read the book Blink. My experience is that these studies are just about right. Now, a candidate may very well be able to overcome a marginal or poor opinion by interviewing well, but it needs to be reinforced what Mama said. You don't get a second chance at a first impression. Make sure your first impression is a good one. Dress professionally. Always, especially in an initial interview, wear a dark suit and a white shirt, conservative tie for a man, or light-colored blouse for a woman. Don't let anybody kid you. Casual dress in an interview is not to your best interest. You just look more like a business person with the appropriate dress. Body language. Keep your feet planted on the floor, your arms open or at your side or on the arms of the chair. You want to sit up straight and lean forward enough to make good eye contact with the interviewing authority. You should communicate openness and just a bit of intensity. Never come across as laid back. You need to practice this. Delivery. Your voice delivery should be enthusiastic and focused with a high degree of confidence. In the beginning, most candidates are scared, and they oftentimes come across as meek with mumbling monotones. You must communicate decisiveness, confidence, enthusiasm, and conviction. Practice, practice, practice. Talk too much or talk too little. The two biggest mistakes in interviews themselves is talking too much or not saying enough. Answering questions in the interviewing process takes practice. You want to answer a question or explain things clearly so the interviewing authority understands, but don't talk too much or nervously. This does take practice. Clear explanations. You need to make sure that all of the explanations that you give about your background and your experience are precise and clear. If a high school senior can't understand exactly what you are talking about, you're probably making things too complicated. Remember, interviewing and hiring authorities don't have much of a reference to what you've done. If your answers are too complicated, too detailed, and too unclear, it's too easy for the hiring authority to simply pass on you because they don't really understand your explanations. Close for the next interview. Always, always, always close the interviewing authority for the next interview. You simply state, based on what we've talked about here, I'm a great match for this job. What do I need to do to get it? Never leave an interview without asking for the support of the person you have just interviewed with. Even if they say something like, well, it's really not my decision, you need to come back and say, well, Mr. or Ms. Interviewing Authority, I wouldn't be speaking with you if you didn't have influence or couldn't say no to a candidate. So it's very important that you give me your promise that you will support me and promote me to the next interview. Who to get an interview with? Anybody that's willing to listen. Within reason, you want to talk to anybody you can about getting a job. Social interviews, informational interviews, any kind of interview will do. Most people make the mistake of not talking to enough people about going to work. You never know who might hire you or know someone who will. Remember, it's a numbers game. Most people don't realize the massive number of interviews it takes to get a job. People start out like gangbusters and imagine they can get a job within a short period of time as a result of 2 or 3 interviews. It takes a lot of phone calls to get an interview and a lot of interviews to get a job. Get ready to work the numbers. Telling stories. This is one of the most important aspects of interviewing that you have to remember. Telling stories bypasses conscious resistance to hearing the point that's being made. Whether you like it or not, there is going to be a resistance and fear to you as a candidate. When you tell stories in the interviewing process that support your features, advantages, and benefits, you remove all of the natural fear to hiring you. Jesus Christ and every other good teacher led people to believe by telling stories. Now, don't go overboard here, but 3 or 4 stories that prove you are a good employee, that bolster what you're saying in the interviewing process, will always set you apart from your competition. Be aggressive. The vast majority of people have a tendency not to be aggressive enough in the interviewing process. Since you are already at emotional dis-ease, there's a tendency to fear more emotional pain by experiencing rejection. So people are way too soft when it comes to asking for a job. They will destroy an interview by saying something weak like, "Well, where do we go from here?" Or something like, "What's the next step?" Instead of simply asking the cold, aggressive question of, "What do I need to do to get the job?" Or, "When can I go to work?" If you're going to get refused, I didn't say rejected, but if you're going to get refused, you want to get it sooner rather than later so you can move on to the next situation. Remember that no is the second best answer you can get. Most job seekers are so afraid of rejection, they will worry and fret needlessly about their status during the interviewing process. After the interview, they wait, hope, worry, pray, and wonder, "How am I doing?" Do what you can to interview well. Follow up well. Sell yourself as hard as you can. But don't be afraid of no. The real goal is to sell yourself to as many yeses as you can. But if you get no, that's part of the process. It is the second best answer you can get. Quit worrying about getting no and spend your energy getting interviews and selling yourself well. You're going to get more no's than yeses anyhow. So keep track of the no's, knowing that they lead to yeses. All you can do is all you can do. Remember, you can control the process more than you can the results. When it comes down to the final decision to offer you a job, it's really up to someone else. All you can really control is getting as many interviews as you can, performing well on those interviews, and selling yourself as hard as you can to get an offer. 25% of the time, companies say they're going to hire someone, they don't hire anyone at all. So, all you can do is all you can do. Don't worry about what you can't control. Taking on the same style as the interviewer doesn't work. Since interviewing is a staged, contrived event, and since the initial opinion of you is going to be established in the first 15 or 20 seconds of your meeting and the first 5 or 10 minutes of the interview, it is important for you to realize that you should not necessarily take on the countenance of the person you are interviewing with. In the initial parts of the interview, you must come across as energetic, assertive, and confident. So no matter how laid back and relaxed a hiring authority might seem, you have to be energetic and enthusiastic in the initial part of the interview. I can't tell you how many of my candidates over the years have performed poorly in an initial interview, and I've had my client, the hiring authority, say something like, "Well, Tony, the lady just didn't show any energy or enthusiasm. She was just too laid back." And when I ended up checking with the candidate, she'd say something like, "Tony, That was the most laid-back, low-keyed, unimpressive, slow-moving person that I ever interviewed. So I simply mirrored and matched his personality. I can't believe that he was so laid back and had no energy. I took on the same personality that he communicated. The initial moments of the interview have to be performed on your part with energy, aggressiveness, and confidence. Even if you think that you're being much more aggressive and assertive than the person doing the interviewing, you have to do it this way. The interviewing authority is comparing you with the dozens of others that they might be interviewing. You have to set the tone of energy and confidence. When taking on the style of the interviewer does work. As mentioned a moment ago, since interviewing is staged, you want to be the first one to be aggressive and get the attention of the hiring authority. A forceful, enthusiastic presentation of yourself does that initially. However, after you have the interviewing authority's attention and rapport, you may begin to establish deeper rapport by taking on the style of the interviewing authority. The purpose of building that kind of rapport is to lead the interviewing authority into being more like you. So, after you've gotten the interviewing authority's attention and interest, you may build rapport by mirroring his or her style. So, if they lean back in their chair and cross their arms, you do the same. If they talk in low tones, you would do the same. However, you would only do this long enough to build rapport. Once you have built that rapport, you can lead the hiring authority to take on your style. The ultimate complement of building rapport is that a person mirrors your style. Metaphors and analogies. I want to give metaphors and analogies a bit of attention. I've never found in all of the research on interviewing and finding a job any authority that addresses the importance of these keys to expert interviewing. Along with the use of stories, you will notice that I refer to metaphors and analogies often. Recognizing the metaphors and analogies that your interviewing authorities use during the interviewing process will give you an almost magical insight that you can use to land a job. Remember the sales adage, if you see the world through John's eyes, you know what John buys. Translated into the interviewing process, you would say that if you see the world the way the interviewing authority sees the world, you know how to communicate and sell yourself better than your competition. It is very important to listen to the interviewing and hiring authorities' metaphors about themselves, their company, and the job that they are interviewing you for. People are emotionally motivated by the metaphors and analogies that they use in describing themselves, their lives, their company, and their job. If you master this concept, your interviewing will be more successful than you ever imagined. In fact, as I will show you, not only listening to the metaphors and analogies the interviewing and hiring authorities use, asking questions on your part to elicit these metaphors and analogies will really catapult you to the top of the candidate list. Recognizing the metaphors and analogies by a person, a company, or a job is very easy to do. The goal is to listen to and elicit metaphors and analogies from the interviewing or hiring authorities and then present yourself to them with the same metaphors and analogies that they use. You sell yourself using the same way they see the world, and therefore you will be identified as a person who sees the world the same way they do. You will therefore be liked and looked upon as a great candidate that fits into the company. Metaphors are a figure of speech that communicate comparisons. An analogy is a concept that draws our relationship between two things that may not have a prior relationship. All of us don't see the world or experience reality as it really is. We experience our perception of reality. We represent reality in feelings and thoughts as an emotional response to those perceptions. A quick way to measure and quantify a person's perceptions, that is, their reality, is to listen to their metaphors and analogies. For a moment, complete these metaphors. Life is. Come on now. Say to yourself, life is, and then describe it. I am. My job is. My profession is. Come on, now complete them. This company is. The people that work here are. The candidates we have interviewed are. Working here is like. And lastly, my management style is. If you want to go back and listen to these again, just complete them. And after you've completed them, I want you to think a moment about how you might respond to an interviewing or hiring authority if they represented themselves, their company, and their job with these types of metaphors. So think about this. Listen up. Life is a bitch and then you die. Or life is an exciting, everyday challenge, lots of fun. I am a real tough manager who pushes you to the hilt. Or, I am a mentor rather than a boss. My job is the toughest one in the company and everybody knows it. Or, my job is wonderful. I work with wonderful people. I can't believe they pay me to do it. My profession is an elite group of the top 1% of the top 1%, and everybody recognizes it. Or, my profession is an honorable one with a high degree of integrity. This company is demanding and very hardworking. Or, this company prides itself in retaining employees who work together in a family atmosphere. The people that work here take no prisoners. They do whatever it takes. They're drivers. Or, the people that work here are totally involved in making sure the whole company reaches its goals and objectives by putting the customer first. The candidates we have interviewed are all slugs. Not one of them's worth a damn. Or, the candidates we've interviewed have been really great. We just haven't found the right match. Working here is like working for the Marines. It's tough, disciplined, and demanding. Or, working here is a great challenge. We all work at our own pace. A lot is expected, but it is all appreciated. Each one of us feels like we grow personally. My management style is real clear. I'm great to work with, but hell to work for. If you do your job, you get to keep it. Or, my management style is very hands-off. I expect you to do your job and ask me when you need help. I'm here for you. Now, you don't have to be a PhD in psychology to figure out what these metaphors and analogies tell you about a person, their company, or the job they are interviewing you for. Don't make the mistake that many people do because of what an organization might be. That is, like the Marines, it's tough, disciplined, and demanding, that it may not be a really good place to work. I have worked with many organizations whose style was take no prisoners, but they were an excellent firm to work for. There are two things that you want to be aware of when you hear these kinds of metaphors and analogies. The first is that you need to be sure that your personality and style is compatible with the person and or the company that you are interviewing with. You may be a rather meek, humble, and non-threatening type of person and still be able to work for the manager who is great to work with, but hell to work for. Even if your style is not the same as this type of person, you still may be able to work for them and be very compatible. You just need to know what you're getting into. I can't tell you the number of placements that I've made over the years where the candidate, a few weeks after starting the job, has called me complaining that the hiring authority was a totally different personality in the hiring process than they really were. Remember, I said that the interviewing process was a staged, contrived event. Well, it works both ways. 99 out of 100 times, the candidates simply didn't listen to the metaphors and analogies that the hiring authority made about themselves and the working environment during the interviewing process. The second reason that you really want to pay attention to these metaphors and analogies is that you can better sell yourself to the hiring authority. If the hiring authority communicates that the company prides itself in retaining employees who work together as a family, you will want to communicate a cooperative, consultative, and collaborative style about yourself. If the hiring authority communicates that life is a bitch and then you die, you might want to communicate that you are a survivor and discuss all of the different business situations that you've survived. Again, this is not to say that any of these metaphors or analogies communicate anything intrinsically good or bad about a company or a hiring authority. I've known some rather harsh, blustery, in-your-face egomaniacs that were very successful leaders. You just have to know what you're dealing with. Pay attention to all of the people that you interview with and listen for their metaphors and analogies. I recommend that somewhere along the line, and especially with the hiring authority that might be your potential boss, that you ask things like, what is it like to work here? What is the company like? What are you like to work for? And so on. Listening to and absorbing the metaphors and analogies that a hiring authority provides you in the interviewing process not only tells you what you might be getting into, but also gives you keys to selling the prospective employer on hiring you. Segment 5, Acing the Initial Interview. I'm going to offer you a format and script that I have developed. It is a tried and true technique that can be used to make your initial interview successful 95% of the time. This is a bold statement, but it is true. If done correctly, you will be successful in at least the initial interview, if not beyond. Remember, you're trying to sell yourself through to the next interview. That's all you're trying to do, so that you can be in the final group of people who are considered for the job. There are two variations of this format. The second one is not quite as effective as the first one, but in some instances, it might work. Always begin your interviewing process with the first one. It's going to get you to subsequent interviews 95% of the time. But you have to execute this technique exactly the way I instruct you. Practice with your coach. Successful technique number 1. You walk into the interviewer's office or interviewing environment. You are rested, refreshed, and prepared. You sit down, lean a bit forward, and after you share a few ice-breaking comments, you hand the hiring or interviewing authority your resume, even if he or she already has one, and you state, phase number 1, Mr. or Ms. Employer, I'm here to share with you why you should hire me. First of all, and then you come up with 10 or 12 descriptive adjectives that explain you and your work ethic. And after you mention those, this is the transition phrase you use. And here in my background is where these features have been benefits to the people that I have worked for. And then you demonstrate the benefits that employers have had in the past with the features that you mention. And then you go to phase number 2. I am presently, or most recently have been, at, and then you name the name of the company, and then you say, where I function for them in the capacity of, and then you give a thorough description of exactly what you do, how you do it, who you do it for, and how successful you are in terms a high school senior could understand. And then you emphasize how much you love the job and the company and the reason you have to leave or why you left in very positive terms. And then you say, and before that, I was at the previous company. There, I functioned in the capacity of, and then again, you give a thorough description of exactly what you did, how you did it, and who you did it for, and how successful you were, again, in terms a high school senior can understand. You then emphasize how much you loved that job and how much you loved those people and why you had to leave in very positive terms. And then after that, you say again, and before that, I was at, and then you talk about the previous company to the one you just talked about, and you talk about the kind of job that you had at that company. Again, a thorough description of exactly what you did, how you did it, who you did it for, how successful you were, and why you had to leave in very positive terms. And then you explain the job you had before the one you just mentioned by saying, and before that, I was at whatever company. There I functioned in the capacity of, and you tell them what you did, with a thorough description of exactly what you did, how you did it, who you did it for, and how successful you were in terms a high school senior could understand. You emphasize how much you loved the job and why you had to leave it in very positive terms. And then you talk about the job before that in the same terms that you've talked about the last 2 or 3 jobs, telling them what you did, how you did it, how successful you were in terms a high school senior can understand, emphasizing how much you love the job and you love the people and why you had to leave it in very positive terms. Continue in this manner for at least 3 jobs if you've had that many. If you've had a series of short stints at jobs, like 1 year or less, you may want to go back further than 3 jobs. After that, you then use the transition phrase number 2. Now tell me, Mr. or Ms. Employer, how does what I have to offer stack up with what you're looking for? And then you go into phase 3, and phase 3 is this. You now pull out your legal pad, unless of course you have one in front of you already, and you start asking questions of the interviewer and start taking notes. If you do this correctly, one question will lead to another question, which will lead to another question, which will lead to a conversation, which is exactly what you want. It is in this part of the interview that you are going to get to the questions that I have outlined in subsequent parts of this recording. You need to practice with your coach. Practice the whole interview technique every time you go to answer different questions. You have to practice this a lot. It does not come naturally. As the conversation progresses, a hiring or interviewing authority is going to tell you more of what he or she is looking for in an individual. As this unfolds, you want to weave into your conversation any important aspects of your background that pertain to the job as you extract and expand upon the information about where you have been, what you have done, and how you did it in the second portions of your presentation. As the conversation and interview winds down, when you feel the time is appropriate, here is exactly what you need to say. And this is phase 4. Based on what we have discussed here, Mr. or Ms. Employer, my background, experience, and potential makes this a great fit for both of us. What do I need to do to get the job? And then, for goodness sake, shut up. Be quiet and don't say a word. Look the hiring or interviewing authority in the eye and wait for the answer. Now, the conversation may evolve into a number of different directions. If you have to repeat your enthusiasm and interest in the position, you may have to push harder and repeat the fact that you are an ideal candidate for the job and you have to know what you need to do. Now, here is an analysis of the script. I will analyze this technique and tell you why it works so well. Then I'll present 3 specific scripts that have worked in recent practical applications. Phase 1. What you say in Phase 1 is really simple. It's 10 or 15 basic, intangible traits of a hardworking, successful, committed worker that you possess. In the final analysis, all hiring or interviewing authorities want to see is somebody who is going to possess the traits of a committed, hardworking employee. It's that simple. What you're doing in this phase is simply communicating that you understand what hard work is. You would be shocked and amazed at the number of people who go into an interviewing situation and just assume that the interviewing or hiring authority already knows that he or she is a committed worker. Remember that your hiring or interviewing authority is scared of making a mistake. He or she is afraid of a risk. When you communicate the 10 or 15 intangible traits of a hard worker that you possess, it provides assurance in the interviewer's frightened state that you not only know what the traits of a hard worker are, but that you possess them all. What I recommend here are traits like hard worker, determined to go the extra mile, early riser, staying late, accomplished, passionate about your work, committed to the customer, going the extra mile, loving what you do, intelligent, great work ethic, quick learner, and so on. I can't emphasize it enough that prospective employers hardly ever hear these words from the typical candidate. You are simply communicating basic attributes that every employer wishes he or she saw in every employee. Transition phase number 1. This transition phase to phase 2 of your presentation is, now, here in my background is where these features have been benefits to the people that I have worked for. This is a powerful phrase. You are using the term features and benefits. It is implied that these features will be benefits to the hiring authority and his or her firm. This transition phrase allows you to lead into an explanation of every job you have had, what you have done, how you have done it, and how successful you were. You are doing the hiring authority's thinking for him or her. No one has to ask the stupid question of, well, tell me about yourself. Phase 2. Here is where you are going to work backward and give a short but very thorough description about exactly what functions you had, how you did them, who you did it for, and how successful you were, as well as, and this is very important, that you loved the job, and why, in very positive terms, you're looking to leave, or why, in very positive terms, you left. The execution of this phase of your presentation is so very important. First of all, you have to be sure that you explain exactly what your job function is or was in the past so the hiring or interviewing authority understands exactly what you have done before. I can't tell you the number of times over the years that candidates have walked away from interviews thinking that they had done a really good job on the interview, only to have the hiring authority, in giving us feedback, explain that he or she really didn't understand what the candidate did, either in his or her present job or the jobs that the person had had before. Here is why it happens. In the interviewing process, a hiring authority is just as nervous as you are. He or she feels the need to get a deeper understanding about you and your background in order to evaluate you. This process takes place with, usually, quite a number of people. Most of the time in the interviewing process, when a hiring or interviewing authority asks a question, part way through your answer, that person is thinking about the next question. And then part way through that answer, they're thinking about the next question, and so on. On top of that, most hiring or interviewing authorities don't want to look stupid or ignorant. Most of them, like most people, are uncomfortable with saying, "I don't understand. Could you explain to me in layman's terms so that I really get it?" After all, they are the hiring authority. Get it? Authority. They're supposed to know and understand everything since they are the authority. So, they will act like they know exactly what the candidate is talking about and nod their head in complete agreement and understanding as the candidate speaks in terms foreign to everybody but himself. Then, after the candidate leaves, rather than admitting they had no idea what the candidate was talking about, they claim that the candidate's skills, experience, background, personality, and so on aren't what they're looking for. You then need to be sure to explain in very positive terms why you are looking to leave the firm you're with or why you left the previous job. I can't overemphasize this. You are going to weave into your explanation, along with what you've done, how you've done it, and so on, all of the positive reasons that you left the companies and the jobs that you have had, or the one that you are leaving now. If you bring up why you left in positive terms, even if it wasn't under the most positive circumstances, like being fired, the whole scenario has a tendency to be more palatable to a hiring authority. The reason or reasons that you are looking to leave and the reason or reasons that you left other positions have to be very specific and very detailed. Saying things like, "Well, it was a mutual understanding. It was just time to go. We grew tired of each other. Management changed. The company was bought. The company was sold," or any broad generalization will not help you be successful in the interview. Remember that interviewing or hiring authorities are very concerned about taking a risk. Nebulous, unclear, broad generalizations have risk written all over them. This is one of the many situations in the job finding process where you absolutely have to see what you are communicating through the eyes of the interviewing or hiring authority. There is a tendency for all candidates to see the reasons that they are looking to leave or the reasons why they left other opportunities from their own point of view. What matters is how the hiring or interviewing authority is going to react to the reasons you give. If those reasons communicate risk, you're doomed. This is going to take a lot of thought and practice on your part. You always want to tell the truth, but you might have to put a spin on it that, if nothing else, neutralizes any negative connotations. Don't think that an interviewing or hiring authority is going to see things from your personal point of view. He or she isn't. The third idea that you're going to communicate in the second phase is that you just loved every job you have. Now, you don't have to use the word love in every instance, but you have to communicate that you had a very positive experience with every job that you've ever had, that you learned a lot from each one, and that you really appreciated the people that you worked for. You can communicate this by saying things like, "I really loved the organization that I worked for, but unfortunately," and then explain why you left. The point is that you talk positively in every way you can about the organization that you are presently with and every organization that you ever worked for. No matter how difficult the circumstances are or were, you have to put your present or previous employers in a positive light. Even if they laid you off or fired you or whatever. You have to say something along the line of, although I'm disappointed by not being there or having to leave, I don't understand what took place from their point of view. Remember, employers identify with employers. Both the second and third points in this phase of your presentation must never communicate an adversarial relationship between you and your present or previous employer. No matter how difficult the experience was or is with your past or present employer, you have to communicate a "we're all in this together" type of attitude. In this phase of your presentation, you only need to go back 3, maybe at most 4 jobs and go through what I have suggested here. If you had jobs before that, unless they are germane to the position that you are presently interviewing for, you can lump some of them together by saying something like, before that, meaning 2 or 3 positions before that, I was in sales or accounting or engineering, and so on for a number of different firms. In this phase of the interview, you want to make sure that you don't go on and on so long that the interviewing or hiring authority gets bored. Stick to the high points in your background that are applicable to the job for which you are interviewing. It should not take more than 5 to 7 minutes. It is advisable in this phase of the structured interview that you weave as many stories about what you have done as you can into the presentation about yourself. People love stories. People remember you when you tell stories about your past. Stories, analogies, and metaphors about you that pertain to the hiring authority's need are absolutely the best way to be remembered. The stories, analogies, and metaphors about you need to be short, to the point, and above all, pertinent to the opportunity for which you are interviewing. Transition phrase number 2. This is a transition phrase to the third phase of your technique. You simply ask, "Now tell me, Mr. or Ms. Employer, how does what I have to offer stack up with what you're looking for?" The person who asks the best questions controls the interview. Phase 3. When the interviewing or hiring authority starts answering your questions of how you stack up with what he or she is looking for, you take notes. When he or she stops answering that question, you want to have a relatively prepared set of questions that you can even have written out. Some questions that you might ask are, what are the most important qualities that a successful person in this position should possess? How would you measure the success of the last person that was in this job? Why was he or she successful? Or why was that person not successful? In your opinion, Mr. or Ms. Hiring Authority, what's the most difficult part of the job? Mr. or Ms. Hiring Authority, how long have you been with the company? Why do you like working here? What's the most difficult part of the job? Where do you see the company going in the next 5 to 10 years? As I was doing my research on the company, I found out that, and you come up with some fact about the company. Could you give me your opinion about that? What is the biggest challenge that the company is going to face in the next 5 to 10 years? I believe your competitors are doing, and then reveal something that you found in your research, and then you ask, how does your firm respond to that? How do you know when you have found the right person for this job that you are interviewing for? How would you describe the culture of the company? What do you, Mr. or Miss Employer, like most about working here? How many people have you interviewed for this position? Have you seen anyone whom you felt was qualified to do it? Have you offered the job to anyone before my interviewing here? Well, I could go on and on, but you get the idea. Ask enough questions to engage the hiring or interviewing authority in the conversation. You want this person to open up to you as much as he or she possibly can about what they want in the person they are going to hire. You then have a better idea of how to sell yourself into the job. You will also answer the questions that you will be asked. Now, the following is very important. As the conversation progresses and you write down some of the highlights of what the employer is looking for, you will reinforce the fact that you are a qualified, excellent candidate by going back to some of the jobs that you have had or the job that you presently have and talk about it in even more specific terms than before. As the interviewing or hiring authority is sharing with you his or her exact needs, you need to be able to relate exact experience, responsibilities, duties, and successes that you have had that specifically address the particular issues being discussed. In the presentation you made, that is in phase number 2 of this technique, you talked about each job that you either presently have or have had, your duties and responsibilities, and your successes. But you did it in a very broad, descriptive way. Now, you are going to use this information that the interviewing or hiring authority is giving you and bring up examples in the job that you have now or the jobs that you've had before that specifically demonstrate your ability to do the job. Whereas your initial presentation about your experience and background was detailed enough for the interviewing or hiring authority to understand what you have done, you now get real specific about particular things that would be of value to the interviewing or hiring authority based on the conversation that results from the questions you ask. Phase 4. After the conversation has begun to wind down and you can see that the interview is almost over, you close the interview or hiring authority by stating that your background and experience fit what the employer is looking for, and you need to ask, what do I need to do to get the job? This is the hardball part of the interview. You are either a candidate or you're not, and you need to know right now. More often than not, candidates at this point in the interview will get afraid of being outright rejected. So they'll say stupid things like, well, what's the next step? Where do we go from here? When should I hear from you? And so on. Weak. This kind of weak questions are the ones that most interviewing and hiring authorities expect. They get them from 98% of the candidates they interview. Interviewing and hiring authorities want to hire someone who wants their job. I can't tell you the number of candidates over the years who fail to ask this essential question in the interview and end up being dismissed by the interviewing or hiring authority. I know it's terribly unfair, but hey, let's face it, life's unfair. This is a special part of the interview that truly is a contrived event. The truth is, there's no real way of knowing whether you really want this job right now. But unless you ask for the job, you're never going to get beyond first base. Whatever you do, don't fall into the trap of thinking, well, I'm not really sure that I want this job, so before I commit, I better think about it. Remember, while you're thinking about it, somebody else is getting an offer. Remember, you don't have anything to decide about until you have an offer. The question, what do I need to do to get the job, is gutsy and takes courage, but that's okay. If you're serious about finding a job, you will use this question at the end of every interview, especially the initial one. Customization. This whole process and presentation of yourself in an initial interview is very simple. A lot goes into this presentation, though, but once you get the hang of it, it's very easy to keep doing it. After all, you're going to give the same basic presentation to just about everybody you interview with. As you do your research for particular organizations, you will end up customizing your presentation when you know there are certain things that might be of value to the particular employer. It is important to remember to try to find specific differentiators that you might have for a prospective employer that might put you ahead of the other candidates. This is one of the things you want to do when you ask questions after your presentation of yourself. If you ask the right kinds of questions, you will be able to get even more detailed information about what the employer might need. Then you can go back over your previous positions and emphasize your relevant experience. It may be the difference in you that makes the difference in getting the job. Successful technique number 2. This technique is for those people who feel more comfortable with trying to find out what an interviewing or hiring authority might be interested in finding before they talk about their experience. I offer this technique because it does work in some situations. I personally really don't like it as well and never have, but it has been successful for a lot of candidates over the years, so I will offer it. It isn't much different than the first technique. It asks the question, what would you like to find in the ideal candidate before the candidate talks about his or her intangible attributes and experiences and background? It works like this. You sit down in the interviewing or hiring authority's office, take a deep breath, and say, Phase 1, as you put the legal pad down in front of you. Tell me, Mr. or Miss Employer, what kind of candidate would you ideally like to find? As the hiring or interviewing authority speaks, you take notes about what he or she is looking for in an ideal candidate. You may ask a number of questions, but the idea is to find out in the employer's words what he or she is looking for. Phase number 2. If you will allow me, Mr. or Ms. Employer, I would like to explain why I would fit what you are looking for and how I could do the job. First of all, I am, and then you give 10 or 12 descriptive adjectives that describe your work ethic. Then, again, transition phrase number 1. Based on what you said you wanted in a candidate, I would like to demonstrate where these features have been benefits to the people that I have worked for in the light of what you need. Phase number 3. I am presently, or most recently have been, at, and then you describe your company, and I function in the capacity of, and then, just as we did in the first technique, you give a thorough description of exactly what you do, how you do it, for whom you do it, and how successful you have been in terms a high school senior can understand. And then you emphasize, after you have described your job, how much you love the job and the company and the reasons that you've had to leave or reasons why you left in very positive terms. Tell a story if appropriate. And then you say, and before that, I was at, and then describe the company that you were at before that. And then before that, I was at, and describe the company that you were at before the last job you described. There, I functioned in the capacity of, and again, a thorough description of exactly what you did, how you did it, who you did it for, and how successful you were in terms a high school senior can understand. And again, you emphasize how much you love that job and why you had to leave it in very positive terms. Tell a story if appropriate. Continue in this manner for at least 3 jobs if you've had that many. If you have had a series of short stints at jobs, like more than one in the last year or less, you may want to go back further than 3 jobs. The only difference between this and the first technique that I mentioned is that you might be able to be more specific about the things that the employer wants in a candidate in the descriptions of the jobs that you have had. So you may have a little bit of an advantage over the first technique. Phase 4. Again, you say, based on what you've said you wanted, I am an excellent candidate. What do I need to do to get the job? The slight advantage that you might have in using this technique is that you will get a really good idea about what the employer is looking for. The advantage of this technique does not, I believe, however, offset the drawbacks. The major drawback to this technique is that once the interviewing or hiring authority starts talking about the position and starts asking you questions, you may not get a chance to take control by talking about your features, advantages, and benefits, and the successes that you've had in your previous jobs. The technique does work, but I don't think it is as consistently successful as the first one. You do what you and your coach think is best. Ending the initial interview. Once you and the hiring authority have gotten to the end of the interview, you're probably going to get an idea of what the next steps might be. Don't be afraid to be assertive about pushing yourself into the next steps. You may wind up being surprised that a lot of interviewing or hiring authorities may not be sure of what the next steps might be. More often, even though you have pushed for the next interview, a hiring or interviewing authority is going to say something like, well, we have a number of people to interview. We're going to complete that process, and then we're going to set up second interviews. This is a perfect time for you to ask again, Mr. or Ms. Employer, based on what our conversation has been here, I would think I would be in that group. Would I not? So let's set up the second interview now. And you pull out your notepad and calendar and ask, when would be a good time for me to come back? You will probably get from the interviewing or hiring authority the standard, well, we'll get in touch with you. Again, this is an excellent time for you to find out how you really stand relative to the other candidates by asking, well, Mr. or Miss Employer, you must have some idea how I stack up with your ideal candidate or the others that you've interviewed. Please tell me what you think. This kind of questioning and statement will usually get you a very good idea of how you stand. It is relatively aggressive, and it does not necessarily come naturally or easily. But if you practice asking these kinds of hardball questions, they will wind up becoming very easy for you to do. If you don't get the chance to set a date and time for the next interview, at the end of the initial interview, you need to ask and get clarification of exactly when you can call the hiring or interviewing authority back or when you should expect to hear from them. The immediate email. You have gotten the business card of the interviewing or hiring authority at the time of the interview, didn't you? If you didn't, that was a big mistake. You need to be sure that you collect business cards of every interviewing and hiring authority that you speak with. Immediately after the interview, or as soon as possible, you want to email the interviewing or hiring authority. You just don't want to thank him or her for their time. You, more importantly, want to reinforce all of the reasons that you should be hired. Now, every interviewing authority in the world is going to tell you to send a thank you letter. You'd probably be shocked at the number of candidates who don't. 1 out of every 7 or 8 candidates, even when they are coached by a professional, either don't do it or do it so late after the interview that it is ineffective. Of course, thanking someone for the interview is obviously important. But what is most important is that you reinforce the high points of what the interviewing or hiring authority said he or she wanted and restate where or how you address those issues better than any other candidate. The letter needs to be short and very much to the point. Do not go on and on about how much you appreciate the interview, how much you like them, or how much you appreciate the conversation, blah, blah, blah. This letter is going to be read just like a resume in 10 seconds. It should be short and to the point, and it should read like this. Dear Mr. or Ms. Employer, thank you for taking the time and speaking with me today regarding the position with your firm. Your needs and my qualifications are compatible. And then you make a statement with 2 or 3 bullets describing what the employer was looking for, and you write it this way. You stated you wanted someone who was, and then the first bullet, describe the experience or attributes stated by the employer or the interviewing authority. A second bullet, another desired experience or attribute stated by the employer or interviewing authority, and then a third bullet, another desired experience or attribute stated by the employer or the interviewing authority. I wouldn't recommend more than 3 bullets. Keep them short and to the point, and restate what the employer said he or she was looking for. And then you write, I have given a lot of thought to what we spoke about. I would like to reinforce the confidence you can have in me to deliver what you need. And then you write 3 bullet points of your experience or accomplishments that coincide with the 3 bullet points that you had written above that describe what the employer was looking for. You then write, I'm an excellent fit for your company. I would like to go to work for you and your firm. This is a win-win situation for both of us. Sincerely, and sign your name. Remember now, this is going to be read in 10 seconds, so your bullet points need to be short, specific, and right to the core of what the employer is looking for. When you reinforce what the interviewing or hiring authority said they wanted, you need to try to do it in quantifiable terms. State things that can be measured objectively, like percentages of quota, longevity on the job, grades in school, stability, being promoted consistently, anything that can be actually measured in a quantitative manner. Make sure that you address specific issues that the interviewing or hiring authority stated was of value to them. Follow-up phone call. Once you have emailed the letter, you need to be aware that interviewing or hiring authorities, after initial interviews, have a tendency to move on to other things and don't think about the interviewing or hiring process as much as you think they do, unless, of course, their pain is extreme and severe. Interviewing or hiring authorities will have a tendency to tell you things like, well, we'll get back to you in a couple of days, and then go on vacation for a week. With this in mind, it is advisable for you to follow up with the interviewing or hiring authority 2 or 3 days after the interview with a phone call to check in with them and see how this process is coming along. Interviewing and hiring authorities have to at least act like hiring is a top priority, and sometimes it is. Hiring is something that everybody knows should be done with decisiveness and real business acumen, but it isn't. So, your calling reminds the hiring authority of the task at hand. It is often a timing thing, and you may catch him or her, and all of a sudden, since you have them on the phone, they will make an appointment with you for a second interview. This is also a great time to ask him or her about anything you might have discussed in the initial interview that you didn't fully understand or that you need further clarification of. If you don't get him or her on the phone, and often you won't, you'll have to deal with voicemail. In spite of the fact that I have a ton of experience in this profession, I'm never really sure of how many times to call someone back when he or she does not return my calls. My suggestion is to call until you get him or her. So you say, well, Tony, don't I run the risk of irritating them and making them angry, and therefore they will not be interested in hiring me? Well, my answer to that is this. You have absolutely nothing to lose. After all, until you have a job offer, you really don't have anything to decide about. Most hiring authorities don't intentionally think, I'm not going to call that sucker back, she's a schmuck, and I'm not going to hire her anyhow. The truth is that their intentions to do what they are supposed to do are sincere, but the activity just doesn't get done. The process of hiring often just slips further behind in favor of other more pressing issues. So a timely call, and many of them after that, if you have to, may put you on the top of the list of the potential candidates. Now, after 10 or 15 days of calling and interviewing or hiring authority with no response at all, you might be led to the conclusion that you should pursue other people or other opportunities. Never, never, never take this result personally and do something stupid like calling the hiring authority and leaving a mean, sarcastic voicemail about what he or she can do with his or her job and that you didn't want it anyhow. There's always a tendency to take perceived rejection personally. The reason I say perceived is that you're not receiving a callback may not have anything to do with you as a candidate at all. Now, the odds are that if you have not heard from the prospective employer in several weeks, you are probably not on his list of candidates to be considered. But you never really know. Always leave the door open so that if a prospective employer wants to consider you, even after weeks or months have gone by, you could resurrect the opportunity even if you thought it was long gone. Segment 6. Supporters. Your greatest asset or your worst nightmare. I have not come across anyone giving advice about changing jobs that has specifically addressed the people that need to support you when you are looking for a job. These people can be your finest supporters or your worst nightmare. I have experienced very well-meaning supporters in the form of spouses, parents, ex-spouses, relatives, friends, and acquaintances totally destroy an otherwise perfectly good job search process. I'm going to address these people in a letter. Most of the time, your closest supporter is going to be your spouse. The most well-meaning supporters can be disastrous to your process. Here's a key point. If those supporters are not willing to listen to this portion of the recording, if not the whole recording, they're not a friend of yours. If they're not willing to listen, they're not going to help you. So you either need to move along without them or find another friend. Most of what I'm going to say will be addressed to spouses, parents, and very close relatives. At the end of this portion of the recording, I will talk to you about how to find mentors and how to use them. So here we go. Dear spouse, relative, or close friend, as you know, your spouse, relative, or close friend is looking for a job. They have asked me to pass along to you all of the things that I have learned from being in the placement and recruitment business since 1973. These things will be most beneficial in helping you help them and support them in their job change. It would be most helpful if you started at the beginning and listened to this whole recording. You will get a much better idea about what your loved one is going through in the process of changing jobs. But the least you can do for your loved one in his or her job search is listen to this segment. One of the most important things that you can do to help your loved one find a new job is to be aware of the fact that you can either be the most important supporter that they can have, or you can be their worst nightmare. The choice is yours. Since you love the person that is looking for a job, you're probably going to want to help him or her as much as you possibly can. That's good. Your intentions to help them have to be positive. But in finding people jobs since 1973, and by the way, I have personally placed more than 7,000 people, I have seen a tremendous number of well-intentioned people make the matter of finding a job more difficult than it needs to be for their loved one. So, it is a compliment that your loved one wants you to help him or her in this endeavor, and I'm going to teach you how to be a very good coach. If you do it right and help them, you will have a tremendous amount of personal satisfaction and share in their own personal gratification. I really understand how difficult your job as a supporter and coach is going to be. On the one hand, you're going to want to help your loved one do his or her best in finding interviews, preparing for interviews, and eventually accepting a new job. On the surface, that looks really easy. But the difficulty is that you can't be the person actually getting the interviews, performing well on the interviews, and accepting the job. You're going to get emotionally wrapped up in this process. You're going to experience all of the ups and downs that your loved one experiences, and yet you're not going to be able to do it for them. There will be times when you will not only be frustrated for your loved one, but you will be frustrated with your loved one because they didn't do exactly what you thought they should do. Being a coach on the sideline can be very frustrating, especially when your life is affected so drastically by what goes on. On the one hand, you're going to want to be close enough to the action to be able to help your loved one. You are going to want to help him or her do research, prepare for interviews, role play with them, help them overcome their fears, and just be there when they need you. On the other hand, you can't be so close to them that you lose your objectivity and then you get frustrated with them when they get frustrated with the situation. You need to realize all of the emotional strain and difficulty that your loved one is going through. If there is one thing you need to be aware of before you begin to support and coach your loved one, it's that looking for a job or changing jobs is one of the most emotionally difficult things that people do. If your loved one has been out of work for any length of time, the emotional strain is even greater. You, as a coach and a supporter, can help alleviate the emotional strain, but you need to help in the right way. Remember, the 4 biggest challenges facing you in this endeavor are: 1, you love this person and don't see them the way the rest of the world does. 2, you love this person and see them the way you want to see them. 3, you don't have any idea what the market will bear for them and their skills. And 4, you can't find a job for them. You can help, but you can't do it for them. Being a nightmare. Let me address here how you can become your loved one's worst nightmare and literally destroy his or her effective process of finding a job. Don't not get involved. I have seen a number of situations over the years where the spouse, parent, friend, or loved one simply didn't even acknowledge the fact that in your case, your loved one needs to change jobs. I have seen people that should be helping, supporting, and coaching simply dismiss this whole challenge as their loved one's problem. Don't get involved too much. Now you say, Tony, are you crazy? You just told me to get involved, and now you're telling me not to get involved. Well, I did say to get involved, but not too much. You want to be involved to the point that you help. But again, you can't do this for somebody else. You know that you are too involved when you get mad or frustrated with your loved one when he or she doesn't do it the way you would. Or you get mad at your loved one for not getting the interview, or for blowing the interview, or for not getting an offer, and so on. Don't criticize. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? How come you can't do it right? And so on is not the way to help anyone, especially in an emotional strain of trying to find a job. Communicate the idea that we're all in this together, and where you go, I go. If you have listened to this recording, you realize that in the interviewing process, there are going to be 50 times more negative events than positive ones. Your loved one is going to miss way more opportunities than he or she is going to get. If the job-seeking process lasts for any length of time, don't be surprised if you have downright arguments about your positive suggestions that appear to be criticisms. Even constructive criticism can be totally blown out of proportion. Don't think that the rest of the world knows how wonderful your loved one is. This is the halo effect. You know that your loved one is the most wonderful, hardworking, diligent, personable, fantastic, successful, yada, yada, yada employee that anybody could have. This is primarily because you know your loved one. Part of your job as a supporter and coach will be to help your loved one communicate what a wonderful employee he or she might be to prospective employers. Don't commiserate. Don't help your loved one bitch and moan about the job they have that isn't good or how badly they got treated in the job they just had. Be empathetic and understanding, but don't be sympathetic. Don't act like you know everything about getting a job. This is especially the case if you are a spouse and you are gainfully employed. There is a tendency for people who are presently employed to take for granted the difficulty that another person looking for a new job or unemployed and looking for a job is going through. Don't work the process for your loved one. Don't pick up the phone for your loved one. Don't try to get interviews for your loved one because you don't think they can get them for themselves. Don't take your loved one to interviews. Don't rub it in when things don't go well. Remember, this is a numbers game. You may have to remind your loved one of this all the time, but you need to remember it too. If you rub it in, you take away a person's dignity. Don't be an enabler. This is that fine line between being empathetic, which is good, and sympathetic, which is not. This may be that fine line between being empathetic, which is good, and sympathetic, which may not be. On the one hand, you don't want to be so sympathetic with your loved one that every time he or she has an interview that doesn't go well, or when they don't get the job, you comfort them so much that you inadvertently reinforce their staying out of work or looking for a job longer than they should or keeping a job that your loved one shouldn't. Here are some tips on how to be a supportive coach. Do try to listen to all of this recording. Recognize all of its lessons. Recognize all of the emotional strain that your loved one is going through. Recognize and appreciate their vulnerability. Appreciate your loved one's fears and frustrations. Do accept your loved one for just exactly who they are and where they are in the job-seeking process. Try to objectively observe your loved one in the process of looking for a job and be as non-judgmental as you possibly can. Do play the role of a good coach by helping your loved one in the process of finding a job. Help him or her write out their goals. Discuss with them how you can help them with their goals. Help each other. Do help your loved one research all of the potential organizations that he or she might contact in looking for a job. In one of the previous segments, I instructed your loved one, if she or he was out of work, to spend most of their day cold calling organizations in order to get appointments. You can facilitate your loved one in making those appointments by writing out a list of companies, names of managers, and phone numbers so that your loved one can spend more time on the phone getting appointments rather than researching. This kind of help can have a major impact on your loved one's success in finding a job. And another great help to your loved one is to research all kinds of advertisements on the internet, newspapers, trade publications, frankly, anywhere. In fact, becoming your loved one's research manager is a great help to him or her. Do help your loved one practice interviewing. It would be an excellent idea for you, after you've listened to this recording, to go back and help your loved one write out the script that I recommend for each activity, the telephone presentation, the telephone interview, and the face-to-face interview. Then you need to sit down with your loved one and have him or her practice these scripts with you. These scripts need to be practiced over and over and over. I can't overemphasize the interviewing practice that your loved one needs to do. You have to help him or her by role-playing with them over and over and over. Interviewing for most people doesn't come naturally. Most people blow their first 3 or 4 interviews before they really get into the groove of interviewing. Do, especially if you are employed, talk to your friends at work or socially to see if you can find any job opportunities that your loved one may be qualified for. Don't hesitate to ask your friends, business associates, social acquaintances, frankly, anybody, if they might know of a job opportunity that your loved one may be qualified for. Do provide as much spiritual and emotional comfort for your loved one while he or she is looking for a job. Praying for your loved one is definitely in order. Just being there for your loved one will make all the difference in the world. Sometimes the only thing that you will be able to do for them is to just listen. Listening in a non-judgmental way will help them in thinking things through out loud. Do help your loved ones stay on task. As an objective coach, it may be easier for you to recognize when your loved one gets off focus of the things that are most important in a job search. Oftentimes, people will confuse activity with productivity. Oftentimes, people will avoid risky activities and try to convince themselves that doing the non-risky things are important. Part of your job as a coach is to help your loved one do the hard things when it would be easier to do the less risky activities. Most of all, be there for your loved one. Let them know that you want to help them as much as possible. Let me say a word about mentors. Mentors, along with other supporters, aren't a bad idea if you can find mentors that will help you in your job search. These are trusted people that might be able to give you advice about particular opportunities or particular people. Mentors can come from all kinds of places. They can be people that have known you for many years, either personally or professionally, that know you very well and know your strengths and weaknesses. They can be people that you meet along the way of finding a job, like potential employers who don't really have an opening, but they talk to you and leave an impression, or even people that you interview with and don't hire you for one reason or another, and you strike up a reasonable rapport with them. Mentors should be people that you respect and, above all, people whose opinions or ideas really make sense to you. However, a little too much ado has been made about mentors over the last few years, especially in the job search situation. Sometimes people searching for a new job can spend more time talking to mentors than they do trying to get interviews. It may be one of those kinds of activities that are confused with productivity. One of the best ways to detect a really good mentor is that when you ask them a question, they will always begin their answer with, "Well, I'm not sure that I know a lot about that, but I will give you my opinion, and it is just my opinion. I could be wrong." The most knowledgeable people in most fields are the ones that will fully admit that they don't know a lot about most things. The best mentors, like the best teachers, will question you enough to the point where you can arrive at your own conclusion. These are the kind of people that listen to you so you can hear your own thoughts as they come out of you, as much as they are the kind of people that give you their opinion. These are the kind of people that have the wisdom to help you come to your own conclusions without even imparting their own opinion. Part 2, the 4 types of qualifying questions. In the next few segments, we're going to discuss the 4 foundational questions that any employer is going to ask any job candidate. We're going to talk about the specific questions you are going to be asked, and I'm going to give you specific answers so you can successfully answer them. The 4 basic qualifying questions that any employer is going to ask any job candidate are, can you do the job? Do we like you? Are you a risk? And can we work the money out? Segment 7, can you do the job? This is the very first question an employer is going to ask any candidate. In my experience, and you may be surprised by this, your ability to do the job is only going to account for 20% of the hiring decision. Most candidates get real upset when they don't get hired even though they know they're qualified to do the job. Most candidates don't understand that any candidate that gets beyond the first 2 interviews is qualified to do the job, at least in someone's opinion. But being qualified, even the most qualified, won't get you hired. On top of being qualified, the candidates that get hired are the ones who sell themselves better than anyone else. These are the candidates that are not only qualified, but they are liked better than others. They prove to be the least risk than other candidates, and they're the ones that are most affordable. These are the ones that get the jobs. Now, having said this, a candidate still has to establish his or her ability to do the job. This is the very first group of questions you will be asked. You have to answer them well to get to the other questions. Now, these are going to be factual questions. What did you do type of questions. The interviewing authority is trying to discover your skill level or potential. There are going to be only 4 or 5 factual aspects of your work history that will either get you to the second interviewing stage or eliminate you. Remember, just 4 or 5 facts, and they either support or detract from what you say you can do. So here are the questions that relate to can you do the job. Tell me about yourself and your last few jobs. Now, if you developed and used the presentation I taught you about initial interviewing, you will not need to be asked this question. You will have already answered it in the presentation that you made about yourself. However, if you were asked this question, whatever you do, don't start out with, I was born and raised in wherever. The interviewing authority is trying to find out exactly what you have been doing so he or she can assess your ability to do their job. He or she doesn't care where you were born or where you were raised. What kind of a job are you looking for? In other words, is what you're looking for the same thing that I'm looking for? Now, if you've done your research, you will know exactly what kind of position you are interviewing for. If not, then the answer to this question is, I'm looking for a position that is going to help make a company better and challenge me based on my experience and background. Describe in detail your last 2 positions. Even if you did a good job of your presentation on the last 2 or 3 jobs that you've had, what you did, how you did it, for whom you did it, and how successful you were, you may still get this question. Basically, give exactly the same description that you gave in your presentation, maybe with a little more detail. Be sure to precede your answer to this question with, I really love that job, or I really love the job that I have now, and then explain in fair detail what you do. Don't hesitate to ask the question, did I make that clear? Walk me through a day in your current or most recent job. If you made your presentation correctly in the beginning, an interviewing authority will not have to ask this question either. If he or she does, be sure you have a concise 60 to 90-second answer. Emphasize the parts of the job that most correlate to the one you are interviewing for. Just be sure you have practiced this answer. It is amazing the number of times candidates hem and haw at answering this question, simply because they haven't practiced. What was the most difficult part of your last 2 jobs? Whatever your answer is, you need to say, even though that was the most difficult part of the job, I met the challenge every time. Then communicate in very appreciative, upbeat tones about the hardest part of the job. You can even add something like, meeting that challenging part of the job made me a better person. Adding a short story as to how you overcame a difficult challenge in each one of your last jobs really works. What kind of a job are you looking for? Obviously, you need to answer this question with an answer that has something to do with the job or position that you are applying for. Make sure you say something along the lines of, I've enjoyed the challenge of learning in just about every job I've had. And again, I'm looking for a position that's going to help make a company better and then challenge me. Describe the best job that you ever had and why was it so much better. Whatever you describe, make sure it is similar to the job that you are interviewing for. Something along the lines of, there have been some wonderful aspects to just about every job I've had. I have really loved all of them, and they are all best for different reasons, is a great way to precede the answer. How do you define success? Simple answer: when I contribute to a successful organization, I am successful and we both grow. Then perhaps relate a story about how successful you were in your last 1 or 2 jobs. Remember, people love stories and they remember them long after they remember most anything else. What is your greatest accomplishment in each one of your last 3 jobs? Be sure to tell a story about each accomplishment you had in each job. Whatever attribute was associated with the accomplishment needs to be supported by a short, interesting story. This is an easy question to be prepared for, and you're going to be asked this question by just about everyone you interview with, so be prepared. Are you creative? Simply cite 1 or 2 instances where you were creative and tell the story. Keep stories short and to the point. What do you know about the position you are applying for? What little you know about the position, you can voice. And if you don't know a lot about it, make sure you add a question at the end of what you do know, something like, "Can you enlighten me as to what you think the position entails?" This can be a bit of a catch-22 question. A smart aleck, and you will run into a few of them, can come back to you and say, "Well, if you don't know much about what you are applying for, how do you know you can do it?" And the answer to any smart aleck question like that is, "I know your organization to be the kind that I would like to join, and from what I understand, my skills fit best in this position. Can you enlighten me as to exactly what this position entails?" How do you know you will be successful in this job? Now, this is a good question. Whenever you are asked to predict the future, explain that you have been successful at everything you have ever done in the past, and there's no reason to believe that you won't be equally successful at this job. This kind of predict the future question will come up often. Just remember that the fallback answer is, "I've been successful before, therefore I will be successful again." And if you have to shore up that statement, you can do it with success stories. What is the most recent business lesson you have learned, and how did you learn it? You need to communicate that you are a lifelong learner and demonstrate that with what and how you have recently learned. Tell a story. What specifically have you learned from the jobs that you've held most recently? Here, you talk about either a skill or a lesson that you learned. Intangible attributes like persistence, determination, earning respect, and loyalty are great things to bring out in answering this kind of question. Tell short, effective stories. What made you choose to become a sales professional or accounting professional or engineer or IT professional? It doesn't matter what profession you are in. You need to be able to say that you always had an inclination or a passion for some aspect of your profession. For instance, if it is a sales position, you want to talk about passion for communicating ideas, helping people solve their problems, and so on. If it is a position requiring math skills like accounting, engineering, and so on, you might want to communicate that you've always had a passion and love for numbers, science, and making things work. Maybe you had a mentor, parent, or teacher who modeled the kind of profession that you got into. Whatever you do, do not communicate that you stumbled into your profession, or that it chose you, or you couldn't find anything better to do, so you figured out it was as good a profession as any. Anything that communicates a lack of direction, passion, or willy-nilly career decisions will not fly. What can you contribute most to our organization? Simple answer: over and above my excellent professional performance, as I've documented in previous positions, I work harder and am more committed to work than most employees. Over and above my excellent professional performance, as I've documented in previous positions, I work harder and am more committed to work than most employees. Next to my relationship with God and my family comes my work. It doesn't get any better than that answer. If you communicated well in the presentation portion of the interview, you will just reinforce what you have done in the past. What do you know about our business? What is our business's biggest challenge or problem? What trends do you see in our profession or industry? What do you know about our competition? What do you know about our company? These are all questions whose answers you should have arrived at in the research you did on the company and the business they are in. Even if you don't get the answer exactly right, when you demonstrate that you did extensive research on the organization and the business that they are in, you will have answered the question. Even if you don't answer the question exactly right, when you demonstrate that you did extensive research on the organization and the business that they are in, you will have answered the question properly. Most interviewing authorities really don't expect you to know their business that intimately, but they do want to see if you have expended any effort in finding out as much about them and their business as you possibly can. What would be your ideal work group? How would you define a good fit work environment? Do you work well with other people? Do you prefer to work alone or with others? Do you require and appreciate lots of supervision? Do you work best with large groups or small groups? The answer to any questions like these, especially relating to working alone or with others in large groups or small groups and so on, need to be answered with something like, well, I've had the good fortune of being able to work in all kinds of different environments. I have worked well alone and with others, with relaxed work environments, in tension-riddled work environments, in big groups as well as in small groups. I find that, fortunately, I'm adaptable and work well in just about any environment. If the interviewing authority wants specific examples of any one of these conditions, make sure you have one or two stories from different jobs that you have had to demonstrate your points. Describe a difficult business problem that you've had to deal with and how you did it. Describe in very positive terms one or two business difficulties that you had to deal with and make sure that you reinforce them with stories. It is very easy, if you've ever had to fire someone, to use those firings as an example of the most difficult business problems you have had to deal with. Describe how you did the firing, why you did the firing, and how everyone was better off in the long run for it. Nobody likes firing people, and it is very uncomfortable for everyone. So if you use this kind of example, you will usually satisfy the interviewing authority. Describe the situation in your last one or two jobs where you made a mistake. What was the mistake and how did you rectify it? Be ready for an in hindsight type of answer. Give the example, but highlight what you learned from it. Have one or two of these kinds of stories available for this question when you get it. Whatever you do, don't say that you haven't made any mistakes that you can recall. Talk about a challenge and what you learned from it. Where have you made difficult decisions before and what were they about? What makes you think you can handle this position? Again, any question like this should be answered with relying on how successful you have been in the past. Cite examples and stories about how you were successful in the past. What are the things that you find most difficult to do, and how do you deal with them? If you are an accountant, engineer, a technical person, or anybody who is very analytical or very kinesthetic, the answer to this question has to center around something along the lines of what your personality is not. For instance, if you are an accountant or an engineer in an organization, you would say that the most difficult thing you have to do is to operate in a sales function. If you are a salesperson, then you would say that the most difficult thing you have to do is to operate in the accounting or engineering or technical functions. This seems rather obvious, but the answer is very safe. Whatever you are not hired to do is probably what you are not best at. So use that as an example. You can always fall back on the proverbial issue of, well, I really get frustrated with people when they say they're going to do things by a certain time and don't. I'm somewhat impatient, or I have a hard time appreciating slackers. Why did you apply to our company? Here's a chance for you to demonstrate the research you've done on the company and to communicate how your individual skills, experience, or background can contribute. Try to be as specific as you can about what you've learned about the company and how you, in particular, can help them. I don't think with your experience and background you are capable of doing this job. What do you think? Unless it is a relatively odd situation, it is not likely that you would ever be interviewing with this person if you weren't capable of doing the job. This is more of a test to see how you will respond rather than exactly what you say. But something along the lines of, the people I have worked for in the last 2 jobs had the same concern before they hired me. I'm an overachiever and have always been able to perform well beyond my apparent capabilities. Then tell a story if appropriate. Here's a good one. Why should I hire you? Simple answer, because I can do the job, I'm a hard worker, people like me, I'm not a great risk, and we can come to a conclusion about money. Why have you not been promoted sooner? If you're so good, why haven't you been promoted? Don't let this question get under your skin. You can never let a question like this make you mad, and it is best not to ever show irritation. Simply state that in the organizations that you have been in before, there was always a bottleneck of very tenured people available for the few promotions that came up. Although you knew the quality of your work deserved the opportunity to be promoted, the probability was very unlikely simply because there were just too many other people looking to be promoted that had been with the company longer than you had. In fact, this is one of the very reasons that you are looking to change jobs. Has there ever been a situation where your work was criticized? Be thoughtful about this answer, and if there was ever a time that your work was grossly criticized, you may answer something along the line of, well, there have been situations where I have learned from the mistakes I made in some of the work that I did. I take criticism very well and have learned from every time I've experienced it. How does our position compare with the opportunities which you are currently interviewing for? Be honest and fairly brief. It is always a good idea to let an interviewer know that you are being considered by other organizations. If you feel comfortable in mentioning who those organizations are, that's fine. Always be sure to say something like, taking into consideration everything I know about the other opportunities that I am interviewing for, the position here with you seems to be a little bit better match. Just be sure that you have good reasons for saying this. You really don't have as much experience as we would like. Why should we hire you? The answer to this question is simple. You know, it's very interesting. In every job I've ever had, I never went into the job having all of the experience that my previous employers wanted. In fact, I went into 3 of them where I was hired simply because I had more potential than any other candidate. As you can see, I have been successful in every position that I've been in, even though I had no experience before I started. Some people catch on to things more quickly than others, and I happen to be one that is blessed that way. I'm a quick learner, and I've been able to pick up the things that I didn't necessarily have any experience with and do extremely well. What do you look for in a job? Whenever you get a question like this, stay away from the simple, low-level inducements to work. Answers like, well, I look for the most money in a job will not get you very far. You will always want to highlight a higher level of thinking by emphasizing concepts of personal growth and satisfaction. Something along the line of, well, I'd like the work to be challenging. I enjoy being challenged every day. By being challenged, I'm going to grow personally and professionally. And I find that if I'm growing personally and professionally, the economics, benefits, and many things like that will always take care of themselves. Have you ever failed in a job? Answer this serious question with a light approach. Say something along the line of, well, I'm like the ball player that never really lost, he just ran out of time. Even the very few things that I look back on that others might see as failures, I really see as just setbacks. Like most people, not everything I've ever done has turned out as perfectly as I would like. But even when it didn't, I really learned from it. If you could, what would you change about the position you're interviewing for? You can begin the answer to this question with something like, well, based on most everything that I know, it seems that what you are asking for in the function of the position is reasonable. I really don't know enough about the position to know what might or could be changed. What do you like most about this position, and what do you like least about this position? Be prepared to address a particular aspect of the job that is going to be a positive challenge for you. Then answer this question something like, I'm very anxious to take on the responsibility of this job. The responsibility and the numbers that you expect a person to produce about this job are most exhilarating. The right manager with experience will give me the chance to expand on what I've learned. I don't really think that there's anything about the job that I've heard so far that I'm going to dislike. I'm sure there are going to be some things that I will like more than others, but that's to be expected in any job. Do you prefer to delegate or be a hands-on employee? Simple answer. Well, I feel comfortable in delegating those things that should be delegated and personally doing the things that I do best. I know that even when delegated, not everyone is going to do the job exactly the way I would, but I'm comfortable with that. If you could start your career over again, what would you do differently? Answer this question very carefully. If you answer this question in any negative way, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot. Being dismissive about it by saying something silly like, well, I'd rather have become a golf pro, won't get you very far. Indeed, communicate that you have made some mistakes in your career, but they have been minor ones, that you learned from all of them, and looking back on them, there isn't anything in the overall sense that you would do much differently. If you could choose any organization to work for whom would you go to work? This can be a trick question. If you enthusiastically say with a big smile on your face, unequivocally, this company is absolutely the best one I could go to work for, you won't seem genuine. So you might say something along the line of, All of the organizations that I'm talking to are quality firms with quality people just like this one. All of the positions that I'm interviewing for have their strengths and weaknesses. A job is pretty much what you make of it once you show up and start working. I see the opportunity to work here in your firm as one of the best opportunities available to me. What is the most recent skill that you have learned? Try to keep the answer to a business skill. Learning to rollerblade or play golf may really motivate you, but most hiring authorities aren't interested in hearing about that. Talk about one of the business skills that you have recently acquired or business seminar that you've recently attended. Tell a story. How do you keep updated and informed in a professional sense? This is like the question of what professional books have you read lately? You'd better have a really good answer for it. Being a member of a professional organization does help. Simply subscribing to professional journals is not a good answer. You may get this question quite often, but once you have the answer, you could give the same one to everyone. What is the most important professional lesson that you learned from the jobs that you have had? Pick out one or two very important lessons that you learned from each job that you have had and relate them briefly. Tell a story. Do you want to move into management? This can be a very loaded question, and you can shoot yourself in the foot by answering it in the wrong manner. If you are not interviewing for a management position and you answer that you would love to get into management, you may be eliminated. The hiring authority may feel that since you are not being hired into a management position and they don't know if a management position would ever materialize, you would leave as soon as you found out a management position was not available. On the other hand, if you say something like, "Well, I would never consider a management position," you may come across as not very ambitious. So, the answer to this question is something like, "I do believe I have management potential, but I know that good chiefs are also good Indians. If I prove myself in whatever role I am in, if there are opportunities to advance, I'm sure that I will be considered. I will try to do those jobs equally well. If I do the task at hand, tomorrow and future positions will take care of themselves." Have you ever had to fire someone? Describe the circumstances. The answer to this question has to be made in an emotional and empathetic manner. If you answer the question in an authoritarian, domineering, "Yeah, the SOB deserved it" fashion, you won't be respected, and you may actually scare a potential employer. A confident but empathetic answer along the line of, "Well, firing people is one of the most difficult tasks that a manager has, but I found that if one does it in a very careful, well-documented, reasonable, business-like manner, although uncomfortable for both parties, it can be done very gracefully." You might then add a story of a circumstance where you had to fire someone. Basically, you ought to communicate that it was unfortunate, but it had to be done, and you did it in a very graceful manner. What kind of people have you hired, and what do you look for in those people? If you have been involved in the hiring process, you want to describe the kind of people that you hired. You want to be sure that you lay out a thoughtful, reasonable business approach to hiring someone. Describe a major project that you worked on and how it contributed to the overall good of your employer. If you have been involved in doing a major project, simply be ready to describe that project in relative detail. Describe your role, the help you gave, and how it interfaced with other roles of other people. Also describe how successful the project was. Have you ever been involved in long-range planning? If you have, simply explain how you were involved. Do not claim that you were involved in long-range planning unless you really were, because you may very well be asked about your contribution and your credibility will be questioned if you can't speak about exactly what you did. What percentage of your week or month was devoted to different functions of your job? You won't get this kind of question very often, but it doesn't hurt to have an idea of the percentage of time devoted to all of the activities of your job. If you answer this in a broad statement like, well, I did it all till I got it done, you won't seem like a disciplined person. What were the most important, difficult decisions that you made in your present or last job, or even the job before that? This is not going to be a question you get asked very often, but you sure better have a good answer. If you have to think about the answer to this question for more than a few moments, you appear as somebody that doesn't really know what they're doing. It is best to have at least 2 or 3 ideas about what the most difficult or most important decisions you have had to make in each job that you have had. What are 1 or 2 things you wish you had accomplished in your present or last job or the job before that? Again, not something that you're going to be asked very often, but you'd better have a real good answer about what those things are. You can even tie those issues to the reason you are looking to leave your present job or the reasons that you left your previous positions. The job you are interviewing for requires that you wear a lot of hats. You have never done some of these functions. How do we know that you're going to be able to do them? Something along the line of, even though my primary functions were, and then describe your primary functions, in most every position I've had, I've worn a lot of hats. Then provide examples of where you performed a number of diverse activities. Describe a situation where you had to make a seat-of-the-pants decision without a company policy as a model. You're not going to get this question very often either, but you'd better have a really good answer. Think about 2 or 3 situations where you made off-the-cuff decisions and how they wound up being good decisions. You can tie these decisions to a working philosophy of integrity, character, and always doing the right thing type of approach if you really want to look good. What is your management style? Something along these lines really works. I don't know if I can give my management style a particular title or description. I do know that in the past I've created an environment where people feel like we're really all in this together. I've been very successful in getting people to do more than they normally would in most circumstances. People seem to appreciate that. I set examples for people and make them feel like they're an equal part of the team. I have a number of examples of this kind of leadership. Then proceed to tell stories that demonstrate your leadership capabilities. If you label yourself as one kind of management style as opposed to another, you might describe yourself differently than the hiring authority that is interviewing you. By not labeling yourself but providing examples of your management or leadership style, as well as providing a story demonstrating your style, you play it very safe. By not labeling yourself but providing examples of your management or leadership style, as well as providing a story or 2 demonstrating your style, you play it very safe. Describe a situation where you had to work with a very difficult person. How did you handle it? This is somewhat of a trick question because a hiring authority is trying to find out your definition of what a difficult person might be. Whatever you do, don't vilify, criticize, or present that person in a bad light. Describe the difficulties that this person caused you and everyone else in the organization in objective ways, then describe how you dealt with the situation. But present the person as a positive for you. Something along the line of, he or she was a very difficult person to work for, but I found a way and I learned so much from them. It turned out to be a great learning experience, even though painful at times. Can you work overtime or on the weekends? On the one hand, you have to appear to be the kind of person that's going to do whatever it takes to get the job done. On the other hand, you don't want to be the kind of employee that has to work nights and weekends simply to get all of their work done at the minimal level. So, the answer to this question has to be this: I'll do whatever it takes to get the work done. I have found over my career that I am a diligent worker, focused on the task at hand, and I don't spend a lot of time wasting time. I therefore get more done in a lot less time than most. I'll work evenings and weekends if I have to, but it hasn't been that necessary in the past. How long do you think it will take for you to make a meaningful contribution to our organization? This is somewhat of a loaded question. If you guess at too long a period of time, you won't look confident. And if you guess at a short period of time, you may look unrealistic and foolish. So, the best answer should be something along the line of, well, in my present job, I began to make a significant contribution almost immediately. The nature of the work was such that I could go right in and immediately have an impact. It was really fun. In the job before that, because of the nature of what the company did, it took me 5 or 6 months to have a significant impact. All of the people that I have ever worked for have always said that I'm a quick study and pick up things very quickly. It's hard to speculate on how fast I can meaningfully contribute until I get into the job and get to know it. I can assure you, though, that I will run as fast as I can. I realize that I or anybody else is hired to contribute as fast as possible. How many hours in your previous job did you have to work each week to get the job done? Don't fall prey to this loaded question. Your answer has to be something like, gee whiz, I'm not a clock watcher, I really don't know. If you have a job where you are paid overtime, the hiring authority may be concerned about having to pay you a lot of overtime. So, in a situation like this, you would answer by saying, I was always very careful to be sure that I didn't work overtime unless I absolutely had to. I'm a very fast worker and usually got all of my work done in the allotted time. Of course, my references would substantiate this. If you get a sense that overtime is not an issue, then your answer would be, I work very efficiently. I do whatever it takes to get the job done on time with high quality. Whatever time it takes is whatever time it takes. You don't have much experience in some of the aspects of this job. How do we know you can do it? The answer should be something like this. Looking back on most every job I have ever had, I really didn't have the amount of experience my previous employers really wanted. Fortunately, I had very good managers in these places that I've worked. I noticed in the interviewing process here that people are willing to be involved in helping, so that I am absolutely confident I will have no problem in performing all aspects of the job. What are some of the things in your last job that you didn't like? Answer this question with the things that really have nothing to do with your performance or your abilities. Something like, well, I was frustrated because most everybody was so negative about the poor situation of the company. The company was eventually sold. Unfortunately, most everyone had a negative attitude. Or something along the line of, well, when work slowed down to a crawl, our major distributor stopped buying. Instead of looking around for things to do and thinking about what we could do to make business better, most everyone in the firm complained. Some of us got together and came up with alternatives. Whatever you don't like, make it a values thing and something that you could do nothing about. What reservations might you have about working here? The answer, quite simply, is none that I know of. No job or company is perfect, and I'm sure that you all have your positives and negatives just like any other company. Describe a situation where you had to make a quick decision in your last job. How did you make it? Be prepared for this question and have one or two stories about situations where you made quick decisions and they turned out to be very good ones. Have you ever had to carry out an unpopular policy or decision? Describe one or two situations where you were responsible for carrying out an unpopular decision that affected a lot of people. Be ready to describe in the story how you handled it and what the outcome was. How many levels of management have you had to communicate with? Be truthful, being aware that the purpose of this question is to discern how many levels above you are comfortable with. If you have only communicated to one or two levels above you, make sure you communicate that it was more related to the functions of your job than your inability to communicate with upper management. What do you think makes the position you are interviewing for different from the jobs you've had or the other positions that you are interviewing with? Just be ready for this question and be aware of the unique aspects of the particular job that you are interviewing for. Make sure that you communicate very positive reasons as to why the job you are interviewing for would be a better fit than the other ones you have had in your past or the ones you are presently interviewing for. Are you a good employee, manager, engineer, accountant, salesperson, administrative support person, and so on? How do you know? Very simple question, very simple answer. I really love what I do. I really am very good at it because I get a lot of positive feedback for the jobs that I have done. My performance and salary reviews have always been excellent. In your present or last jobs, were there any problems that you discovered that had been previously overlooked? How did you deal with them? Be ready to communicate with stories about problems you discovered and what role you played in solving them. How do you approach doing things that you really don't like to do? A great answer is, well, attitude is everything. I have found that no matter how much I don't like any particular aspect of my job, if I take the right attitude towards it, I've always been very successful. I try to break the particular job down into small steps and accomplish them a little at a time. I find that, along with my attitude, to be the major reason that I'm successful in taking on parts of my job that I don't really like. When faced with a difficult business decision, what do? Make sure that you communicate that you go through a process that communicates wisdom. Don't say things like, well, I simply follow my gut instinct. You might want to say something like, experience has taught me to think long and hard about the decisions I make. I think on paper by writing out all of the issues, then seeing how they appear to me over a period of time. I seek the opinions of others that are both close to the situation as well as removed. I have 2 or 3 mentors that I have developed over the years whose opinions I respect, and I seek their counsel. Once I have exhausted all of these steps that I might go through, I then follow my gut instinct. Once I have made the decision, I become committed to it 110% and throw myself behind it. Once I am sure of the best thing to do, unless there is a drastic change in the facts, I am unwavering about the decision. In what way has your present job prepared you to take on greater responsibility? You'd better have an answer to this before it ever gets asked. You want to emphasize that there are certain aspects of your job that you have outgrown personally and professionally. Remember to be sure that you say you love your job, but that you are ready to take on a new challenge. Emphasize that you have grown as much as you can, and maybe cite 1 or 2 stories about how you could have contributed more, but it wasn't necessary because there were plenty of people that were doing so. Throughout the interviewing process, you need to be able to communicate that you have 1 or 2 or even 3 skills and abilities that are on tap for the position. That way you always communicate, I can contribute more and I am not limited. Relate to your personal growth rather than a personal issue. Can you relocate either now or in the future? The answer to any relocation question, either now or in the future, always has to be, I will certainly do anything that is good for my company and my career. Relocation would certainly be included. What was the last thing you disagreed with your company about? Answer, gosh, whatever it might have been, I really don't remember. In what areas could your present boss do a better job? The answer has to be along the line of, I have respect for my present boss. He or she does the job extremely well. There might be some little things that he or she might be able to do better, but they certainly are minor. How well did you feel your boss rated your performance? Answer, all of the supervisors or bosses that I've ever had have done a good job in rating my performance. How did your boss or previous bosses get the best out of you? This is a little bit of a trick question. It is as much to see how you react as it is to find out the answer. Just be ready for a question like this and realize that the simple answer is by telling me exactly what the objectives were and then leaving me alone. Give me an example of when you were refused or told no by your company or a supervisor. Make sure that you think of something that is a safe subject or topic. Do not mention something like, when I went in and asked for a 25% raise. If you can't think of anything, even reasonably significant, simply state that you cannot remember any situation where you were told no or refused. If you were offered this job, how long would it take you to decide? Answer, if I were offered the job, I should be able to let you know within a day or at the most 2. How would you define your job as a manager? Answer, my job as a manager is to reach the goals and objectives of the company by hiring and motivating the right kinds of people. Then maybe tell a story or two demonstrating the success you have had as a manager. What type of turnover have you had as a manager? Be ready for this question and simply tell about the turnover that you have had. If the turnover has been high, then you might explain the nature of the job that you have hired people for and the reason that the turnover is high. Never blame your company or its management for the turnover that you've experienced. How did you motivate your subordinates? Be prepared to give examples of how you have motivated your subordinates and the staff. Tell stories about specific instances where the goal or task might have been difficult and you rallied your staff. Give us an example of how you got your staff to support an unpopular decision. Be ready for this kind of question and give an example of an unpopular decision that had to be made and the way that you presented it to your subordinates. What special problems do you have with the day-to-day management of your present staff? This is the kind of question that nobody thinks about until it is asked. Be prepared with an answer. Maybe tell a story. Do you have budgetary responsibilities? How large was your budget? Did you have any problems staying within that budget? Just be ready for any questions about your budgetary responsibilities. For what have you been most frequently criticized? This is like the question about your biggest weakness. Think of something that could be positive or negative. Things like being a perfectionist or a driver or an extremely hard worker and expecting the same out of everyone else are good answers. Tell me about a time when you faced resistance or rejection of your ideas or actions. What did you do? Think of a story where you faced some kind of resistance or rejection. Even if you embellish on the story a bit, make sure you communicate that although you were disappointed in your ideas not being accepted, you were graceful about it and accepted the results. If you complain, bitch, or moan about how other people treated you and your ideas poorly, you won't make the cut. If you communicate that you lost your temper, got pissed off, or alienated people, no matter how right you might have been, it will never be accepted by an interviewing or hiring authority. You have to come across as a team player no matter what the circumstances. We sometimes run into a person who makes unreasonable demands on us. Tell me about a time when this has happened to you. Again, be ready with a story. Every business person runs into someone with unreasonable demands. Describe the situation and how you handled it gracefully and to everyone's benefit. You can talk about the solution that you came up with. Make them logical, reasonable, and with common sense. If you've been in a position where the demands were made by a previous boss or a customer, communicate that your solution was to explain that we are all in this together and that the unreasonable demand wasn't good for everyone. This may take a bit of thinking before the interviewing situation. But you must be ready for a question like this and have an appropriate story. Again, if you communicate anything less than, I calmed the waters and helped save the day, you won't come across as positive as you would like to. Highlight your experience in dealing with interpersonal conflicts by recalling a difficult situation that you were involved in. Above all, you need to have a story. You won't get asked this question very often, but you need to have a story prepared. As with many of the questions in this section, even though you may not be asked them very often, if you have to stop and think of an applicable story, you're definitely at a disadvantage. If you are unprepared for this kind of question and you have to recall an interpersonal conflict, you're likely to relate the situation in an emotional way. When you answer this question in a less than positive emotional state, you won't impress an interviewer. If you are caught off guard with this question and start reliving an emotional situation, it may not come across very well at all. So, be prepared with an interpersonal conflict story. By the way, make it brief, factual, and unemotional. Give me an example of your past experience that highlights your ability to build action plans or create programs that support management's strategic goals and directions. You need to have 3 or 4 stories that could be used interchangeably with a question like this. If in a previous answer you tell a story that could be applicable here, you don't want to tell the same story. In fact, there is a tendency for candidates, if they haven't prepared well, to tell the same 1 or 2 stories more than they should. Most of the questions that telling a story would answer are similar. If you keep answering different questions with the same 2 stories, you will appear very shallow. So be prepared with a number of different stories that can address different situations. Tell me about an experience that illustrates your preference to be proactive in speaking to and maintaining contact with others, or to wait for others to speak first or contact you. Again, like the previous answer, you better have a positive story to tell. If you have to think about it or ponder the answer, you won't appear decisive. How have you shown resilience in the face of conflict, frustrating circumstances, constraints, rapidly changing circumstances, shifting priorities, adversity, and multiple demands upon time and other resources? Be prepared with stories that relate to each one of these factors. Rarely will you be asked about all of them, but you'd better be prepared for them. As with previous questions, if you have to ponder and think for too long a period of time, you don't appear decisive. Be sure to be detailed with things like constraints or rapidly changing circumstances. If you simply describe that business was difficult as a constraint, your answer will appear glib. You have to describe exactly how business was difficult, with things like sales were down, overhead had to be cut, the company was up for sale, the CEO left, and so on. Then describe in detail what all of the constraints were and how they made your job more challenging, that is, difficult. Do you know when to lead and when to follow? Examples of both needs to be given. You need to be prepared for this kind of question. Again, if you have to think about it or you have to ponder it, you will look like you don't know what you're doing. Short story situations where you led and where you followed are appropriate. Can you identify the critical needs in a situation, deal with them, and put the others on the back burner? The answer is, of course, and a story or two where you had to identify critical situations will work. Now, here are some management questions that you need to be ready for relating to your ability to do the job. Explain to us your hiring procedure. This is a simple question that you should be ready for. Since you know the hiring process of the organization that you are interviewing with, try to describe your practices that are in line with theirs. Companies have had to be more careful about hiring in the last few years, so make sure that the procedure you describe is detailed and thorough. Communicate that you adopt the mantra of hire slowly, fire quickly. Describe the biggest mistake you made in hiring. Be ready for this question. Whatever you do, don't say that you never made a mistake in hiring. Tell a story about the mistakes you might have made in hiring. Make sure that it is the kind of hiring mistake that most managers make. Communicate that the credentials of the candidate were excellent, the references were solid, you hired slowly, and so on. However, it just didn't work out. But make sure that you communicate that you rectified the mistake when you first detected it. Again, the mantra of hire slowly, fire quickly works well here. How do you handle dishonesty? The answer is real simple. You don't. Don't try to equivocate the definition of dishonesty. You simply don't tolerate dishonesty. Tell me about a situation where you were disappointed in your own performance. Be ready for this question with a story about how you were disappointed in yourself and the way you and your team performed. Don't go on and on and on about how obsessed and disappointed you were. State the situation, and you might add that it was offset by your positive action later on down the line. Above all, emphasize that you learned from the experience. Give me an example of a new or innovative idea that you came up with or implemented. This is another chance to tell a story. Just be ready for this question. The last thing you want to do is to hesitate and have to think about the answer. Do you communicate best with written or oral communications? Answer, I seem to do well with either one. What are people's greatest misconceptions about you? Think for a moment and pause. Come up with something that is relatively safe. Something along the line of, well, sometimes it may appear that I take things too seriously and come across as not having a sense of humor. Or something like, I sometimes might appear to be a workaholic and have high expectations of others. Or something like, I sometimes appear to be a workaholic and have high expectations of other people. Tell me about a time when you got your hands dirty by doing a job that was one or two steps below you. Just be aware that this kind of question is going to come up, so you better have a story ready. Describe your management style. If you have paid attention to the metaphors and analogies that the hiring authority has been using, You will easily detect the management style of the hiring authority and maybe even the company itself. So, with that understanding, communicate a similar style of management. Tell stories about your management style that are consistent with what you heard. Whatever you do, don't communicate a demanding, pushy, aggressive style of management because that's just the way I am. When you detect that the hiring authority or the company have a kinesthetic, analytical, soft-spoken, amiable, or low-keyed management style. You are trying to get a job, not make a statement. As a manager, have you promoted diversity? You need to have a story or two about how you promoted diversity. How much do you know about the duties or responsibilities of the managers 2 levels below you? You'd better have an answer that communicates that you know very well what the managers 2 levels below you do. If you've been in one of those positions before and got promoted out of it, you'll want to communicate that. Just be sure that you're not caught off guard and act like you have no idea what goes on those levels. You have moved up the management ladder rather rapidly, but it seems like you've leveled off. Why? Simple answer, there are a lot of very good people and managers in the company that I am presently with. They've been there for quite some time. Their seniority and quality is hard to beat. That is one of the major reasons that I am looking to change. On top of that, my personal growth and expansion is limited. So when I add these factors up, it is best for both me and my company that I am presently with that I find a new job. If I'm not growing and reaching my potential with the firm I am with, I am not contributing well. It's mutually best for both of us that I leave. How long would you expect to be in this position if you got it? This can be a really tricky question. If you are leaving your present position because there is a ceiling on your growth, you are communicating that you would do the same thing if you were to work at the place you are interviewing with. If you have changed jobs every year for the past 2 or 3 years, you are communicating even more of a risk. So, you have to change the focus of talking about personal growth intellectually and professionally. Something like this would work very well. Every time I have left any situation, it has been primarily because I was very limited. I am very patient and have explored every opportunity to the maximum. There was no personal growth in these situations, even after I gave it time. As long as I am growing personally, intellectually, and professionally, I am committed to stay as long as I can. I hate changing jobs and companies. This is a case of interviewing being a staged, contrived event. Both you and the interviewing authority know that the odds of you being at this job or this company 3 years from now is not very great. But, as I mentioned elsewhere, people interview as though the job and the company were going to be a forever relationship. How do you deal with disgruntled employees or subordinates? Don't say that you never had any disgruntled employees or subordinates. Every manager has, to a certain extent. Telling a story here would reinforce whatever you say. Stating something like, well, I've been fortunate enough to establish personal policies and procedures so that most of all of my subordinates in the past know where I stand on certain issues. I have found that being consistent, even about things that everyone may not agree with, has been the first and best line of defense that I have needed. Secondly, I have found that 90% of the time, simply listening to people, especially when they vent, dissipates most issues. In checking my references, you'll find that I have always managed people that way. I have found that even the most disgruntled subordinates respect fairness. How often have you fired someone? The longer you have been in management, the more you have had to do this. So, tell the truth. If you've been in management a very short period of time and have never had to fire someone, you can communicate. Fortunately, I've never had to fire anyone. I've been fortunate enough to create an atmosphere and an environment where people that aren't going to make it or don't fit in leave before I have to fire them. If you've been in management for any length of time and have had to fire people, you want to communicate something like, "It is one of the most difficult aspects of my job, but it has to be done from time to time. I've always been sure that the reasons that I have released people are well documented and objective, that it is never capricious and reactionary. I've always tried to communicate that letting them go was best for them and the environment of the company. Fortunately, although an unpleasant task, I've never had any significant repercussions in letting people go." Have you ever doubted your decision about firing someone? Don't appear wishy-washy in describing this kind of situation. Something along the line of, "Well, if there are doubts to begin with, I've tried to work the situation out with the person before I have had to fire them. But once I let them go, I can't afford to look back and doubt my decision. If it comes to the point where I have to let someone go, I am sure of myself." Segment 8. Do we like you questions. The determination of you being liked accounts for 40% of the hiring decision. Of all of the 4 basic questions that need to be answered affirmatively, this carries the greatest weight. No matter how good your skills might be, no matter how much of a risk you may or may not be, and even if working the money out is a foregone conclusion, you will never get hired unless you are liked. Of the more than 100,000 face-to-face interviews that I have personally arranged since 1973, I've never had a candidate hired that wasn't at first liked by the people doing the interviewing and hiring. This fact defies logic and common sense. With all of the business acumen and wisdom that companies and people in them are purported to have, you'd think that the emotional aspect of liking someone would have a minimal impact. But the truth is that hiring people is like buying anything else. People do it for emotional reasons and justify the rest. I can't tell you the number of people that I've placed over the years that were hired simply because they were liked by the hiring organization. I also can't tell you the equal number of extremely qualified, excellent candidates that weren't hired because they weren't initially liked by the interviewing or hiring authority. Companies and interviewing authorities often try to find out if they like you in very odd ways. These questions can have a tendency to get under your skin. Oftentimes, you can be insulted by them if you let yourself. You can never let any of these kinds of questions throw you off emotionally. You can't interview well when you are emotionally flustered. So the way to prepare for them is to either use the answers that I've come up with for you or come up with your own, but you have to practice them with your coach. Here they are. Are you a leader or a follower? Simple answer, well, in certain situations, I'm a leader, and in certain situations, I'm a follower. I can be both. Then reinforce the answer to this question with stories if necessary. What do people most like about you? What do they like least? Things like being a team player, getting along well with others, dealing with intense situations, volunteering when you don't have to, perseverance, communication skills, and so on always work well as an answer here. Reinforce the attributes that you spoke about in your presentation that make you a good employee. Regarding what people like least about you, laugh and say something like, well, I'm a lousy golfer, a poor tennis player, or I'm not really good at telling jokes. Make it light. What are your 3 greatest strengths? What are your 3 greatest weaknesses? Strengths should be easy to come up with. Weaknesses are always difficult. What works well regarding the weakness question is something along the line of, well, I'm very impatient with myself. I oftentimes expect the same passion and commitment from others that I tend to have. Or, I'm working on becoming a better listener. I have known candidates to say just plain stupid things like, well, to be honest, I talk too much. I'm late a lot. I seem to have bad luck in jobs and get fired. I have bad luck with women and jobs. Or I get bored easily. Don't do that. Make sure your weaknesses can also be strengths. Ask your coach to help you with these because you're going to get this question. What are your hobbies, outside interests, books you've read recently? Don't hesitate to talk about some of your outside interests and hobbies if they are reasonable and business-wise. I would not recommend talking about your particular involvement with anything controversial. Church groups, political parties, or any organization that might be controversial, unless you are absolutely sure of the religious or political persuasions of the interviewing authority, should not be mentioned. Talk about hobbies like golf, tennis, running, cycling, gourmet cooking, and so on. Anything, just be sure it is safe and not controversial. Make sure that you are reading some kind of business-oriented books and briefly mention that you are. This kind of question is easy to prepare for, and you will give the same answer to everyone. What do you like and dislike about your present boss? This question has absolutely nothing to do with your boss. It has to do with how you express what you think of him or her. Bad-mouthing your present or previous bosses or company is the kiss of death. Something like, I really like him as a person and really learned a lot from him or her is all that needs to be said. Employers identify with employers, and whatever you say about your present or previous boss, you will say about the new people somewhere down the line. How do you handle criticism? How you react to this question is as important as your answer. If you look startled, like a deer in the headlights, you will be communicating the wrong idea. Just expect to get this question and immediately respond by saying, I really do appreciate constructive criticism. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. I am my own worst critic, but I really like hearing what other people think. Rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. This is a stupid question, but you'd better be ready for it. Well, my spouse thinks I'm a 10, sometimes. However, when I rate myself, I'm an 8 or 9 in some things and 6 or 7 in others. But you will find that I do my dead level best to do well in everything that I do. Then shut up. How would others at your present or previous jobs rate you on a scale of 1 to 10? Answer, again, I think some of them would rate me as an 8, 9, or 10 in some of the things that I do, and maybe a 6 or 7 in other things that I do. But they do know that I try my best in everything I do. Do you ever lie? This is another catch-22 question. Best thing to do is to admit that you do lie in some rare instances when telling the truth has no consequences other than to hurt someone's feelings. For instance, you might say, if I'm invited to a social occasion that I really don't want to go to, I will say that I have other plans. I guess, technically, that is a lie, but I see no sense in hurting other people's feelings by telling them that I do not wish to socialize with them. Then shut up. If the interviewer probes this question, simply say, it is important to be truthful in every business dealing. I think lying is basically wrong and should only be used in situations as the last graceful alternative when the results are inconsequential. What are one or two things that your present or previous coworkers dislike about you? Be prepared for this question because you're going to get it more than you think. Answer it with something like, well, nobody has ever outright told me anything about myself that they said they disliked. I sometimes get the feeling that my work ethic and striving for perfection irritates some people, but I'm not aware of anything that people have actually said they disliked. This again is one of those questions where how you respond is much more important than what you say. What makes you mad? Answer, well, there are not very many things that make me outright mad, but I do get frustrated, especially with some of the things that my 16-year-old does, and then give a laugh. But seriously, I have found that getting mad or angry doesn't help solve the immediate problem. I don't think any of us perform well under the emotional stress of anger. How do you make your opinion known when you disagree with management or your boss? Answer, if my opinions are sought out, I respectfully offer them. If they are not sought out and it is not within my responsibility, I probably wouldn't offer the opinion. If I felt strongly enough about the issue and thought it was important to voice my opinion, I would make a private appointment with the powers that be to discuss my feelings and thoughts. The purpose of this question is more to find out how you go about voicing your opinions rather than what your opinions are. If you knew then what you know now, how would you change your life or your career? This is a really good question, and you need to have a really good answer. You should mention things that might be obvious. For instance, if you have not completed your degree, you might say that. Looking back on it, you would have finished your degree. If you had a couple of very short jobs on your resume, you might say that if you knew then what you know now, you wouldn't have taken those jobs. You should discuss any obvious mistakes or missteps in your career, admit to them, and add the fact that you learned a lot from the mistakes and then move on. You might also add in this situation that the important thing for me is that I learned from every mistake I've ever made. Fortunately, I haven't made the same mistake more than once. I know that I will make others, but I'm going to make the best of what I learned from them. It would be nice if the lessons hadn't been so painful. Do not say that you wouldn't change a thing, because even if it were true, not many people are going to believe you. What is your definition of success, of failure, and how do you rate yourself in these two categories? This is a loaded question and has absolutely no correct answer, but something along the lines of this will do. Well, success for me is the constant pursuit of a worthy goal where I am personally growing and economically providing for myself and my family. The only definition of failure for me would be when people quit trying or give up. Failure is not an option for me, nor should it be for anyone else. What makes you better than any other candidate I can hire? Answer, well, I don't know that I'm necessarily better than anyone else you could interview or hire, at least on paper, but I am a very hard worker and am determined to be successful. In the final analysis, I have more passion and commitment to the job than most people do. So, with me, you get passion, commitment, and determination far above what you'd probably get in most anybody else. You can then demonstrate those features by telling stories that speak of how you provided benefit to your previous employers. I am sure that there were some policies in your previous companies that you didn't agree with. How did you handle them? This is one of those questions where the interviewing or hiring authority is trying to find out how you respect your previous employers. Obviously, if you think your previous employers and their policies weren't good, the interviewing or hiring authority will think that you will feel the same about theirs. So the answer is, I guess there must be some minor policies or procedures that I didn't necessarily agree with, but for the most part, it was apparent that most all of the policies and procedures were good for the company and therefore good for everybody in it. Just remember, don't ever badmouth a previous employer. What kind of people do you hang out with? Be a little careful of this question. Some interviewing authorities may be asking about your church groups, ethnic groups, or political groups that you might belong to. The best answer is something along the line of, I have a diverse group of friends that are all very interesting. If you were asked about hobbies and you mentioned golf or tennis, you might mention that you hang out with people like that. How would you describe your personality? Consider the kind of opportunity you are interviewing for when you answer this question. If you were interviewing for a sales position, you certainly would not want to say, "I'm an introverted, quiet person who doesn't like people." If you were interviewing for an accounting position, it would not be intelligent to say, "Well, I'm a wild and crazy guy, and people never know what to expect from me or my moods." Think, be honest, but don't go overboard. We are a very aggressive organization here. You seem fairly laid back, rather quiet. How do you get along with aggressive folks? A simple answer like this works. When people get to know me, they don't think that I'm really quiet. I am intensely interested in the opportunity with your company, so I'm trying to listen very well. I've always been able to get along with just about every kind of person and personality. How did you feel the last time you joined a new company and a new group of people? How long did it take you to integrate with them personally? This is a dumb question, but you're going to hear it. The simple answer? It didn't take long for me to get to know and integrate well with the people that I have worked for in every job that I have had in the past. I'm sure if you check my references, you'll discover that I get along with people very well. How do you deal with people that you don't like and people that don't like you in the workplace? Now, this is a really good question. The hiring authority is more interested in the way you react to this question. An answer along this line will suffice. Because I give a lot of respect to all of the people that I encounter, even the people I don't particularly like, I seem to gain their respect. I deal with everyone on a professional level and try to keep personal relationships at work to a minimum. I have to appreciate everyone, but I don't necessarily have to like them. Describe a very difficult person that you had to work with and how did you handle it? You can begin to answer this question in a lighthearted way by smiling and saying, "Well, my spouse at times," or "my 16-year-old at times." Then add a, "Seriously, I've never really had a problem with difficult people, even if they did not respect me personally. I found a way to deal with difficult people as with other people in the workplace, and that's to perform so well that my work would speak so highly of me that what people thought of me personally really didn't matter." Have you ever gotten personally involved or socially close to anyone at your work? This is a question that comes up more than people think. You might be amazed at the number of people that would willingly admit that they have dated or got personally involved with some of the people that they have worked for or with in the past. Don't go there. The answer has to be, I keep my personal and business life separate. I have seen situations where people have become personally involved when they work together, and it usually leads to nothing but disaster. It just plain isn't smart. On a personal level, what would your previous boss or present boss say about you? Answer: I've always gotten along very well with my bosses, even though I think that everyone that I've ever worked for, both directly and indirectly, thought highly of me. Beyond social engagements like dinners or golf games, I've always tried to keep our relationship business. We play a lot of poker or golf or tennis, or we go bowling a lot around here. Are you good at it? Even if you are a scratch golfer, Never admit to being really good at any social game or endeavor. You set yourself up as someone to beat when you do that. A number of years ago, I had a hiring authority that I could swear didn't hire my candidate because my candidate was an excellent golfer, and this guy won the company golf tournament every year and didn't want the competition. So you might want to admit to enjoying a particular social endeavor, but never claim to be really good at it. What was it like for you growing up? This could border on an illegal question if the interviewing or hiring authority seems to be asking about your religion, ethnic background, and so on. Most hiring authorities, when they ask this question, simply want to get a sense of your character or values. A person that might describe their growing up as a tumultuous experience, or as some people would say, "I'm a mess," might communicate that they are presently a mess. As in any other question, answering it with true confessions that communicate personal instability doesn't bode well. The best answer is to describe your growing up as a great experience. If, in growing up, you had to overcome personal or family challenges and they communicate a positive attitude or strong work ethic, certainly describe the experience. Had you ever had to overcome any personal hardship? Whatever you do, do not describe your terrible, acrimonious divorces, your run-ins with the law, your DWIs, your being thrown out of your house by your spouse, your 3 bankruptcies, or anything that communicates poor judgment. Even things like overcoming cancer will frighten an employer. If you want to describe character-building challenges like growing up without a lot of money, having to work from a very young age, being forced to put yourself through college, overcoming the death of a parent at a very young age, and so on, you will answer the question to your benefit. If you were to invite 3 famous people to dinner, who would you invite? This is a dumb question, but if you get asked it, you pretty much have to answer it. Be very careful of answering the question politically or religiously. If you say something like Jesus Christ, Buddha, and the Pope, you open yourself up to judgment that has nothing to do with getting the job. I would recommend sticking to business-oriented individuals. Saying something like Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, or Donald Trump, whether they are presently alive or not, is very safe. If you were me, what question should I ask you that you really don't want to answer? This is a really dumb question, but it gets asked more than most people ever think, and the idea is to take you off your guard. Be ready. Keep the answer something very light and almost funny. Something like, well, looking back, who did you first have a romantic crush on, and what do you think of them now? Answer, my 5th grade teacher, but I think she died last year. Do not take this question real seriously. Pondering it and coming up with a serious answer might put you in a negative light. I had a candidate one time that was asked this question by a very attractive female hiring authority. He was so thrown off by the question that he answered with his instincts that he wanted to ask her out. It cost him the job. Do you like me as a person? Simply respond by saying, well, I don't know you very well at all. I think we have good chemistry. You are a very good interviewer. Describe a situation where you personally or professionally failed. Watch out for this trap. Be ready for this question and answer it with a safe story. Something like not making a high school or college basketball team, getting a B in a very difficult class when you felt like you performed on an A level, not getting a promotion that you felt you deserved, will all be good answers only if you can explain what you learned from the experience. Again, stay away from divorces, personal bankruptcies, and so on. Although you might think these personal failures were the best lessons that you experienced, you never know how an interviewing or hiring authority is going to respond. If you describe a professional failure, make sure that you don't blame other people. Take responsibility in the right way. We misjudged the market, or we didn't see the recession coming, will work. Never blame others for your mistakes, even if they were a part of it. You don't want to be perceived as a blamer. How do you rank yourself personally and professionally among your peers? You neither want to be too boastful or too humble in answering this question. If you have concrete examples like superior sales performance or accolades that have been bestowed upon you by your company or your supervisors, you would want to mention them. If nothing concrete is available, an answer like this really works. I've been fortunate to work for a very successful, hard-driving organization where the performance bar is set pretty high. It is a great challenge to work with such a high-caliber firm. Sometimes I outperform most everyone, and sometimes I'm outperformed. The neat thing is that regardless of my rank, I am pressed to perform my best every day. Whether I come in first, second, or third isn't as important as the fact that I grow personally every day. Do you have personal and professional goals? The answer to this question has to be absolute. I have spiritual, personal, and professional goals. I write them at the beginning of every year, review them daily, and assess them quarterly. I believe that everyone has to have goals. Who is your greatest personal mentor? One has to be careful here. Saying something like, Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, might be true, but it is risky to say. Many employers get concerned that an answer like this would come from someone who is trying to sell religious values to other people. You might be better off to answer this in a very safe way, like my mother, my father, my older sister, or my older brother, and then give a short story about how they have been your mentor. What is the biggest personal mistake that you ever made? This is a loaded question. If you say something like, I married the wrong person and it turned out to be a disaster, you run a real big risk. It is simply too emotionally charged, and you never know how the hiring or interviewing authority is going to interpret the answer. So it is best to play it safe and come up with maybe a personal investment that went badly, maybe not finishing a degree or taking a job that turned out to be a poor decision by not doing enough due diligence or something along that line. Make sure that no matter what you say, you make it clear that you learned from your mistake. Tell a story with a beneficial lesson. How did you get your last job? The answer to this should be fairly simple. The answer to this minor question could wind up being a major mistake. If you say something like, I work on my golf handicap every time I get a chance, the hiring authority may fear that you are going to be playing golf when you're supposed to be making sales calls. Reading, gardening, fishing, woodworking, spectator sports, tennis, or golf should be all right to speak of, as long as you don't come across as a fanatic. I once had a candidate who was such a Dallas Cowboy fan that she bragged that she never missed a Cowboy game in 12 years, including the away games, as well as attending the preseason football camp in August. The hiring authority refused to hire her because he thought that all of the time she wanted to devote to the Dallas Cowboys would possibly detract from her work. What do you think about you is most important to us? If this question comes up in the beginning of the interviewing process, then you want to sell the simple but important aspects that a company would want in you as their employee. Saying things like very hard worker, very determined, committed, going the extra mile, good listener, excellent with people, dependable, and so on are all good to start with. Just be certain that you mention a couple of stories that demonstrate as many of these basic attributes as you can. Remember, stories sell. If you are deeper into the interviewing process and you have really done your homework, you should be aware of the most important attributes that the organization is looking for in any candidate. Be sure to emphasize your particular attributes that relate to that issue. Again, a story is great. Tell me about a business experience where you had to decide to either lead or follow. What choice did you make and how did it turn out? The important aspect of this question is to find out not so much whether you chose to lead or follow as to why you chose to lead or follow. Never claim to be a leader because everybody else were schmucks. Whenever you cast aspersions about anybody that you've worked with or for in the past, you put yourself in a poor light. So, whatever the reason for leading or following, make a positive reflection on the people that you have worked with or for in the past. So, whatever the reason for leading or following, make a positive reflection on the people that you have worked with or for. Tell me about a time when you practiced diplomacy when communicating with another person. Simply be ready for this question with a reasonable story. It is important here to be ready with a business-oriented story. Do not get trapped into talking about a social situation. People are trying to evaluate your personal business skills, not your social skills. Besides, if the first thing that comes to your mind is a social situation, you won't appear very businesslike. Tell me about the last time one of you or your subordinates made a mistake. What did you do? Make sure that the story you talk about demonstrates how you tried to improve the situation by helping others learn from their mistakes. Now, if the mistake was grievous enough, you might explain what the reprimand might have been. Just be sure to keep it positive. What have you done to implement improvements in your work group organization? You'd better have a real good answer for this one. If you have to ponder this question, it will be obvious that you haven't done anything to improve working conditions. Your answer needs to be decisive. Sometimes we have to bring conflict out into the open, and other times avoid it, or sacrifice our own needs in order to placate others. Tell me about a time when you had to make a choice like that. This is a pretty sophisticated question, and not many people are going to ask it of you, but you need to be prepared with a story about how you confronted conflict and or how you avoided it. Again, if you hesitate or stammer without being able to answer quickly with an example, you will appear indecisive. We have to deal with power struggles or resolve win-loss situations all the time. Tell me the last time you were involved in such a situation. Depending on how the interviewing is going, you might laugh and say, well, the last time was when my spouse and I were deciding where to go to dinner. I let him or her win. Then follow up with a more serious work environment situation and how you resolved it. Be ready with a short and to-the-point story. The answer to questions like this can be a recipe for disaster if you go on and make the story too long without getting to the point. Describe to me how you make decisions. If this question catches you off guard, you'll be dead in the water. You'd better have a memorized methodology that you can explain to a prospective employer. Saying things again like, well, I just follow my gut, will not be a good answer. You'll only get asked this by relatively analytical hiring authorities, but you need to have a step-by-step approach to the way you would do it. Describe a time when an external customer tried your patience or tried to get something from you or your company that they really didn't deserve. Maybe not outright cheat, but close to it. How do you handle it and what did you do? Even if you are not directly involved with an external customer, you'd better have some kind of answer or story for this. You need to communicate calmness and clear thinking. If your answer is, we sued the bastards, you won't come across in a positive way. As with other answers, have a short to the point story. Describe a time when an internal customer tried your patience. If you were in a support or service role to other departments in your company, it won't be hard to come up with an example of this. If you were in the estimating department, for instance, you can relate that the sales department is always pressing you to provide estimates faster, no matter how accurate they might be. You need to communicate courage and responsibility over and above relinquishing to pressure. Priorities constantly change in our firm. Recurring challenges and limitations to resources push us really hard. Often it is hard to maintain a positive attitude, and the department gets emotionally down. Has this ever happened to you, and how do you deal with it? If you claim to have never had an emotionally down time, no one will ever believe you. Most of the world is negative about most things. An answer along this line will work. Well, all emotions are infectious. I really try to look for the positive in every situation. That doesn't mean that I ignore reality. Then tell a story about a situation in your present or previous jobs where you were pressed for resources and how you handled it. If you badmouth your present or past employer by saying something like, well, the finance and accounting department could never keep the cash flow positive, it really screwed up our department, and I was yelling at them all the time, you won't get hired. We have all had times when we are very proud of what we've accomplished, and sometimes we don't receive the recognition we think we should. Tell me about a time that this has happened to you, and how did you deal with it? If you say something like, I made it real clear to my superiors that they should recognize what I've done, you've just ended the prospects of getting hired. The best answer to this question is getting external recognition isn't as important to me as me knowing that I have done the best job that I could. Then describe a situation where this kind of thing might have happened. Just be sure to communicate that external recognition isn't that important to you. Describe a situation where you demonstrated a high level of commitment to an organization where you worked. Be ready for a question like this. You'd better have a very good story to tell. If you say something like, well, I stayed late when I needed to, I worked overtime when necessary, or I came in on weekends when I had to, or something weak like that, you'll lose points for a poor answer. A high level of commitment means something that is well beyond the call of duty. Have a good story ready and make sure that it communicates how you really went the extra mile. What have you done in the past that demonstrates a high level of personal integrity? You won't get asked this question very often, but if you do, you'd better have a good, solid story that relates to your integrity. You have to be a little careful about a question like this, because if you say something like, well, I never cheat on my expense account when everybody else does, you won't come across as though you have high integrity. It isn't an issue of integrity not to cheat, so make sure you have a story that demonstrates your integrity. Something along the line of, I encouraged us to be blunt with our major client about the mistake we made, even though it might have cost us the contract and our relationship. What was the last creative idea that you came up with that affected the group or company that you now work for? How did you come up with the idea? You'd better have a good answer for this question. If you have to think about the answer for more than just a moment, you won't appear like you're telling the truth. This kind of story can relate to any other story that you might have told in the interviewing process. Just be ready for it by having at least one or two applications of your own personal creative idea. What will your boss say when you resign? Will he or she be upset? This is a bit of a loaded question. It might be asked so the interviewer can find out if you confided in your present boss, if your present organization knows that you are probably going to leave, Or the interviewer just might throw the question out there just to see how you react. The best answer will be along the line of something like this: I'm sure my boss will be somewhat disappointed, but he or she has always been the kind of person that wants the best for everyone in their organization. If finding a new job is best for me and my family, my boss might be a bit unhappy for himself and the company, but he will be pleased for me. Segment 9. Are you a risk? These are going to be the most difficult questions you will be asked. They're going to encroach on your character, your judgment, and the quality of your decisions, both personally and professionally. Now, the truth is that everyone is a risk. Everyone who has ever been hired is a risk. The real question embedded in this subject is, what kind of risk are you? And along with that, am I, as a hiring authority, willing to run the risk of putting my reputation on the line with hiring you? A hiring authority is trying to minimize risk and maximize a return on investment. It's a trade-off. A hiring authority wants to minimize his or her risk, but get as many benefits as possible from hiring someone. The greater the risks you might present, the more they have to be offset by a greater reward. With every risk you present, and you know exactly what they are, you have to offset those risks with the benefits that you can provide. The greater the benefit that you can demonstrate and the more risks you can mitigate in your being hired, the better chance you have. Candidates do not recognize the risks that they present to a prospective employer. In fact, many things that you think are a positive might very well be a big liability. Get your coach to help you recognize what the risks are with hiring you. Then be ready for these questions. Why do you want to leave where you are? Or why did you leave your last position? This is one of the biggest "what kind of risk are we taking" questions that you will be asked. The answer to this question is one that will immediately end the interviewing process or enhance it. This is one of the most crucial questions that you will be asked in every interview. You better have a consistent reason as to why you are looking to leave or why you left your last position. And, as with many other answers, you need to stick with it. The key to this answer is to be as non-self-oriented as you can make it. The major reason that this is an important answer is that the interviewing or hiring authority will assume, just by the nature of their relationship with the employee, that you will leave them somewhere down the line for exactly the same reasons that you are leaving where you are now or you left the last position. Employers identify with employers. Being presently employed and looking to leave when you have been employed by that firm for a relatively long period of time, say 5 years or more, because you are not growing personally or do not have the opportunity to grow beyond your job, is a better reason to be leaving than new management coming in and not really liking you. You absolutely have to be truthful in this answer, but you also have to spin it so that you communicate a really good business reason for yourself and for a future organization. Now, if you have been caught in a layoff because you were one of the last to be hired and therefore one of the first to go, there's not much you can do about putting a spin on that isolated reason. Even though you were laid off, you can add comments and statements about the job that would make a prospective employer feel really good about you. Again, saying anything negative or disparaging about the company that you are presently with or are leaving is not going to do you well. Anything, I repeat, anything negative about the people that you are working for or have worked with before will shoot you in the foot. If the hiring authority and hiring company have a tremendous amount of pain, that is, they are desperate to fill the position, the less likely they are to care about why you are looking to leave or why you left your last employer. So if you sense that the need to fill the position is great on the part of the hiring company, you don't have to be quite as concerned about how analytical they will be at the answer you will give to this question. If an organization is desperate to fill a job, as long as your reasons for leaving your present one are anything short of "sometimes I'd like to strangle my boss," the answer to this question won't matter much. However, most organizations that are looking to fill a position are not that desperate. They are going to be very careful to analyze the answer to this question. If you are presently employed, answer this question along these lines. Well, I really love my job. I really like the people who I work with, and I appreciate everything the organization has done for me. However, the organization is in the process of being sold, of closing down, of relocating, and so on, and I am personally stymied in my professional and personal growth. I can stay in the position that I am in, and I am not threatened, but for the next number of years, I'm not going to be able to grow beyond this job that I am in now. Since my growth is limited, both personally and professionally, everything else, including my earnings, will stagnate. I owe it to myself and my family to seek a new opportunity where I can grow and be challenged beyond the opportunity that I have now. Whatever you do, you have to communicate that you like your present job, the present organization that you work with, and so on, and that you are simply leaving because you are capable of doing more for an organization and therefore growing both personally and professionally. If you communicate self-oriented answers like, "I need more money," "I want a better title," "I'm going nowhere in my present firm," and so on, you will be dead in the water. Another way to approach this is to center your answer around the position for which you are interviewing. Something along these lines works. "I really love the company I work for, and I have done well by them. They have been very good to me, and I really appreciate that. But in the position I am in now, I am not as challenged, nor can I contribute as much as I could in the position we are discussing here at your firm. This particular position that I am interviewing for will give me the opportunity to take my skills to a higher level, as well as really contribute to the growth of your organization. I'm just not able to do that where I am now. It isn't anybody's fault. It's the nature of what we do and the size of our organization." Gee whiz, the last 3 jobs have been of very short durations. What's wrong? The obvious fear behind this question is that if you are hired, you will only stay at that job for a short period of time. In fact, we will discuss this topic in a little more detail in a few minutes, but your answer has to be one where you do what we call in sales changing the base. The answer goes something like this. While you are correct that I have had 3 very short stints in my employment, there are 2 things that are very important. First of all, I realize that someone like you is going to look at this as a liability. I don't like it better than anybody else. In fact, it has really concerned me. I made a couple of mistakes in taking those positions, and if I knew then what I know now, I would have never done that. The truth is, however, that I really learned from those mistakes. The fact that I've had 3 relatively short positions is one of the very reasons I can guarantee stability. I cannot very well afford another short stint at a job, so I am being very careful about the job I take. Whoever hires me is going to get a passionate and committed employee for at least 7 to 10 years. The second thing is that even though the opportunities did not last long, I worked very hard while I was there, and the references that I have from those organizations will substantiate how hard I worked and how much I contributed. It does not do you any good to try to justify 2 or 3 short stints that appear on your resume. This is the road to disaster. I've had candidates who casually dismiss the fact that they have had 2 or 3 short stints on their resume and justify it by saying that it was just the condition of the economy. I have also had candidates who spend so much time trying to explain why they made such poor business decisions and going overboard to explain it that neither they nor the interviewing authority ever got beyond this one question. The point is to address it, make it to be as much of a positive as you possibly can, ask for understanding, empathy, and then shut up. If you have this problem in your background, this will be one of the answers that you have to have down pat. Practice it. You've been the president of your own firm, the owner of your own firm. How do we know that you're going to be willing to work for someone else, that you will take direction? There is an underlying fear and concern that all employers have when it comes to hiring someone that has either been the president of an organization, run an organization, or owned his or her own firm. The idea that the highest manager of an organization would actually work for someone else scares companies. What scares them is that if they hire you and you have been in those kinds of positions, you won't take direction and you will never really work for someone else. They are concerned that you really won't be happy unless you are running the show. They believe that after a taste of working for someone else, you will leave after a relatively short period of time. It's hard for most presidents or owners of organizations to work for someone else. It is an emotional adjustment that is hard to make, but it is done and it does work. The answer to this question is really simple, and here it is. Well, you know, as the president of an organization or the owner of an organization, I worked for a lot of different people, and I answered to the entire company. I answered to customers, employees, the government, the IRS, my attorneys, my CPAs, the insurance companies, the vendors, and most often to my spouse. We all answer to someone. Even the president of your organization or owner of your organization answers to someone, and it's usually to many people. I never met a good leader who couldn't work within any organization and be a part of the team as well as a good follower. The truth is that we are all self-employed. In reality, we all work for ourselves within an organization. The organization is simply a group of people working with or for themselves. Someone in the organization signs the paycheck, but the truth is that it's earned by our own individual diligence. That's the way I approach business when someone else signs the paycheck or when I sign the paycheck. In this opportunity, I may not lead the organization, but I still work for myself. My future earnings will be dependent upon how I perform. In this case, the only difference is that someone else will sign the paycheck. One of the great advantages you have in hiring me over others is since that I have been self-employed or president of the firm or owned my own company, I really understand how hard it is to run a business. I, more than anyone else you can interview, will treat your money like my money because I really understand that's how it works. Most people see themselves strictly as employees. They act as though there is an adversarial relationship between themselves and their management. Little do they realize, as I do, that we are all in this together. And whatever I do for management, I do for myself. And whatever I do to management, I do to myself. I'm as careful with the company's mission and money as I am with my own, because I see them as the same. So, what this all means is that I'm going to work for someone just as hard as I would work for myself. It's one and the same. I take directions just as well as I give them. I follow just as well as I lead, and I do what needs to be done. My ego is in check. I'm interested in this opportunity because I could do a really good job for a very good company. This position with our company requires a college degree, and I noticed on your resume you only state that you attended college, but it didn't say that you graduated. Why did you quit? The best way to answer this question is to begin by saying something along the lines of, I realize that most companies look for a degree in this position. I didn't get a chance to complete my degree because, and then you have to give a very good reason as to why you didn't complete the degree. Something like, there was a death in my family and I had to go home and take care of the family. I got married and had a child on the way and needed to go to work. I was putting myself through college and I ran out of money, so I had to go to work. Whatever you do, don't say stupid things like, I was bored, college and I didn't get along, I was so busy partying I flunked out, I just didn't value the chance that I had and I regret it. Even things like, well, I just wasn't mature enough for college and didn't appreciate it, don't work. It has to be a good, palatable reason. And then you continue to say, I do wish I'd finished, but every job I've ever had has required a degree on paper. I have performed well in just about every job. In fact, when you analyze my background and check my references, you will find that my not having a degree has never affected my performance. Say no more. Don't make it a bigger deal than it is. If there is a corporate policy about not being hired without a degree, you may not get hired, and there is not one thing you can do about it. So, putting up a big stink by saying something like, well, it's ridiculous for companies to require a degree, or a degree doesn't mean people will perform, or that's a stupid policy, and on, will just make your perceived deficiency more pronounced. Even if it is stupid, and I believe it is. No one ever asked me about my PhD before they hired one of my candidates. Your protest will not change things, and you will embarrass yourself. So, stick to the, I don't have a degree, it might be better if I did, but it hasn't kept me from being a performer type of answer. Say it calmly, somewhat briefly, and then smile and shut up. If companies really want to hire you, that is, if you really establish enough of a value for yourself, they will overlook this kind of thing no matter what the policy is. This position is 1 or 2 levels below the ones you have had in the past. How do we know we won't hire you, and then in 6 or 7 months someone calls you with a position like you've had and you leave? This is one of the biggest fears that a hiring manager or hiring authority has. To hire someone and then have them leave for whatever reason is a big risk. Other candidates may stay a short period of time and then leave for all kinds of reasons. But the issue of having held higher positions is so glaring in the onset of the relationship that the hiring authority is very afraid. This is esoteric and graduate level stuff, but I will tell you the reality of this fear. It is groundless. Here is the truth. When people are genuinely happy, even reasonably content in their job, they really don't want to interview and they really don't want to leave, even if the job I describe or might have for them is better than the job they've got. The reason is simple. People don't like looking for a job. If you've been paying attention, you really know by now that looking for a job is a pain in the butt and nobody really likes doing it. So the idea that a reasonably content employee will get a call 6 or 7 months or even 9 months into their new job to interview for a level of job that they used to have and run off and essentially leave it isn't realistic. Most people are just not in a position to where they have nothing better to do on a Tuesday morning than think about changing jobs and interviewing. It's just too emotionally stressful, and rarely does anybody do it unless there is just cause. Even a reasonably happy employee doesn't want to leave to look for another job. It is just too stressful to do that. And as long as they are reasonably content with the position that they are in, they have a tendency to stay where they are. Now, to complicate matters, the only way a hiring authority can prove or disprove this theory is to take a chance of hiring someone in that situation. I have placed enough people over the years at levels far below the positions that they had held before, who went on to be very happy and content over many years, that I have proven that this stereotype is unfounded. Now, to make matters even more interesting, you as a candidate can explain this to a prospective employer. The problem with this truth is that it is predicting the future, and the hiring authority simply isn't going to try what he or she believes to be a great risk just to prove a theory. And the problem with this theory is that you can argue both sides of the myth and be right. So here is your answer. Mr. or Ms. Employer, in every company I've ever worked, I've always started out at a position 1 or 2 levels below what I eventually attained. I realize exactly what I'm getting into with this job and the opportunity that you have outlined for me. I have no intention of wasting anyone's time, money, or effort, especially mine or yours. I wouldn't be trying to get this position if I didn't think it would be challenging, gratifying work, and I wouldn't have a really good future with this organization. In the past, when I have been in the lower level positions with the company in which I worked, I would get calls from time to time about interviewing at other organizations or other companies for higher level positions. But I was very happy where I was. I enjoyed the work. I was challenged, and frankly, the compensation followed my being happy, content, and challenged in the job. If we can make this opportunity happy, I can assure you that I know exactly what I'm getting into, and the idea of leaving or being recruited away for a position 1 or 2 levels above it just isn't realistic for me. I've been in the shoes of this kind of position before, and I know exactly what I'm getting into. I like the job, the people, the company, and if we can work out the compensation, I am more than confident that I will make you an excellent employee for a long, long time. Why did you leave your last job so abruptly? Or, why do you want to leave your current job? How do I know you won't do the same here? Ever since 1973, when I got in this profession, this is one of the most difficult and treacherous questions you're going to be asked. Underlying this question is a concern on the part of the hiring authority that whatever reason you used to leave your last job or are using to leave your present one, you're going to use when you leave them. Depending on the state of the economy, a hiring authority is going to be more sensitive to the answer you give to this question. When the employment economy is robust, hiring authorities are more concerned about what you can do for them immediately than they are concerned about why you left your last position or why you want to leave your present one. This was true in the early 80s and the late 90s. When the employment economy is more difficult and there are many candidates to choose from, most hiring authorities are more concerned about the reason you might have left your last employer or why you're looking to leave your present one. No matter what the economy, all hiring authorities are very concerned about the answer to this question. But the answer is more important in a difficult economy than it is in an expanding one. The biggest mistake most candidates make when it comes to this question is that they first don't mention how much they appreciate the job they had or the one they presently have, and secondly, talk about selfish or self-centered me reasons for either leaving or changing jobs. Anything related to what you wanted when you left or what you want when you leave will not fly. Answers like, well, I wanted more money, a bigger company, more prestige, anything related to your needs before the needs of the company you were with will destroy you. Remember, whatever you say, the hiring authority you are talking to will take personally and envision a time when you will say the same thing about him and his company. So, you have to find a relatively antiseptic answer to this question that neutralizes any kind of negativity. Something along the lines of, I really loved that job and really appreciated all of the people who I was working with. Unfortunately, the company had to downsize because of the economy, and since I was the last one hired, I was one of the first to go. Or something like, I really love my job, and I love the people with whom I work. Unfortunately, I have reached a point with my position that the opportunity for me to grow both personally and professionally just isn't there. They are good people and have been good to me. I will certainly miss them, and I'm sure that they will miss me. But I am capable of greater responsibility and authority, and the odds of me getting that where I am just aren't very great. You absolutely have to spin the answer to this question into a positive. Never criticize, denigrate, badmouth, or in any way speak poorly of your present or past employers. If you can't say something good, at least make it neutral. If you try to make your present or last employer out to be a bad guy, no matter how justified you are, a hiring or interviewing authority will never, ever buy into your excuse or reason. The answer to this question probably kills more opportunities for candidates than any other question they could be asked. You really need to think about whatever answers you're going to come up with and put yourself in the shoes of the interviewing or hiring authority and ask yourself, if I didn't know me as I do, and I was being compared to a number of other equally qualified candidates, how does the answer to this question make me look? If the answer to this question makes you look like a dedicated, committed, reasonably well-performing employee who, for very good business reasons, is looking for a job, you'll be fine. If your answer does anything less than that, you're dead in the water. You were fired. And why were you fired? Hopefully, if you were in a position to be fired, you got your most recent organization to lay you off rather than fire you. If there is one small saving grace issue in an employment recession, it's that layoffs are rampant. When the employment economy is expanding, people don't talk about layoffs quite as much. But when the economy is contracting, layoffs are fairly common, and it is much less of a stigma to be laid off. Unless you were fired for a very serious cause like embezzlement or threatening a coworker or sexual harassment, most organizations will be amenable to stating to people that you were laid off. Different companies have different policies regarding what they will tell a prospective employer about why a person was terminated or laid off. The terminology may not be very important to your employer, but it is very important to you. The difference between being fired and being laid off connotes an adversarial discharge for cause in the former and an involuntary, at least on your part, separation for, usually economic reasons, on the part of the company that let you go. So you are much better off if you can communicate the idea that you were laid off rather than that you were fired. The truth is that the result is the same. Most companies, rather than create a picture of being an adversarial bad guy, would rather lay you off than fire you. I'm going to discuss being fired more elaborately in a few moments. If you have been fired, you will definitely want to listen more closely to that part of the recording because it will give you more information and teach you so that you can answer this question better. Right now, I'm going to give you some answers to this question and in a few moments go into detail about the issue itself. I do not recommend that you answered this question with something like, "Well, it's the best thing that ever happened to me. It was a blessing in disguise. The job wasn't working out anyhow. The job just wasn't for me," and so on. These kinds of answers have a tendency to come across as flippant and arrogant. The employer thinks, "Well, if getting fired was such a blessing, or the job wasn't working out anyhow, or the job wasn't right, why did you keep the job?" This would especially be true if you were at the last job for 3 or more years. What your comments would communicate is, "This was really a great job until I got fired. Then it was a bad job." This is an incongruent idea that most employers will not feel comfortable with. If the last organization you were with formally states that you were laid off rather than terminated, you can honestly look at the interviewing or hiring authority in the eye and say that you were laid off. It is really important to say something along the lines of, "I really loved that job and the opportunity it afforded me. I really learned a lot from those people, and the time I spent there was gratifying. Unfortunately, because of management changes and economic issues, we had to go through a layoff, and I happened to be one of the ones that was affected." If you have been at that organization for 3 or more years, it is not likely that a prospective employer is going to question your performance or the fact that you might have been fired for cause. It is very rare for an employee to do well in the company for 2 or 3 years and then all of a sudden be a bad employee. So, the longer you have been on the job that you were ultimately terminated or fired from, the easier it is to say, "I really loved that company, and I was there for a reasonably long time. I performed well, but there came a time for us, the company and me, to make a change." And then smile in a very friendly way and shut up. Just stop talking and keep looking the interviewer in the eye. You can then quickly follow up with, "And before that, I was at ABC Company, and I performed very well." If you follow the script that I have recommended and the presentation of yourself and the job you have had, how you performed, and why you left, this question may never come up. But if it does, you must not communicate any kind of anger or negative emotion. And whatever you do, don't get into a story of true confessions. You will absolutely annihilate any chance you might have of getting the job if you go on and on and on and try to justify being fired. If there is no way of avoiding having to say that you were fired, simply acknowledge that you were, that you really enjoyed the time that you were at the particular organization, that you learned from that organization and appreciate all that they did for you, and that it was simply time to make a change. Answering this question when you have no other choice but to admit you were fired, even for cause, takes more practice than probably any answer you will ever give in an interviewing situation. You must practice, practice, practice. When being fired really causes a problem for the organization that let you go is in a reference check. The laws about what can and can't be said in a reference check are so subject to individual interpretation that most companies have resorted to simply confirming the dates of a person's employment, confirming or denying earnings, and only confirming or denying whether a person is rehirable or not. Any other comments made in a reference check have the potential of creating a litigious situation between the ex-employee and the employer. Whether anyone agrees with the state of this situation regarding references or not, most employers with any brains are only going to confirm or deny these 3 things: dates of employment, earnings, and eligibility to be rehired. If you were fired for cause and you're pretty sure that a prospective employer is going to find out that you were fired rather than laid off, the best thing to do is to explain exactly what happened in your opinion. You shouldn't criticize or denigrate your previous employer. Communicate the idea that although you don't agree with their decision, you do respect it. In order to overcome the situation where you were fired with cause, and there is no way around having to talk about it in the interview, you are going to have to counter being fired with excellent references. So you say, well, Tony, how can I get good references from a company or an individual that fired me? Well, you have to do two things. First of all, you have to find an individual at the company that you were fired from who will, on a personal basis, speak to a prospective employer about what you did, how well you did it, and at least provide a personal reference that might offset a formal negative reference if that is the case. In other words, you're going to have to counterbalance and neutralize the negative reference with a positive personal reference. The second thing that you absolutely have to do is have a plethora of positive, glowing references from previous employers that you worked for before your last job. Being fired or let go just doesn't have the same negative impact if it doesn't stand alone. But you're going to have to get at least 3 or 4 very glowing, positive, enthusiastic references from previous employers to offset one negative reference, even if this is an implied negative reference from your most recent employer. Where do you see yourself 5 years from now? Or how does this job fit into your career goals? The purpose of this question is not so much to get the right answer as it is to see what you will say. If you answer the real truth, which is, "How the hell do I know?" you'll shoot yourself in the foot. If you answer anything along the lines of, "I have no idea," you're dead in the water too. If you are too audacious and say something like, "I want to be the president of the company," you'll appear foolish. In the vast majority of the cases, it's going to be very difficult for any candidate to be able to predict what he or she will be or what he or she will be doing 5 years from now. The expansion and contraction of business, especially with 97% of the businesses in the United States, doesn't bode well for accurate predictions 5 years into the future. Unless you're in a very narrow kind of profession where it's fairly easy to predict what you might be doing 5 years from now, it is safest to say something along the lines of, "Well, I'm not really sure of exactly what kind of position I will be in 5 years from now, but my goal is to be performing in a challenging position where my company feels like I'm contributing to its success, taking advantage of every attribute that I have. If I'm doing my best and contributing to the best of my ability to the growth of the organization I'm with, my personal growth and advancement will take care of itself. I'm a firm believer in what Lincoln said, 'The harder I work, the luckier I get.' So I've come to the conclusion that if I do the very best I can every day, push myself to the limit, grow professionally and personally, tomorrow, as well as 5 years from now, will take care of itself." How much time did you take off last year? This seems like a relatively simple question and non-threatening at all. The risk issue here is really the question of how many times are you going to be out of here and how many times will other people have to do your job, which of course they will resent. Be truthful with this answer. After all, if a company checks your previous employment reference, one question they might ask will be about inordinate absences. If you are one of those kinds of people who are rarely absent, you realize how frustrating it is for everybody in an organization to take up the slack for those people who are out a lot. Being absent an inordinate amount of time irritates management and frustrates the dickens out of other employees. So, if you were absent an inordinate amount of time in the past year, be sure to communicate that the circumstances were out of the ordinary and that being absent from work is not something that you make a habit of. Have you ever had personal financial difficulties? If you are in the banking, accounting, finance, or credit profession, you know how treacherous the answer to this question can be. As I've talked about in previous parts of this recording, many companies will run a credit report on you after they get your permission to do so. If you have had personal credit challenges caused by a bankruptcy, divorce, being out of work for a long period of time, or any other less than positive circumstance, the best thing to do is admit that your credit has been bruised and enumerate the circumstances which caused the issue. If you note that a rough credit history may be an issue for a prospective employer, don't let him or her find out about it when they do a credit check. You are much better off to be proactive and explain the situation before it is discovered. If you inherited a lot of money, say $2 or $3 million, what would you do? This is somewhat of a silly question, but what the interviewer is trying to find out is if you would quit your work if you could afford it economically. The answer to any question like this absolutely has to be, well, I worked all my life, and no matter how much money I might have in the bank, I would foresee continuing to work. No one really knows what they would do if they inherited a lot of money, so I admit that this is a silly question. However, the hiring authority is deadly afraid of hiring someone and then having them quit soon after they are hired. If a personal commitment conflicts with a business emergency, what are you going to do? This is a somewhat loaded question. If you communicate that you'll drop all personal commitments for business reasons, it may be construed that your values are out of place. And if you communicate that you always put personal commitments ahead of business, you will be questioned on your commitment to the job. The answer is, fortunately, I have never been caught in that bind. I've always been able to be sure that unexpected personal commitments have been cared for by someone else. Because of my personal situation, I doubt that I would have to make that choice. If you could start your career over again, what would you do differently? This is a tricky question. Whatever you do, don't go overboard about all of the mistakes that you've made and what you would have done differently. Something along the lines of, I've been fortunate. I haven't made too many mistakes in my career, and I sure learned a lot from the ones that I made. There aren't very many career choices or decisions that I would change. How long will you stay with us if you are hired? Or, how do I know you will stay with us for a reasonable period of time to be effective? I know that this sounds like a really stupid question, but people get asked this quite often. Now, there's no way of being able to tell anybody how long you will stay on a job. If you stayed on your last few positions for a long period of time, then you might answer, well, as you can see, I've been very stable in the positions I've had before, and I would expect that as long as the opportunity is fulfilling and the company is pleased with my work, I will stay equally as long here. As you can see, I've never really left my jobs so much as my jobs have left me for one reason or another. Or something along the lines of, my experience has been that as long as I'm challenged and the company I work for is pleased with my work, we both grow. And as long as both of us are growing, there's no real need for either of us to make a change. Have you ever been asked in any of your jobs to do something unethical? How do you handle it? For goodness sakes, tell the truth. In rare instances, candidates leave companies because they are asked to do unethical things. If you did leave because you were asked to do something unethical, don't make a big, long, emotional harangue about how somebody asked you to cheat and you wouldn't do it. Simply state that you were asked to do something unethical, and it is best to say exactly what it was you were asked to do, and that you elected to leave the organization because it put you in an awkward position. You don't want to come across as holier than thou, and have contempt for the people that might ask you to do something out of line. Likewise, you need to make it clear that you didn't agree with what you were asked to do, so you refused to do it. However, unless you were asked to do something grossly unethical, simply state that you have never been asked to do anything of that kind. You are awfully young for this position, aren't you? I'm afraid that, in building your career, you would only stay with us for a short period of time. This is not an illegal question regarding age. Companies can legally put a minimum age requirement on just about any job except for the age of 40 or older. So it would be legal for an organization to discriminate and not hire anyone less than, say, 38 years old, but could not legally discriminate by stipulating that somebody needs to be 42 years old or older. That would be discriminating against anyone 40 to 42 years of age. This question has to do with how long a company thinks they might keep you as an employee. It may have to do with you being younger than most of the people in that kind of position, but the major concerns are that you would only be there a short period of time and then leave. The answer to this question is quite simple, as long as you remember that the issue is a fear of turnover and you leaving just when you might be contributing your best. So you say, I know that I'm a bit young for my age to have accomplished what I have accomplished, but I find that maturity is more of an issue of experience and being able to perform than it is one of age. As long as I'm contributing to the business endeavor of the organization and personally growing, there is no reason for me to leave. You are awfully young for this position, aren't you? Listen to the above answer again. This question without the following statement in the previous question may more relate to your fitting in than your age. So it might be a good idea to clarify the question in your answer. Something along the line of, I have found that maturity is more an issue of contributing to an organization than one of age. I have been fortunate enough to be in situations where I was able to contribute and grow. Are you asking this because there are few people in the organization my age? Once you get the answer to your question, you can assure the interviewing or hiring authority that you may have been in this situation before. An answer like this will get the job done. I have always been in departments where I have been younger than most anybody in the group. In checking my references, you'll find that this has never been an issue, for them or for me. You will be older than anyone else here. How does that make you feel? This is a dumb question, but you may hear it. The answer is simple. I have worked in organizations where I was older than the majority of the employees, and it wasn't a problem. In fact, I provided a great balance of experience that others didn't have. It was really great. You will be younger than anyone else here. How does that make you feel? Again, another dumb question. Refer to the previous question and answer. You live an awfully long ways away. It will take 45 minutes to get to work one way. With the price of gas, as well as your time, after a while you might lose enthusiasm for the job. Companies certainly worry about this because they have employees who complain about the commute to and from work. The answer is simple. I've had to commute before, and I was not bothered by it. In fact, it gives me a great opportunity to listen to motivational tapes and CDs. I use the time to learn and get better. If you check my references, you will find that I was rarely late for work. Were you ever denied a pay raise, got a poor performance review, or were passed up for a promotion? What did you do? This is a very loaded question. The biggest concern that an employer or hiring authority is expressing in this question is if you don't get raises, or you get a poor review, or are passed over for a promotion, you will leave. An answer along this line will work. Well, I've never had a poor performance review, and the one or two times in my career that I might have been passed over for a promotion, it worked out best for the organization, and therefore it worked out well for me. My experience is that if I perform well, pay raises, promotions, and so on will always take care of themselves. Do you object to honesty or psychological testing? This is only going to be asked by an organization that does that kind of testing. As mentioned in another part of this recording, if you object, you are probably going to be eliminated. What do you think about, and here's where the employer will throw in any kind of controversial issue, politics, religion, or anything in the news that might be controversial. If it is that controversial, no matter what your opinion is, don't give it. Say something like, I'm trying to learn more about that. I'd be interested to know what your opinion is. I wouldn't recommend that you necessarily agree or disagree. Simply state, that's very interesting. I'm going to do more research on that myself. When do you plan on retiring? This is especially difficult if you're over 55 or 60 years old. The answer simply is, oh my goodness, I love working so much, I don't know that I will ever retire. How do you describe your personal character? This is another dumb question, but you may very well hear it. Your answer has to be along the lines of honest, a high degree of integrity, cooperative, and add anything else that might fit. Don't go on too long. 2 or 3 descriptive words will do. How would you describe your own personality? Simply describe your personality in positive terms. 3 or 4 descriptive terms will do. Have you ever been involved in a lawsuit, business or personal? You have to answer this question very carefully. Lawsuits are usually public records, so if you have been involved in a lawsuit, state that you have and give a very brief 1 or 2 sentences about it and then be quiet. Whatever you do, don't go on and on about how gruesome it was, who was right or who was wrong, what a mess it was, and so on. Most business people, if they've been around for any length of time, have been involved in a lawsuit. It would only become a big deal in an interviewing situation if you make it a stumbling block. What would your boss say when you resign? Will he or she be upset? This is a bit of a loaded question. It might be asked so that the interviewer can find out if you have confided in your present boss, if your present organization knows that you are probably going to leave, or the interviewer just might throw the question out there to see how you will react. The best answer will be along the lines of, I'm sure my boss will be somewhat disappointed, but he or she has always been the kind that wants what's best for everyone in their organization. If finding a new job is best for me and my family, my present boss might be unhappy about the situation for him and the company, but he will be pleased for me. The job at this company is a big risk. We don't know how long we're going to be able to make it. What do you think? Well, this is a question that does come up from time to time. Sometimes it is a question to test you to see if you are a risk taker. Sometimes it is simply to tell you the truth about how the company is doing. If you're not sure of the reason for asking this question, then keep in mind that you have nothing until you have an offer. I've known people that have taken tremendous risks with companies that were on the brink of failure and wound up being phenomenally rewarded when it turned around and was successful. So, the answer to this question is something like, I am by nature a risk taker. I don't have a problem with a risky company or a risky opportunity as long as the rewards are there. Can we contact your references, present or former employers? The only alarming thing that may come out of this question is that you don't want anyone checking your present employer as a reference until after you've left your job. The only reason someone might ask you this question is to see how you might react to it. So you want to say, I have no problem with you checking my previous employment references when we get to the proper offer stage, but I certainly wouldn't want anyone checking my present employer as I have not left and they have no idea that I'm looking for a job. Knowing what you know about the job you are interviewing for, what are the things that you are going to dislike the most? Simple answer, well, from what I know about it, there might be some things that I may not like as well as others, but I haven't found anything that I would really dislike. What is the least relevant job that you have had? Be pensive and think about this for a moment. Then say something like, well, just about every job I've ever had, I'd learned something. There were jobs during college and right out of college that weren't as relevant to my career growth as they could have been, but I did learn a lot at them. I've always felt that no matter how menial the task, I really need to do my best. Sometimes people stretch the truth or don't tell the truth in order to protect themselves in their organization. Have you ever found it necessary to do this? This is really a tough question. It ranks right up there with the question of, do you ever lie? Something along this line would work. With somewhat of a smile on your face, you say, well, I've been known to embellish a bit, but I've never been comfortable with covering up or stretching the truth. My memory isn't that good, and in situations where I've seen people do it, it inevitably comes back to haunt them. My experience is that one lie leads to another, and then leads to another, and then leads to another, and it's never really to anyone's best interest. Part of being successful in business is being able to present things just as they are, for better or for worse. What are the reasons for your success in this profession? This should be an answer that should roll off your tongue quickly and decisively. Something along the line of hard work, determination, passion, and willingness to go the extra mile will do. What is your energy level? Describe one of your typical days. I have discussed this in other parts of this recording, but you must always communicate a high energy level. As you know, interviewing is a staged, contrived event. People confuse your ability to perform with your ability to interview. A low-energy, slow, apathetic interviewing style will communicate low-energy, slow, apathetic work habits. So, you always want to communicate a high energy level. You do that by sitting up and leaning forward with relaxed intensity. When you walk during the interviewing process, make sure you walk at a rapid pace. When asked about your energy level, you must always say that your energy level is high in a fairly animated way. Describe your day by making sure that you are up at your job very early, getting a lot of work done, and so on. Lots of activity, and going home later than most. You have to communicate doing a lot of work and doing it quickly. Why do you want to work here? If you are early in the interviewing process, you would want to say something like, based on what I know, there seems to be a very good opportunity here for both this company and myself, and then elaborate a bit more on the opportunity as it might appear. You better have a better answer than something like, well, I need a job and you got one here. That will not get you hired. If you are a little further along in the interviewing process, say on a third or fourth interview, then you would have a much clearer idea about why you would want to work for the company. Make sure that your answer focuses on what you can do for them rather than what they can do for you. Something along the line of, well, there seems to be lots of room for advancement, lots of money, great titles, and so forth won't get you hired. You need to have 3 or 4 very well thought out reasons as to why you want the job, focusing on what you can do for the company and therefore what they might be able to do for you. What kind of personal, outside of work experience do you have that you could bring to this job? If you've had some experience outside of work that helps in this job, then relate it. But do be careful here and don't simply come up with something that is an embellishment or contrived. Also, be sure to stay away from anything that might have to do with politics or religion. Being an elder in your church or being the Republican precinct chairman might show leadership, but these kinds of organizations may not be good to mention in the interviewing process for obvious reasons. Have you done the best work you are capable of? This can be a tricky question. If you say that you have done the very best work you're capable of doing, it may come across as a bit egotistical. If you say that you haven't done the best work that you were capable of doing, you may come across as an underachiever. So the best answer has to be along the line of, based on the experience that I have had, I was doing the best work that I was capable of doing. The more experience that I have, the better my work gets. Tell me how you moved up through the organization. If you were promoted a number of times, you should relate those instances. Don't laugh. I have known candidates to say something like, "Well, I simply sat around long enough and eventually they promoted me." That will not get you the job. If you were promoted, you should have real good reasons as to why. Can you work under pressure? Tell me about the most pressure situations you have been in. You should be able to relate a good story here. 1 or 2 situations where you performed well under extreme pressure will do. If you have to think about this or you are hesitant in your answer, you won't appear decisive. Describe the most difficult problem you've had to deal with. Watch out for this kind of question. It is better to describe a difficult business problem than a personal one. If you say something like, "Well, I'm going through a very ugly divorce," you may be describing a difficult problem, but it won't help your candidacy. You should have a pre-rehearsed answer for this question. Describe the problem and describe how you solve the problem very directly and specifically. What have you done to show initiative? Again, you should have the answer to this question down pat. It should roll off your tongue as though you've answered this many times. The question to this can either be a personal story or a business situation. It might be good to have both, and having 2 or 3 or even 4 instances where you showed initiative would be good. How do you manage to interview while you're still employed? This is a question that's going to put you on the spot a bit regarding your integrity or character. If you communicate that you simply took a lot of time off to interview, you will appear to be a person that takes advantage of your employer. Answer something like, "I've acquired quite a bit of vacation, and I've been taking it to interview will suffice." Just don't be flippant or casual about the answer. When do you expect a promotion? This can be a trick question. If you say you hadn't thought about that, you won't appear ambitious. If you say something that communicates that you expect a promotion quickly, you won't appear patient enough, or you will appear to be the kind of person that is more interested in a promotion than doing the work. So the best answer is something along the line of, "I have found in the past that promotions have come after I have performed successfully. In the past, I really haven't worried about promotions because I know that if I do my job and I do it better than others, the opportunity to go beyond my position will always present itself." What kind of decisions are most difficult for you? An answer that communicates compassion and empathy for other people is usually a good answer for this kind of question. Something like, "It is difficult when I have to fire or lay people off, and I know that it affects not only them, but other people. I have done it and know that I'm going to have to continue to do it, but it still isn't easy. Your resume shows that you've been with one company for a long time without any appreciable increase in rank or salary. Tell me about this. You absolutely have to say something along the line of, I really love my job and the company that I work for. We aren't the kind of company that has a lot of turnover, so opportunities to get promoted are very rare. My company has given salary increases when they can, but they've been strapped for the last few years. One of the reasons that I am looking to leave is to experience personal and therefore economic growth. Frankly, that's why I'm interviewing here with your firm. If you badmouth your present employer and bitch and moan or complain about not getting promoted or not receiving salary increases, you will shoot yourself in the foot. If you do that, you will communicate that you are a poor employee and that's why you haven't received promotions as well as salary increases. What area of your skills or professional development do you want to improve on at this time? Most people will never think of this question until it gets asked in an interview. And that's the worst time to start thinking about the answer. Most every professional needs to be working on their game all of the time. If you are a professional in, say, the technology area, you need to communicate that you are taking courses or improving your skills in some aspect of technology. If you are not in a profession where this kind of thing is that clear-cut, you need to communicate that you are constantly taking personal development and personal growth types of training. Motivational and inspirational books and CDs centered on simply growing as a person will do. So, mentioning any kind of course, book, or program that you are involved with will make you stand out. In fact, it's one of those questions that you as a candidate will need to know somewhere down the line before you accept the job with the company. However, if you are asked the question, you need to answer it in a very careful manner. If you say something like, well, obviously you don't have anybody in your company as qualified as I am, you will kill the interview with your ego. If you say something like, well, you wouldn't, then you are coming across as weak. 85% of the time, if a company was going to move or promote someone from within to fill a job, they would have done it already and they wouldn't be interviewing you or anybody else. Once in a rare while, a company will interview externally to simply compare external candidates with the people that they have internally that might be qualified. So, the odds are in your favor to start with. An answer like this will work. My experience has been that if companies can find equal candidates internally as they can externally, they will probably hire internally. But I have also found that hiring externally brings in new blood, new ideas, and energy to the organization that usually works out very well. Do you set goals for yourself? If you haven't set goals for yourself, you better start before this question gets asked. And for goodness sake, don't say something like, well, I have goals, but I don't write them down. That's a sure way to get eliminated as a candidate. I discuss this in detail in the job search solution. But you absolutely have to have written goals when it comes to a job search, and it's a good idea to have written goals for life. They don't have to be sophisticated, mesmerizing, or miraculous. Simple, specific, timed, measurable, and attainable goals are a necessity for a superior life as well as a superior job search. How do you organize yourself for day-to-day activities? An answer of, well, I just show up and react to what happens, won't get it. It certainly doesn't hurt to have a copy of your day-to-day activities or goal sheets. You have to communicate the idea that you plan every day and you work your plan. What interests you most about this job? This is a trick question. If you say something like, well, I hear it pays well, you're dead. You've got to say something that is complimentary to the organization as well as yourself. Something along the line of, well, as I see it, there's a great opportunity for me to really contribute to the growth of what appears to be a very strong organization. I would be able to push my limits and skills beyond what I have experienced in any job before, and I'm excited about that. Communicate being able to provide your skills to what appears to be a great organization. Anything that appears to be a "what can this job do for me" answer will not be good. What can you do for us that someone else cannot do? Any question like this has to center around the idea that what they get when they hire you is very unique. They get you in the deal. The way you communicate that will make all the difference in the world. Saying something like this is appropriate. I have been very fortunate to be blessed with skills that fit my personality very well. I not only bring my personality to the organization, but also a unique way of communicating and being motivated. I also bring past success. It certainly doesn't hurt to have a story or two of how your unique approach to things has solved problems in previous positions. How long have you been looking for a new position? If you have been looking for a job for what might appear to be an inordinately long period of time, like 6 months or so, you have to answer this question with the outright statement that you are looking for the right opportunity. So if you have been out of work or looking for a job for 6 months or so, it would be appropriate to say, "I've been actively looking for a position for the past few months, and although I've had a number of opportunities to accept a job, I haven't found the right match for both me and a prospective employer." Hiring or interviewing authorities will be concerned if you have been on the job market too long. They will wonder, what's wrong with this person? So be sure to give a logical and reasonable explanation of why you might still be looking. If you just started looking for a position or are in the early stages of your job search, you may simply state that you have just started your job search. What do you think of your current or last boss? This is a great chance for you to shoot yourself in the foot. The metaphors and analogies that you give here are extremely important. No matter what, even if you were fired by the biggest jerk in the world, you absolutely have to present your current or last boss in positive terms. The reason for this is very simple. Employers and hiring authorities identify with employers and hiring authorities. Whatever you say about your present or last boss, they will assume you will say the same thing about them in the future. This is one of the few ironclad rules about interviewing. Never forget that in an interviewing situation, the hiring authority is always going to identify with your previous or present boss. They are not going to identify with you. If you badmouth your present or last boss, you are presenting yourself as a phenomenal risk. You cannot afford to do that. So if you get along very well with your present or last boss, state that. If things were a little rocky, even if you disagreed with your previous boss, or he or she fired you, you must come up with a neutral answer. If your previous boss gives you a bad reference after you have said something like this, he or she will marginalize themselves. The interviewing or hiring authority will have a tendency to say to themselves, well, after the relatively respectful things that this candidate said about their previous boss, I can't believe that that person gave them a bad reference. The previous boss must be a real jerk. This kind of strategy does not work 100% of the time, but at least you have neutralized whatever your previous boss might say. Just remember to take the high road, because if you take the low road and present your previous boss in any negative terms, you probably won't get hired. What would you do when you have a great deal of work to accomplish in a short span of time? How have you reacted? You'd better have a couple of stories to reinforce the theory for this answer. Your answer should be something along the line of, well, I'm constantly setting goals and planning, so I set priorities for myself and for others. If I have a great deal of work to accomplish in a short span of time, I have to analyze my priorities and pick the ones that are most important. Years ago, I reacted too emotionally and tried to get it all done. I have found that, in cases like this, unless someone can put 26 hours in the day, I have to decide what the priorities are and act on them. Tell me about a time when your team fell apart. Why did it happen, and what did you do? Again, you need to reinforce your ability to deal with stress and strain. You need to have a good story or two. Know why the minor crisis happened and explain in detail what you did. How do you feel about your workload at that company? How did you divide your time on your major areas of responsibility? Never, ever complain about your workload. Explain that you appreciated the amount of work you were assigned and that all of the best managers seem to be somewhat overloaded. Explain how you divided your time to deal with your areas of responsibility. Again, you need to reinforce how you make your plan and work your plan in a calm, deliberate manner. Communicate that you always found that good planning always works. What have you learned from the jobs that you've held? Whenever you get the opportunity to talk about what you have learned, always have that center around how you have grown as a person. You can relate different kinds of character building traits in certain jobs. Things like, in my present position, I've really learned to be patient with impatient people. Although I report to a particular individual, I wound up really working for 3 very demanding people. It has been a real challenge, but I've grown as a person. Or you can say something along the line of, I have become more focused, more detailed, more understanding, more assertive, more positive, a better leader, and so on, because I have been fortunate to have a good mentor in my last job or my previous jobs. You can never answer this question wrong if you stick to something that you learned from a mentor where you grew personally. You can even reinforce whatever you say with stories. What do you know about the position for which you are applying? Don't feel like that you have to relate more than you know. You can even add that, from what I've learned so far, it seems very exciting and would be a great opportunity for my skills and for your company. I'm sure that as I get into the interviewing process more deeply, I will gain a better idea of the opportunity for both of us. In your current or last position, state your 5 most significant accomplishments. You better have these ready in case this question comes up. It is always good to give some kind of figures when you talk about significant accomplishments. Talking about increasing percentage of sales, increasing productivity in percentage figures, lowering costs of sales, or expenditures in a department with an increase in productivity, and so on, always make you stand out. Remember, stories sell, numbers tell. Soft types of accomplishments, like instilling a positive attitude in your team or turning morale around in an organization, are okay to mention, maybe once or twice. But don't do any more than that, and if you do, you need to be sure that you associate measurable productivity and or savings along with them. At least 3 or 4 of these most significant accomplishments need to be able to be measured with objective numbers. After I get to know you, what will annoy me about you? Don't take the bait. Say something like, well, although I try to work at it, I'm not a very good golfer, tennis player, bowler, poker player, so on, and then smile. Don't get into anything more personal than this. It simply cannot help you. I see that you are working on your MBA or graduate degree. What are you going to do when you get it? Some companies really like people getting graduate degrees, and some don't care. It is helpful if you know how many managers or people in the organization have MBAs or graduate degrees. There might be a fear that if you get the MBA or graduate degree, you will leave. This is especially true for companies, industries, or professions that don't necessarily appreciate or need a graduate degree. Finance and banking, for instance, appreciate graduate degrees more than manufacturing or sales organizations. If you suspect that the organization is ambivalent about an MBA or graduate degree, or they are fearful that you may leave once you get it, you may say something like, "Well, I decided to pursue an MBA or graduate degree as much for personal growth as anything else. In my experience, I have seen that having an MBA or graduate degree doesn't necessarily make you a better professional. But I'm a constant learner, and if it helps along the way, it may be of value." Wow, your grades are really low. What happened? Take this question very seriously. Respond by saying something like, "It did take me a couple of years to really get focused on college," or graduate school, whichever the case may be. "I was very active in college in many organizations and held leadership positions. I also had to work to earn money for college and its expenses. If I had it to do again, I would probably work a little harder on my academics." If your college or graduate school was more than a couple of years ago, mention that your working performance beyond school has been excellent. Segment 10. Can we work the money out? Most people think that these are the most difficult questions to deal with in the interviewing process. Frankly, if all of the other questions about being able to do the job, being liked, and being a risk are answered successfully, even reasonably well, these questions are very easy to deal with. In fact, the answer to these questions are merely an outgrowth of all of the previous questions. The more an organization would like to hire you, and the more you would like to go to work for them, the easier it is to work the money out. So, the better you sell yourself and the more desirable you are to an organization, the more likely they are to compensate you fairly. We will get into the final economic negotiations in a few minutes, but here are some of the questions that you're going to get asked that relate to money, compensation, and the answers you need to give. What are you currently earning, or what have you been earning most recently? This is a pretty simple question and requires a really simple answer. Simply share with the hiring or interviewing authority exactly what you have been earning or what you are presently earning. Whatever you do, don't inflate the numbers. Over the years, I have had a number of employers ask this question during the interviewing process, and after the person is hired, they call the previous employer to verify the earnings, only to find out that the candidate lied, and therefore the candidate is terminated. If you're in sales, do not extrapolate the best month that you ever had and annualize it. If you are asked for a salary history, give it accurately. What kind of money would you like to earn? Hopefully, you will have some idea about the salary range for the position that you are interviewing for. However, your stock answer in a situation like this is, "Well, I'd like to earn as much as I can commensurate with the service that I give. I'm just as interested in a fulfilling and challenging position as I am in the money I want to earn. I have found that if the position is right for me and I am right for the company that I'm going to go to work for, the money is usually going to take care of itself. What kind of money for this position did your organization have in mind?" Always, always, always discuss money along with the relationship of the service you give to the job. What this communicates is that you are just as interested in doing a good job as you are interested in the money you will receive. People who focus on money too much in the interviewing situation without bridging its relationship to the job and the service they are going to give, along with the quality of work and the challenge, don't do themselves any favors. Just remember, always discuss money in relationship to the service that you are going to give and the job that needs to be done. You've been making X amount of dollars, and the money that is associated with this position is significantly less. How do we know that you will be happy? In this situation, you have to find out exactly how much of a difference there is between what you have been making and what the particular position pays. If you have been out of work for any amount of time, the truth is at this point that you are making absolutely nothing. No matter what the difference between what you have earned in the past and what the company is paying, your answer to this question needs to be something like, well, I realize there is a difference between what I have made or what I am making now and the earnings in this position. However, I have found that if the opportunity is right and I am able to perform at my best, the difference in the money isn't as important as the quality of the job and the opportunity. The idea behind this whole interviewing process is to get a job offer. Just because you get a job offer doesn't mean you have to accept it. I'm going to address this in a subsequent part of this recording, but your goal is to get an organization to make you an offer. If you communicate the idea that there will be a problem with the money that they can pay and the money you will accept, you will run the risk of eliminating yourself before you ever get to the offer stage. Any questions you get asked about money during the interviewing process before you get to the final offer stages needs to be handled very gracefully, but gracefully postponed until the final offer stages. Once you get to that stage, you have established yourself and the value you can bring to the organization. The greater the value you establish for yourself, the more money you will be able to negotiate for. What is the most money that you have ever made? Answer this question very judiciously. If you have been in sales, for instance, and your earnings have been really high in some years and lower in others, give an average over the last few years. Bragging about making a lot of money will never help in negotiations. If you have made an inordinate amount of money several years ago, I would recommend not even mentioning it. Again, the answer to a question like this needs to center around not just what you've earned, but the challenge of the job opportunity itself. Something along these lines would work. There have been a few years in which I've been fortunate enough to be with organizations where bonus earnings were sizable, but I realize that those are very uncommon. I am more interested in the opportunity, the challenge of the job, and the potential. If those things are taken care of, my earnings will reflect my performance. What do you consider most valuable? A high salary, job recognition, or advancement? Again, combining earnings with job performance is the most important thing you can do. Something along the lines of this will work. Well, I have found that the better job I do, the harder I work, recognition, advancement, and especially money usually take care of themselves. What kind of benefits are you expecting? In the past few years, and in the coming times, benefit plans, especially in the insurance arena, have skyrocketed in costs for hiring companies, especially for organizations with 100 people or less. So there is no such thing as standard benefits anymore. It is not uncommon for organizations to have drastically reduced their benefit plans for their employees. The purpose of this question is to find out if there is going to be a great deal of difference between the kind of benefits that you have had before and the kind of benefits that might be offered with this company. Again, you really don't want concerns about benefits to interrupt the interviewing process until you have fully sold yourself. So, an answer something like, benefits like money to me are as important as the company, the job, and the professional challenge. I will certainly take the benefits package into consideration if an offer is made, but right now those kinds of things aren't an issue. Segment 11. Illegal questions. I take a bit of a different approach towards illegal or inappropriate questions than a lot of experts do. Since 1973, I've experienced thousands of companies and individuals in those companies that ask illegal questions. Most of the companies in this country have fewer than 100 people in them, and it may not come as a surprise that many hiring or interviewing authorities just don't have any idea what is legal and what isn't. Some of them do it unknowingly and ignorantly, although that's really hard to believe. But it is true. Some of them do it because they're simply going to intentionally discriminate based on what they consider to be their prerogatives. Some people ask illegal questions just to show that they're going to get away with it. It's all rather insane and stupid. Many experts will tell you to flat out tell a prospective or hiring authority that a particular question is illegal. They will normally recommend that you tell the hiring authority that you don't have to answer that question because it's illegal. I'm not going to tell you to do that. I'm going to tell you to do what you think is best about answering the question. You may have a chance to be righteous and right and proceed to put some hiring or interviewing authority in their place by letting them know that they're breaking the law, or you can try to get a job. I assure you that if you are making an interviewing or hiring authority uncomfortable by informing them that you know the question that they asked was illegal, or saying something like, that's an illegal question, I don't have to answer it, you won't get hired. Now, you may not really want to go to work for an organization or an individual that is stupid enough to ask obviously illegal questions. But if you need a job and they have one, I certainly wouldn't recommend losing the opportunity by getting your nose out of joint over illegal questions. You use your own judgment. You may want to consider answering the question depending on the context in which it is asked. If you feel like someone is asking your age or your marital status because the person will probably use that information to eliminate you from consideration, you might say something in a startled, surprised, but very kind manner like this. Oh, goodness, I didn't know you could ask that kind of question, but then answer the question in a way that you think is appropriate. You might also answer the question with a question like this. How does the answer to that question have an impact on my ability to do the job? This is a very nice way of saying that's an illegal question. It has nothing to do with my ability to do the job, and I'm not going to answer it. If you feel that the question is being asked out of genuine interest and sincere empathy, like a casual conversation after a formal interview, feel free to answer it in any manner you wish. Again, follow your instincts and then answer these questions in whatever way you are comfortable with doing. I don't recommend winning a battle but losing a war over illegal questions. If you think it's appropriate to set someone straight about the illegal questions, feel free to do so. If the questions offend you, just don't go to work there. Now here is a list of the most common illegal and inappropriate questions. Anything about the nationality of the candidate's parents, spouses, ancestry, or lineage. The name of next of kin. Your birthplace. How a person might have acquired a second language. Any religious questions, political questions, religious holiday observances. Asking about a change of name or name of origin. Asking about marital status. Asking about the number, names, and ages of children or dependents. Asking if a person has child care for their children. Asking if a person is planning on having a family. anything to do with age, the branch of the military that a candidate has served, and the type of discharge. Asking about a candidate's preference to work with men, women, religious, or ethnic groups. Any question about a person's native language or accent. Questions about organizations that you might have belonged to. Questions asking the candidate if they've ever filed for a workman's compensation claim. Asking the candidate if they have ever been arrested. And asking a candidate if they have ever filed a claim against their organization's insurance company. Part 3. Asking your own questions of yourself, your recruiter, and your potential employer. If I've learned one thing since 1973, it's that the candidates that get the best jobs and make the best opportunities for themselves are the candidates that ask the best questions. They ask questions of the right people, and they ask them in the right way. It has been often said that the difference between average people and the most successful people is in the questions that the most successful people ask. Most every program about finding a job will address the kinds of questions you should ask during the interviewing process. The list of questions can be endless. Teaching you the questions to ask isn't hard. However, the difference between candidates that get the best job offers and negotiate the best opportunities for themselves and those who don't isn't the questions you ask. The difference is knowing who to ask the questions of, when to ask the questions, and how to ask them. The timing of asking the right questions during the interviewing process can make a difference of everywhere from either getting the job or not to a $15,000 or $20,000 increase in salary over what a prospective employer originally wants to pay. The key isn't just asking questions. It is the timing of those questions and asking them in a manner that catapults you ahead of your competition. Asking even the right questions of the wrong person can destroy your chances of successful interviews. For instance, if you ask a human resources representative or a third-party interviewing authority a question like, "What is the most prominent deficiency in the department that I will be interviewing with?" and they don't know, which is probably the case, or you ask something like, "What are the personality strengths and weaknesses of the hiring authority's supervisor?" and they don't know, which is probably the case, you will embarrass them and they won't look good, and since you have made them look incompetent, you most likely won't move up the interviewing chain. After all, who wants to promote someone who makes them look bad? The last thing an HR or interviewing authority wants is for you to tell the hiring authority that the person that initially interviewed them just didn't know very much about the job. I'm going to teach you when to ask the right questions, whom to ask them of, as well as how to ask them so that you give yourself every advantage to get the best offer. I have personally been involved in more than 100,000 interviewing cycles since 1973, one candidate at a time, referred to individual hiring authorities, anywhere from 1 to 2 multiple interviews for each hiring situation. Sometimes my candidates got hired, and sometimes they didn't. But I have experienced candidates asking every kind of question you can imagine, including the ridiculous and the absurd. I know which ones work and which ones don't. My experience has taught me well. Asking the right, intelligent questions in the right way of the right people can make or break you. This is an obvious example, but take the question of salaries and compensation. If you ask, "What does this job pay?" wrong way to do it, in your initial interview, wrong time to ask it, you will probably eliminate yourself from being considered. If you ask about the work environment, something like, "What's it like to work here?" the wrong way to ask, before you get a job offer, you have probably just lost the race. So, I have broken down the questions you should ask in the interviewing process in sections based on events, before, during, and after the interviewing process. I will not only explain how to ask most of the questions, but share with you what you need to look for in the answers you get depending on the person answering them. Keep in mind that whether you like it or not, you're not likely to be at the same company 4 or 5 years from now. However, you have to interview as though you are going to be there forever. But the reality is that you're going to use this job as a stepping stone to the next one. So, the answers you get to certain questions regarding your future may mean something totally different than they did a few years ago. Segment 12. Questions to ask yourself before the interviewing process. I'm going to discuss questions to ask yourself before you begin to look for a job if you are employed. The purpose of all of these questions, if you are presently employed, is to make sure that you are committed to the emotional and psychological difficulties that you will encounter in changing jobs. Next to death of a spouse, death of a parent, death of a child, coupled with divorce, looking for a job is the fourth most emotional thing that we do. Many times people forget how difficult it is to look for a job, especially when they have one. They often decide upon the whim or the fit of emotional anger that they're going to leave the job they have and find a new one. They find out after months of looking for a new job that it is a difficult thing to do. Changing jobs is a lot harder than they thought it was going to be. This is especially true with individuals who all of a sudden want to leave their present job for a single reason. Maybe they were passed up for a raise or a promotion, or they didn't get the amount of raise that they thought they deserved. So, in a fit of emotional dis-ease, they decide to change jobs. 3 or 4 months later, they found out that it was a lot harder to do than they thought, so they stopped looking. The point here is to ask yourself these questions to be sure that you are going to have the mental and emotional stamina that it's going to take to change jobs. It's going to take a lot more than you think. It's going to be harder to do. There is going to be a whole lot more rejection and refusal than you expected. Sometimes you may have no choice but to have to change jobs. Just be sure that you are emotionally and mentally committed to the challenge it is going to be. If you are being forced to look for a job while you have to keep the one you have, you will want to consider the questions in the next section. They will help you deal with the emotional strain of having to change jobs. But here are the questions you need to ask yourself if you presently have a job but think you need to find a new one. What is the major reason that I need to change jobs? How long ago could I have seen this coming? How can I affect the issues that might force me to look for a job? Is my need to look for a job caused by others or me? If it is my choice, do I have a realistic idea about what the job market might bear? Can the issues that are causing me to look for a job be resolved? How long would it take? Realistically, how long will it take me to find a new job? 90 to 180 days if you are employed. Am I willing to make and keep the intense effort it is going to take to find a new job? How will I work interviewing around the job that I do now? Now I'm going to discuss the questions you need to ask yourself if you are going to look for a job full-time. These questions have to do with two things. The first is to help you check your emotional state so that your disappointment and frustration in losing a job doesn't interfere with your interviewing. Many people spend a lot of emotional effort in expressing the personal damage they experience in losing their job. The sooner you neutralize those feelings, the sooner you can move forward with a positive attitude. The second thing that these questions do is to get you in the mode of looking for a job full-time. Looking for a job is a job in itself. If you approach looking for a job in a systematic, planned manner, the process will be easy. Don't ignore your feelings or try to deny them. The purpose here is to delve into them so deeply that you understand your feelings and therefore be able to release them from being distracting to you, your emotions, and your mind. So, here are some of the questions you need to ask yourself regarding your feelings. How were you frustrated in your last or present employment? What were the disappointments you had with the job or the company you left or are now experiencing in your present employment? Did you lose or are you losing self-esteem? How? Were you shocked at being laid off, fired, or forced to look for a new job? Who is to blame for you having to look for a new job? Describe the situation in detail. Describe your disillusionment with the whole situation. How did it come about? Describe the shame you have in needing to look for a new job. Describe what other people think and say about you having to look for a new job, or about your being fired, laid off, and so on. Do you feel isolated by having to look for a new job? Do others really understand? Are you denying all of these things or the situation that happened? Can you describe them clearly, even if emotionally? Whom do you feel hostile towards, if anyone? Why do they deserve your hostility? Complete this sentence. I am angry because. Really go into a very in-depth explanation as to why you are angry. Be as angry as you want to be. Write about it as long as you would like. Do you feel guilty about what happened in losing your job or the reasons that you have to look for a new one? Is there anything you could have done to prevent this situation? Describe the depressed feelings you might have about the whole situation. Do you feel sad, empty, fatigued about it? How does poor you feel about the whole thing? How would you describe poor you? Write it out in detail. Describe, if it applies, how unfair the whole situation is. Describe it in detail. Write down all of the things that make you feel fearful about the whole situation. Be as detailed as you need to be to describe exactly what you're afraid of, even ridiculous fears. After you have written down your answers to these questions in detail, read them at least 3 times, preferably out loud. As you read them, ask yourself out loud, can I let this feeling go? Then ask yourself out loud, do I want to let this feeling go? Do not be surprised if the answer to each one of these questions is no. It is not uncommon to want to hold on to these feelings during the grieving period. You realize that you may never let all of the emotions go or completely eliminate them from your emotional memory. The objective is not to eliminate them altogether, but to minimize their impact on you, so you can move forward towards a positive emotional state so that you interview well and attain a new job. Now, here are some questions to ask yourself about your strengths and weaknesses. Remember to think about these objectively. The most important aspect of these questions is to make sure that you see yourself realistically in the eyes of a hiring authority. Most people have an inflated opinion about their strengths and a minimized opinion of their weaknesses. Most of the candidates I've interviewed since 1973 think they can do most any job they interview for. But there is a big difference between being able to get the job and actually performing on the job. In my opinion, I might make the best president of the United States this country has ever seen, but I'm not going to get the job because I'm not going to be able to survive the interviewing process. Don't laugh. I can't tell you the number of candidates that I've encountered over the years that just knew they could be the best anything they wanted to be. But they neglect to take into account first their ability to really do the job, and secondly, and most importantly, their ability to get the job in comparison to all of the other candidates. Most people judge their own talent and ability to do a job based on their own personal reference. Most candidates will rarely see themselves and their talents relative to the other candidates that they're competing with. Michael Jordan was one of the best athletes in the world, but when he went to play baseball, his athleticism wasn't important as his baseball skills, which weren't as developed as his basketball skills. No matter how much Michael Jordan might have said, "But I'm the best athlete in the world," his baseball skills still couldn't compare with the people he was competing with. Just because he thought that he might make a good baseball player didn't mean that he was going to get the job. His skills were measured relative to the skills of other baseball players. And so it is with you. You need to be realistic about not only what you are capable of doing, but also realistic about your ability to qualify for and get the job. In the same vein, you need to ask yourself questions about your strengths and weaknesses as though you were in the shoes of the hiring authority. Assessing your abilities with only your opinion as a reference will do you no good at all. You have to evaluate yourself based on how a hiring authority who is interviewing 10 people just like you would evaluate you. You have to be aware of your liabilities in the eyes of the hiring authority. As I've emphasized throughout this program, most people do not see anything in themselves or their background that is a risk or a liability. But every hiring authority is asking every candidate, either bluntly or implied, what are the risks and liabilities in hiring you? Every hiring authority is evaluating the risk they run of any candidate not working out if they were to be hired. So you have to be aware of what your either real or perceived liabilities are in the eyes of a hiring authority. As I established previously, if you have been out of work for a long period of time, if you've had too many jobs in the past few years, if you've been fired or laid off, you may appear as a greater liability to a hiring authority. It is your job in the interviewing process to offset and mitigate those perceived liabilities. If you don't know what they are, you will never be able to address them and overcome them. So, here are the questions you need to ask yourself. What are my strengths, professionally and personally? Do I explain my experience, background, and previous positions clearly and concisely? How can I demonstrate that these strengths have been benefits to the people that I have worked for in the past? What are 2 or 3 of the most important features of myself and my background that will be benefits to a company that I might be interviewing with? How will I communicate myself and my benefits to a prospective employer clearly? What are the facts or issues in my background or experience that might be perceived as liabilities to a prospective employer? How am I going to offset, minimize, or mitigate these perceived liabilities? Can I turn these perceived liabilities into advantages for a prospective employer? For instance, if you have had 3 jobs in 3 years, you might turn that lemon into lemonade by stating something like, "You can rest assured that I'm going to be here for the long run. I cannot afford another 1-year stint with any company. Because I have had 3 jobs in 3 years, I absolutely must stay on the next job at least 7 years." How can I avoid being defensive about the mistakes that I've made in the past? How can I make them positives? Are the things that I think are important in my background the ones that a prospective employer will think are important? What makes me unique? What are 3 or 4 of the most important features and benefits that make me a better candidate than my competitors? Is this just my opinion, or have others confirmed them? Segment 13. Questions to ask yourself before the initial interview. Most candidates looking for a job don't prepare well for an initial interview. Even though they may practice interviewing techniques, they often overlook preparation for interviews with specific companies or individuals. So you need to ask yourself these questions. What do I know about the company I am speaking with? I can't tell you the number of candidates I've worked with over the years that knew nothing about the company they were interviewing with. Or, what's worse, they researched the wrong company and showed up being totally uninformed. The more you know, the better you will interview. This is especially important the longer you interview. Many people often start out doing this right, but after they've been looking for a while, they get lazy, a bit depressed, and stop doing it. Have I done my research on the company? Not just the internet. Talk to clients, customers of the company, their suppliers, even some of their competitors, some of their present or previous employees. Get a leg up on your competition. Think of innovative ways of doing your research. Do I know anyone in the company? People often move around in the same businesses from company to company. If you are interviewing with a competitor, supplier, or any organization that might employ someone you know or even know from a secondhand source, you might want to call that person and ask them about the company. Don't do this if you are presently employed. You don't want to run the risk of your looking for a job being discovered. Unfortunately, people love to gossip. I can't tell you the number of times over the years when one of my employed candidates did this only to find out that it got back to his or her company. Think before you do anything like this. Have I taken notes about the company to refer to during the interview? You look like you know what you're doing when you have made notes about your research. What do I know about the person I am interviewing with? Is he or she the hiring authority or an intermediary? Did I Google the individuals? What do I know about them personally? The more you know about the people you will talk to, the better. It may never come up, but it is sure a great talking point if you find out that your hiring authority went to one of the universities in the Southeastern Conference, as you did, and you can break the ice by talking about the school rivalries. Or if your MBA is, say, from Columbia, and so is theirs, you automatically have something in common. Did I get a copy of the job description before the interview? These are often on company websites. Or did you ask to have it emailed to you before you showed up? These, more often than not, are ridiculously generic, but it sure can't hurt to have it. By the way, don't be too taken with the requirements that are posted with the job. These descriptions are usually written by people who have nothing to do with the job function. What makes this company good, not so good, and so on? You may not be able to form an answer to this question yet, but it certainly can't hurt to ask yourself as you do your research. Does this company have any glaring problems that I should be aware of? If you find out that they do, it doesn't necessarily mean that this job or company aren't good for you, but you do need to know them. Besides, if they are even remotely known to the public, you won't look good in the interviewing process if you aren't aware of them. Can I articulate my unique features, advantages, and benefits for this position or the company based on what I know about them? You'd better have some idea of what you can do for them that no one else can. I'm just a great person to be around doesn't cut it. Do I have a list of questions to ask the interviewer based on the research I have done? You may not need all of them, but you will look intelligent when you do have them. There are some things you should not ask on an initial interview, especially with the research capabilities offered by the internet. If you have to ask these questions in the interview, the interviewing authority will know that you aren't the sharpest pencil in the box. So before you go on an interview, you should already know how large the company is, how large the department is, what their major markets are, their position in the marketplace or ranking in their industry, their market share, their products or services, if they're growing or contracting, and how fast they have been growing or contracting. Now, here are questions to ask when you're working with an external recruiter. An external recruiter, like me, can make a tremendous difference in the effectiveness of your interview. Some of us have worked with the same hiring authorities for many years. If your recruiter has been in their profession for any number of years, he or she may have even placed the hiring authority that he or she is referring you to. Many times we have a strong personal relationship with them. But even if we don't, it certainly doesn't hurt to ask your recruiter about the interviewing or hiring authorities. Here are the questions you want to ask. How long have you been working with this interviewing or hiring authority? Or how long have you been working with the company? What do they want to find in a candidate? Tell me everything you know about the job, the major duties, the responsibilities, the money, the travel, the territory, the quota, everything. How long have they been looking? What do they need to find to fill the job? What is the interviewing process? Why are they looking? Is this due to a replacement or a promotion? What happened to the last person in the job? How many other candidates are they looking for? What have they not seen in the other candidates that they would like to find? Do they have any internal candidates? Are you representing any of the other candidates? If so, what is my competition like? How do I stack up with them in your opinion? What are my strengths relative to the job and the person doing the interviewing? What are my weaknesses relative to the job and to the person doing the interviewing? What in my background should I emphasize in the interview? What is the personal background of the hiring authority? How long has he or she been there? What are their personal likes or dislikes? Have they hired for this position before? What issues am I going to have to overcome in the interview? What do I need to do or show them to get beyond the initial interview? What do I need to do to get the job offer? An external recruiter may not have all of these answers, but you need to ask. The more you know about the job, the interviewer, and so on, the better you will do. Segment 14, Questions to Ask in the Initial Interview. I will address here the questions you might ask on an initial interview. Depending on who is doing the interviewing, you can learn a lot about the job and, more importantly, how to sell yourself to the next level of interviews. The level of responsibility and authority of the people that conduct the initial interviews can vary drastically. As you will see, you'll want to vary your level of questions to the kind of person with whom you are interviewing. Now I'm going to discuss questions to ask an internal recruiter, a human resources representative, or a third-party internal screener. Your plight in being interviewed by any one of these interviewing authorities could range anywhere from excellent to disastrous. I have experienced screeners that have run the professional gamut from the daughter of the president of the firm who, while home from college, was tasked with doing the initial screening for a controller, to experienced HR leaders who knew more about the hiring than the hiring authority did and probably should have been listened to more often. Most of the time, if you are being interviewed by a person who does not have direct, personal responsibility for the job, that is the hiring authority, you are being interviewed by someone who is more concerned with how they appear as a screener than they are with finding the best candidate. There is a tendency for these people to screen you out rather than screen you in. These people have responsibility to help identify the best candidates, but they rarely have enough intimate knowledge about the job or the hiring authority's real pain, that is, need, to understand or know the gives and takes of the kind of person who should be hired. They have no real authority, but they do have responsibility. They screen candidates off of a wish list that may be realistic or it may not. It is given to them by the hiring authority, or even worse, a hiring committee. These people don't want to personally look bad to the people they are screening for, so they will try to screen for the safest candidate. They don't want to run the risk of looking inept. If a hiring authority, for instance, decides that they would like to have a candidate that has a degree, even though a degree may not be necessary, a screener without a lot of experience will eliminate many excellent candidates that could probably do the job but don't have a degree. Or when a hiring authority arbitrarily decides that he or she would like to get 5 to 10 years of experience, often on a whim, most screeners will eliminate a perfectly good candidate who only has 3 years of experience or one with 15 years of experience because they don't fit what the hiring authority asked for. Your mission is to get beyond the screener to the people that are the real decision makers. You need to sell yourself well enough as a candidate to get passed up the interviewing chain. So you really want to be careful if you were initially interviewed by a third-party screener. You are going to want to ask them many of the same questions that you would ask an external recruiter. You might begin, before you get to those questions, with something like, how long have you been at the company? If you get an answer like 15 years, then you really might be in good hands. If you hear 15 days or 15 months, unless you are an absolutely perfect candidate, and who's perfect, you really have your work cut out for you. Good luck. Why did you come to work here? People love to talk about themselves. It's a great way to break the ice and get them to talk. Why do you like working here? Notice their metaphors as we've spoken about before. It gets them to talk again and tells you about them and often the company. It gets the spotlight off of you. Now ask all of the previous questions that you would ask an internal recruiter that make sense. Stay away from questions that might put these people on the spot. Your goal is to get beyond these screeners and get interviewed by the hiring authority, the person with pain. If you get the sense that this screener really doesn't know much about the job or the hiring authority, and their job is to simply check the boxes on the criteria page that someone gave them, don't embarrass them by asking things like, how many people on my level have you hired here? Likewise, if you're an accountant with 25 years of experience and you are being interviewed by someone young enough to be your daughter who talks to you about getting their braces off, don't be paternalistic, egotistical, or superior. You have to get this person's support to get to the next level of interviews. In fact, you want to get the support of this screener to not only promote you up the interviewing ladder, but to actually tell the hiring authority that you are the best candidate. There is a real strong tendency to want to dismiss these screeners, especially if you have been looking for a job for a while, have been to umpteen interviews, have a ton of experience, and you feel like you're being interviewed by a very inexperienced, know-nothing intern. I have had some of my own candidates get up and walk out of the interview when they found that they were being initially screened by an HR person. Bad move. Don't let your frustration show. Interview well, just like your job depended on it. Gear your questions to the ones that will sell you, but also make the screener feel comfortable. If you ask, what are my strengths relative to the job and the person doing the hiring, and you get a blank stare, you know that questions like that aren't going to get you promoted to the next round. Here are questions to ask in a telephone screening interview. No one, especially candidates, likes telephone screening interviews. They are one-dimensional, and even the people who conduct them aren't thrilled. But they are very popular and lots of companies do them. If you have to conduct a telephone interview, make sure you establish a few things. Conduct the interview on a landline. Do it in a private place with no distractions. Never do it on a cell phone while you are driving. Be focused and be ready. I give an in-depth discussion of the telephone interview in the Job Search Solution. For our purpose here, I want to discuss the questions you can ask to give you a better chance for getting a face-to-face interview. Remember, you can't get enough information over the phone, especially in an initial telephone screen, to make a decision about the job. So unless you are a total mismatch, something like there is 75% travel in the job and you just can't do that, don't eliminate yourself from the interviewing process at this time. Get the face-to-face interview. If the interviewer is a screener, remember what I just mentioned about screeners. They will usually have a list of standard questions that they will begin asking you. If you can, try to interject a question near the beginning of each answer. Why? Because when you start asking questions, you begin to control the interview. So, if the person interviewing you asks, "How many years of experience in our business do you have?" you might ask, "Well, how many would be ideal for the job?" If the person answers you, then you ask, "Tell me what kind of experience and background would be perfect for this job." Once the person starts answering that kind of question, you keep asking questions and getting answers. The more information you get, the better you will be able to customize your experience when you restate to that person what they say they want in light of your own background. Ask factual questions and be ready to sell for the face-to-face interview. In fact, the overall question you want to ask in a telephone screen situation is, when can we get together for a face-to-face interview? Open-ended, factual questions that give you information by which you can sell the face-to-face interview is what you want to ask. Here are some examples. What is your role in the interviewing process? The answer tells you how much authority that person has. Can you describe the ideal candidate? If the screener reads it off to you, you know that they don't know much about what they're doing. Is this an addition or a replacement? Why? If the person doesn't know, don't embarrass them, just move on. When would you all like to fill the position? Non-threatening question, easy to answer. Who will be doing the initial interviewing? Again, you need to know this, and it tells you with whom the next step will be. Remember, after about 20 minutes, any telephone screening or telephone interview begins to get old. So, about the time you sense this, say something like, "Based on what we have discussed here, my experience and background fit real well. When can we get together in person?" If the interviewer or screener says something like, "Well, we will have to get back to you if we are interested," you now have the hiring authority's name. So you call that person and state that you had a telephone conversation with the particular screener, you fit what they are looking for, and you'd like to meet him or her face to face. If the telephone screener is the hiring authority, which happens 50% of the time, your question can be a lot more professional and direct. You don't have to worry as much about embarrassing them with what they don't know. Your goal is to sell the face-to-face interview. Again, don't eliminate yourself over the phone. And again, when you ask questions, you control the interview. In a few moments, I will discuss the initial interview questions you can ask that make you look good when the interviewer is the hiring authority. You can ask some of the same questions when you are on the phone with the hiring authority. The difference is that when you are on the phone, you will want to close for the face-to-face interview faster. Something like this would be good. "It sounds like we need to get together face-to-face. Would tomorrow afternoon be good for you, or is tomorrow morning better?" Now, here are questions to ask in the initial interview when the interviewer is the hiring authority. Now the rubber really meets the road, and your ability to ask questions at the right time will make all the difference in the world. Most interviewers start by asking the very dumb question of, "Tell me about yourself." If you follow the script I recommended in the job search solution, you will know how to work around this dumb question and really sell yourself. If you do it right, you will come to the right time in the interview for you to start asking questions. Remember, take notes. You're going to want to use these answers to sell yourself to the immediate hiring authority as well as to the people in the second and third round of interviews. Begin by asking non-threatening questions like, "How long have you been here?" This is a good question because people like to talk about themselves. It opens rapport. If the answer is something like, a long time, 5 years or more, you're dealing with someone who ought to know the ropes. They have probably done lots of hiring for the company and have everyone's, including their higher-ups, confidence and support. So this person probably has a lot to say about the hiring decision. Just because a person is a hiring authority doesn't mean they really have authority. Lots of hiring managers screen possible candidates, and their superiors really make the decision. You can't assume anything. If the person says, "Well, I'm new here, I've been here about 6 months," that's going to tell you something different than the above situation. Let's face it, a person that's been in the job for 6 months is just getting their feet on the ground. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. You just need to be aware that they may not know as much about the company as others might, and some of your questions may not be able to be answered by this person. What makes this a good company to work for? This is another way of complimenting this hiring authority. Most people aren't going to say, "Well, it isn't." You will probably get some insights that you will be able to feed back to not only this person, but to others you are interviewing with down the line. If you sense enthusiasm and excitement, you can do the same as you go through the interviewing cycle. What was your background before you got here? Again, this leads this person to talk about themselves. It also tells you about the person. If the answer is something like, "Look, Sonny, I have no college education. I started out in the warehouse 26 years ago and came up the hard way. I know this company inside and out, and those people that want to come in and just change things because they read it in a book or got it in a class just drive me crazy," you might want to underplay your brand new MBA from Columbia University. Simply take note of their story. Everyone has a story. The more of their analogies and metaphors that you might incorporate in your story, the better you will be able to sell yourself. How long have you been looking for a person? There is a big difference between just starting to look for someone and "we've been looking for 6 months." You need to know the situation. It will lead to better questions. A company that has been interviewing for 6 months either doesn't have a lot of pain, or they're looking for Superman or Superwoman, or they have some problems, maybe big ones. Pay attention. Are there any internal candidates? You really need to know this. There are usually internal candidates. So why wasn't one hired? I have experienced many hiring situations over the years where external candidates were interviewed simply to satisfy the, "Well, we looked outside the company and couldn't find anyone as qualified as the internal candidate we just promoted" syndrome. After all of your trouble to interview, you might be the bridesmaid, and you were from the very beginning. How many candidates have you interviewed? There is a big difference between 4 or 5 and 15 or 16. It isn't uncommon to hear companies say that they have interviewed 15 or 16. Some readily admit it and don't care. Some are embarrassed. The answer will lead to some of the next questions. A company that has interviewed 15 or 16 people either doesn't know what they want, doesn't have a lot of pain, is incredibly picky or stupid, or both. It doesn't mean that you may not be the one, but don't spend your first paycheck because you probably won't get hired. What are you looking for that you haven't found in any of the candidates that you have interviewed? You might get a real sane answer like, "Well, we did make an offer to one candidate, but he took another job." You might also get a less than sane answer like, "Well, we just haven't found the right chemistry." Or, "Well, there are 5 people that make the decision and we can't agree on anyone." Or, "Well, I found 3 I liked, but the boss nixed them all." Listen carefully to this answer. You may be treated the same way. I've seen situations, though, where, as in the last answer, the boss just got tired of saying no and approved the next candidate that made it to him or her. Also, what someone might say of other candidates, they will say about you. So, if every candidate this person is interviewing was a jerk, incompetent, a fool, not good enough, and so on, you are going to be likely in the same category. The answer to this question may also be the magic bullet that, if you can prove you possess, will win you the job. Is this an addition or a replacement? And what are the circumstances? Really listen carefully. You are, again, likely to be in the same boat as the last ones. If you hear, well, we gave the guy 6 months to get it right, he just couldn't do it, and he was the third one in a year, and we'll keep churning him until we get it right, you have a real challenge ahead of you. If you hear, we promoted the last 2 people out of this job, you will feel differently. If you hear, well, this job just doesn't pay that well, so people leave after 2 years or so, it still may be a good job for you, but likely you'll not be there more than 2 years. This is one of the best questions you can ask. It could give you real ammunition to help you sell yourself. For instance, if you hear, we wanted the person in the job to take more graduate courses so we could promote them, but they just weren't motivated, you can sell your desire to further your education. Just listen and take notes. You will want to feed this information back to the hiring authorities. What is the most difficult part of the job? This might be a question you save for subsequent interviews, but if things are going well in the initial interview, it can be a great question. The answer to this can load your shotgun so you can sell yourself better. It can also tell you the greatest challenge that you might have with the job. An answer like, it's working for me and I have a real reputation to live up to, might give you the opportunity to mention that you have worked for some of the most demanding bosses. It might also tell you about the ego you are interviewing with, or it might tell you to run away. If you hear it's keeping up with the accounting for 9 different subsidiaries and getting the reports out on time, you will want to mention where you have done that kind of thing before. Initial interviewing mistakes. Now I'm going to discuss initial interviewing mistakes. One of the biggest initial interview mistakes people make is to ask questions that either put the hiring authority too much on the spot or ask questions that expose sensitive issues. A question like, in doing my research, I noticed that you had to restate your company's earnings last year. Can you tell me what the circumstances were for that? Might be a good question and one that you would want to know before you take the job, but you don't want to ask a question like that in an initial interview. Or something like, I see the company has lost money and contracted over the last 2 years. What happened? Might be a good question, but not for an initial interview. Stay away from uncomfortable questions like that, at least in the initial interview. You may show your business acumen, but now is not the time. As you become a finalist for the position or are offered the job, there will be plenty of time to ask these qualifying questions. In fact, most astute employers will expect you to ask them, but do it at the right time and ask the right person. Asking a screening HR assistant about the company's involvement in a lawsuit isn't smart. Now, asking the VP of Finance that kind of thing as you are being offered the job might be a good idea. You need to know what you are getting into and how it will affect you. Remember that your purpose of asking questions in an initial interview is to sell yourself to the next stage of the interviewing process. Don't qualify yourself out of what might be a good opportunity by asking too many of the wrong kinds of questions in the initial interview. You will notice that I don't recommend asking any "what's in it for me" questions in the initial interview. Questions like, What kind of money is associated with this position are not good questions for an initial interview. Now, if money or benefits come up in the interview, address them, but don't delve into them very much at all. There will be plenty of time for that in subsequent interviews. You want to sell yourself to the top of the candidate stack. Once you are there, most everything else takes care of itself. If the money isn't right, you don't have to take the job. Take notes, and as you go through the interviewing process, you can get clarification on things you don't understand. You don't have to know everything right now. Now I want to discuss the most important final question in the initial interview. The average interview lasts about an hour. I've been involved with employers who spend as little as 5 minutes in an initial interview and hire the person on the spot, as well as others who spent 4 hours in an initial interview, told the candidate they were absolutely perfect for the job, then neither one of us ever heard from them. Your goal is to not eat the elephant all in one bite. You do it one bite at a time. You want to sell yourself to the next interview. You are asking questions so that you can make yourself look better to the hiring authority. Any question that puts you in a position to sell yourself helps. The final question you need to ask in an initial interview is, what do I need to do to get the job? Yeah, blunt, to the point. You can preface it with something like, this is a great opportunity for both of us. I'm a great fit for your job. What do I need to get it? Forget the mamby-pamby, weak questions like, well, what is the next step? Where do we go from here? When can I expect to hear from you? Yuck, terribly weak. You are supposed to be a decisive business person who asks the cold, hard business questions. So act like one. Ask the ultimate initial interviewing question. Now here are some questions to ask in subsequent interviews. The average interviewing cycle involves 3 or 4 interviews with decision makers, 5 if you count screeners, HR, or people like them. The cycle usually includes an initial interview with the hiring authority, an interview with their superior, and once in a while, depending on the level of position, that person's superior. I have been involved with cycles that had as many as 10 interviews and take 6 months. Often, there are committees involved in the interviewing process with 3 or more people at a time. If you are promoted up the interviewing chain by the hiring authority, you now have the opportunity to ask tougher, more qualifying questions while you sell yourself at the same time. There is still a delicate balance of selling yourself and getting information you may need to make a decision about the job, should you be offered it. The first thing you need to do, once you get the word that you are moving up the chain, is to ask the initial interview, probably the hiring authority, these questions. What is the next person or group of persons I will be interviewing with like? How old are they? That is, what generation in the workforce are they? Get this person to describe the role and personality of the next interviewer or group. Try to get them to tell you everything they know. If they say something like, well, my boss has been my boss for 10 years, and he and I think alike, you know that the hiring authority will have most of the decision power. If you hear, my boss is new to the company, this is the first position that we have worked on together, you are not sure the hiring authority will have a lot of input on the decision. What is their role in the company? What is their role in the interviewing process? It is the second part of this question that you really want to listen to. The hiring authority might say something like, I send people to him with no comments. He interviews them, then we get together and talk about it. Or she might say, my boss simply kicks the tires, just so we have 2 people that talk to you. I'm really the decision maker. Don't trust this last comment. If the superior couldn't say no to any candidate, he or she wouldn't be interviewing you. I can't tell you the number of candidates over the years who believed this and thought that since they had such a good interview with the hiring authority, they were a cinch for the job. Wrong. So be careful of the tire-kicking line. No superior simply kicks tires. There's a reason that they are in the interviewing cycle. So you have to sell yourself just as hard as you have done before. Take absolutely nothing for granted. Keep on asking questions. How involved is this person or group in the day-to-day function of the job? Whether the person is fairly removed from the day-to-day functions of the job you are interviewing for, or very present in your possible day-to-day functions, will make a big difference in their interviewing you. How have they felt about the other candidates that you have sent them? You'll find out if you are the first or one of many. Do they usually agree with your opinions? Rarely are you ever going to hear a hiring authority claim that his or her superiors never agree with them. Don't ever believe a hiring authority if they tell you that their superiors always agree with them. It is more reasonable to hear the hiring authority say something like, well, most of the time they do. You might want to get into a conversation about what the hiring authority and his superiors may or may not agree about. This will give you insights into the relationship between the hiring authority and his or her superiors. What is this person going to like or dislike about my experience or background? Try to make the hiring authority tell you where your strengths or weaknesses might be in the eyes of the next interviewing authority. You will be surprised what you might learn. What have you told him or her about me? Sometimes a hiring authority will send one or two people to their superior. Sometimes they will tell the superior who they think will do the job best. Sometimes they don't. You need to know what they have told their superior so you know how you stand. How many people is this person going to interview? Are you one of 3 or 10? It makes a big difference. It doesn't hurt to ask the succession you are in the interviewing lineup either. If you are the first of 3, there is a tendency for you to be the one that sets the bar. If you are the third of 10, you may not be remembered. When will this person get back to you with feedback? Most people assume that the person or persons that do the second interviewing will get right back to the hiring authority. Wrong. Don't be surprised if you hear, well, after the interview, this person is going to go on vacation for a week and will get back to me when she gets back. This is not good news, but avoid the tendency to think that the feedback will be immediate. How do you stack rank the candidates? Am I your strongest one? Are you going to recommend me as the best candidate to your superior? This is a great question and really tests how you're doing. Most hiring authorities will be taken back a bit at your boldness, but this is a great test to find out where you stand. And after all, you need to know. Listen carefully to what the hiring authority says. If he or she says that you are one of many, that is talking to the superior, and that he or she really doesn't have a favorite, then you need to be on your guard. It is likely that you are simply one of a number of people the hiring authority is sending up the ladder. It is not likely that you are considered by him or her to be the strongest candidate. If the hiring authority says something like, well, I have 2 candidates that I think can do the job and you are one of them, then you do know where you stand. Sometimes hiring authorities simply try to find 2 or 3 candidates that can do the job, send them to their superior to get the superior's blessing, and then choose one. Most of the time, however, the hiring authority has 1 or 2 favorites in the group. If he or she has a long-standing relationship with their superior, they will probably tell their superior whom they like best. But you will never know this, so it is best not to take any chances. Ask the hard question of, Where do I stand with you? And are you going to tell your superior that I am the best candidate? Unless the hiring authority tells you that you are the strongest candidate, you need to ask this question: what do I need to do to become the strongest candidate? And then shut up. A confident hiring authority will be very impressed with your courage to ask this difficult, telling question. Segment 15. Questions to ask yourself after each interview. You need to ask yourself questions about how the interview went after each one. Take notes every time. You will need to refer to these notes before each follow-up interview with the company. Please don't rely on your memory. If you have a lot of opportunities that you are pursuing, you will get confused about which one is which if you don't take good notes. So, when you get into your car, right after the interview, jot down your immediate impressions of the interview and how you did. When you get to your desk, you want to ask yourself these questions. Who did I interview with? Are they a real decision maker or an intermediary? What is their position? Did I make a connection with them? What are the most important things the interviewer was interested in finding? Did I communicate well enough? Who is the real decision maker? What are the names and titles of all of the people that I talked to today? How much input does each person I spoke with have in the decision? What is the job I was interviewing for? What seemed to be the 2 or 3 most important requirements for the job? Can I do the job? In the light of the job requirements, what are my most unique attributes? Was I clear about my unique features, advantages, and benefits? Was my presentation clear, concise, and smooth? What questions should I have answered better? Could I have asked better questions? Do I have a clear understanding of the job? Did I ask for the job like I should? Did the interviewer or interviewers like me personally? If I am in the shoes of the interviewing authority, how did I do? From their point of view, what are my greatest strengths? If I interviewed with more than one person, whom did I connect with the best? And who is most likely to support me beyond the interview? From their point of view, what are my most prominent weaknesses? In other words, what are their objections to hiring me? How would I overcome them in subsequent interviews? Who else did I meet? Office administrators, potential peers, and so on. Based on this interview, what are the risks in hiring me? Am I clear about the next steps in the process? What can I do now to further my candidacy? What aspects of my experience or background should I emphasize in a follow-up email to the interviewing authority? Based on what I know and feel, will I be invited back for subsequent interviews? Do I know the interviewing process? What are the next steps and what can I do to move them along sooner rather than later? Do I know who else I will interview with next if I am called back? The grade I would give myself on the interview based on a scale of 100% is, put in percentages, my odds of getting the job offer are. Then write in your own words a summary of the interview and how it went. Answering all of these questions at the time right after the interview will give you a great idea of exactly how you stand and what you need to do to get the job offer. Segment 16. Questions to ask in interviews beyond the initial interview. I've often referred to these interviews as the second season. They are like the playoffs in sports. It's really time to bring your A game. It's win or go home. It's that simple. These kinds of interviews can be anywhere from a short, casual interview with the hiring authority's boss to an elaborate all-day meeting with corporate people. My candidates have experienced as many as 9 individual interviews in one day. If you ask the right questions of the hiring authority, you will know exactly what to expect. But never take for granted any information you might get. I have seen many hiring authorities totally underestimate the process beyond them. Keep in mind you are dealing with people and things change. Just when you are ready for one thing, you will get something else. Just be prepared. Normally, the interviews beyond the initial one with the hiring authority at the most will be 2. Most of the time, it will be with the hiring authority's superior. Sometimes you may go beyond that to the superior's boss. The kind of questions you will ask each of these people will be similar. Just remember that the further removed the person is from the day-to-day function of the job, the less they might know about it. This is especially true if the superior or his or her superior is in a distant office or new to the company. Again, if you ask the right questions, you will have an idea of the situation. Keep in mind that you are still selling yourself up the interviewing ladder. I will discuss with you one-on-one interviews first because they are the most prominent in the interviewing process. I will also address peer and group interviews at the end of this section. They can be treacherous if you aren't ready for them. Fortunately, they don't happen that much. Once you have completed most of the interview with the superior, you will want to ask many of the same questions you asked the hiring authority. What do you think are the most difficult aspects of the job I am interviewing for? Be ready to hear something that you did not hear from the hiring authority. If you do, you may have to alter the way you sell yourself to this particular person. If you hear relatively the same thing you heard from the hiring authority, then you can present your features, advantages, and benefits to this person, assuring them that you can deal with the job. What is the most difficult challenge in finding the right candidate? See if this is consistent with the hiring authority's answer. Listen well. Again, you may need to alter your presentation of yourself. How many candidates have you interviewed? Good to know this number. See if it jives with what the hiring authority told you. If the hiring authority told you that there were 3 candidates and this person tells you there were 5 or 6, you will then want to ask, well, the hiring authority stated that there were only 2 or 3. Has that changed? Then shut up and listen. You have asked a rather uncomfortable question of this person. You're saying, wait a minute, I wasn't told the truth. You demonstrate courage. Is there anything in my background or experience that needs to be clarified? As in the previous interview, people will act like they know what they're talking about, then, later on, not be sure. This gives the person the opportunity to ask for clarification if it is needed. If there is a glaring elephant in the room issue that is going on with the company, like a merger, buyout, downsizing, and so on, that you feel appropriate to ask about, now is the time to do it. This is a great balancing act. You have to decide what is best to do. On the one hand, you don't want to bring up difficult issues for the company you are interviewing with, but on the other hand, you don't want to appear stupid by not acknowledging an issue like this and then asking about it. So my suggestion is, if the issue is common knowledge in the company or has been brought up in the interviewing cycle as something that might impact the company, you might ask. If it is a sensitive issue, like a class action lawsuit or bad publicity, don't touch it. Something like, I understand that the company is considering a merger, acquisition, or buyout. How do you think it will affect the company is a reasonable question. Don't ask, how will this affect my job? It's too obvious that you are concerned about yourself. Whatever the event is, if it's going to impact you and the opportunity, you will hear it then. Keep in mind that if there are any serious problems like this, that you really need to know about before you take the job if offered, you can ask them at the time of the offer. In fact, as you will see, that is when you're really going to qualify the opportunity and ask every question you ever needed to know. Too often, candidates ask hard qualifying questions too early in the interviewing process and make bad judgments about the opportunity because they don't wait until they are at the altar ready to get hired. I have seen numerous impending events that would appear to be bad actually work well for the candidate. I recently placed a regional manager who was concerned about the company's pending merger. Whereas all of the other candidates were scared off by it, he took the job with a written agreement that, if the merger took place, his 50,000 shares of stock that came with the offer to be given him over a 4-year period of time would be immediately vested. So he took the job, and if the company merged, he'd get a very good bonus. Based on our interview, do you have any concerns about my ability to do the job? This will be a personal view of your experience and background. If you hear yes, then you need to ask, what are those concerns? Find out what the concerns are and be prepared to sell yourself. Write them down in a business-like manner. Then counter them. If you hear no, then you need to ask, are you going to recommend to the hiring authority that he or she hire me? This is the kind of bold question that most candidates don't have the guts to ask. You are going to know exactly where you stand when you ask this question. If you hear yes, then you need to say, great, I will call the hiring authority today and arrange a time when we can get together to hammer out the details. This doesn't mean that you're going to get the job by any means. What it usually means is that this interviewing authority can live with you getting the job. It is one more small step to getting an offer, exactly what you want. If you hear, well, it isn't really my decision, I just give a go or no-go opinion, it is the hiring authority's decision, then it is absolutely a must that you say, look, Mr. or Miss Interviewer, I wouldn't be talking to you if your opinion really wasn't important. Mr. or Ms. Hiring Authority thinks very highly of you. Are you going to support my candidacy and tell the hiring authority to hire me? This is bold and takes courage, but you might as well know what this person thinks of you right now. Best case, they tell you they will tell the hiring authority to hire you. If they hesitate and go back to their first statement, you should probably assume that you aren't the number one candidate in the eyes of this person. It doesn't mean that you won't get the offer. It does mean that you don't have a strong endorsement from this person. You may not be totally out of the hunt, but you aren't a sure bet either. What is the next step in the process? This question is useless unless you've asked the 2 or 3 questions I mentioned a moment ago. Many candidates ask this question as though it was a closing question. As far as closing goes, it's very, very weak. But if you have asked the other hard questions, this one becomes an informational one. You need to be prepared for surprises like, well, we are in our quiet period before going public, or I'm getting a new boss and we don't want to hire anyone until he gets into the job. There may be other pertinent questions specific to the company or the job that you may want to ask this interviewing authority. Just remember to keep them in the realm of selling yourself questions rather than qualifying questions. You can take all the information you get in all of these kinds of interviews and ask everything you need to in the final interviews. Remember, get to the altar first. Then you can qualify as much as you want before you say, I do. Now here are some questions you may ask in interviews with potential peers. Many companies, as part of the interviewing process, beyond the initial interview, will have you in for interviews with the team. The idea here is to get the group you might be working with to talk to you. Hiring authorities will tell you that it is a chance to get to know everyone for your sake. Don't buy this. This is an interviewing situation, and these potential peers can nix you big time. I can't tell you the number of times since 1973 I have seen candidates think that these are nice social events so that they can get to know everyone they might be working with, only to find out after the event a vote was taken on their candidacy and they lost. Every meeting with anyone in a company that you might be interviewing with is a formal interview, no matter what anybody says. These peers are going to give an opinion about you to the hiring authority. Their opinion counts, no matter what you are told. They can't hire you, but they can sure tell the hiring authority not to hire you. They won't say totally negative things like, "Don't hire this so-and-so, he or she isn't qualified." It'll be comments like, "Well, I'm not sure this person would fit into the group," or "I really didn't get a good feeling about this person. I don't know why, I just didn't." Very few hiring authorities are going to hire you if most of the people on the team don't want you on board. The last thing a hiring authority wants is someone who might change the chemistry of the group they already have. So be ready. Take this series of interviews, like all the rest, seriously. In fact, if you do this right, you may find out things about the job or the hiring authority that no one wants to tell you. Once in a while, these peers will give you the real deal information about the job or the hiring authority. Just pay attention. If these interviews are in a group, like a lunch or semi-social event, keep your questions light. Let the group or the individual you are with take the lead. They may be asking you about yourself. If they do, remember that you are still interviewing and you need to be selling yourself. Remember that you need to ask good questions too. You need to let the individual or the group feel important. How long have you been or you all been with the company? What is your background before you got here? The major reason that this is good to ask in a potential peer interview is that it gets people to talking about themselves, and people love to do that. There is going to be, whether you like it or not, an implied "we are judging you" on the part of these peers. The best way to keep from making a mistake is to say as little as you can without being stupid. Simple one-word answers like yes, no, maybe don't work well in an interviewing situation. Getting people to talk about themselves keeps the spotlight off you. If you find similar background, values, or experiences that you can identify with, make a note and bring them up in future interviews. Companies often hire people with the same cultural values, almost subconsciously. People like themselves. So if you discover likes like this, and they are compatible with yours, you can use it to your advantage. What is it like to work here? Watch for their metaphors and their analogies. See if everyone is consistent with what they tell you. But don't be alarmed by the answer. It is going to be different for most folks. However, if everyone says it's like a gulag and the boss reminds them of Hitler, take notes. What are the most difficult aspects of working here or the job itself? Again, this question gets others to talk. You may be amused by the answers. Take what they say into account, but don't judge the job based on what they say. I've been involved in hiring situations where the peers really didn't want anyone else on the team or in the group. The hiring authority did, but they didn't. There may be all kinds of reasons for this, but it can happen. A group of salespeople, for instance, may have to each sacrifice some of their clients or territory to help a new person get started, and they may not want to make that sacrifice because it costs them sales or commissions. Just be perceptive, pay attention, and listen carefully. How many people have you all interviewed for this job? This is a great question for potential peers. Most hiring authorities aren't going to waste a lot of their subordinates' time having them interview people they probably won't hire. Sometimes, though, companies set up a procedure involving peers as part of the interviewing process. Nonetheless, the answer to this question will tell you volumes about the situation. Potential peers will be a lot more honest with you than a hiring authority or his or her superiors. Why haven't you hired anyone yet? Only ask this if you get a sense from the hiring authority or his or her superior that they have been interviewing for a while. Potential peers will be more open about answering this question honestly than the interviewing authorities. Don't be surprised if you hear, well, they offered the job to 2 people who turned it down. Then they rethought the criteria, and you were the 3rd one we have talked to. And the hiring authority told you that you were the only one they were interviewing. Liars. Why did you get hired here? What did you do to get the job? You only want to ask this question if you really start bonding with your potential peers. You want to get them to help you get the job. You will be amazed at how much they can help you and actually coach you through the process. Now, here are questions to ask a group interview beyond the initial interview. This is a situation where you are paraded into a room with 4 or 5 people. The idea here is to save time and have a bunch of people interview you at once. And this situation can be treacherous. I elaborate about the treachery of this in the job search solution, but you really need to be ready. Suffice it to say that this situation may be more than an interview. It can be political, and you might be the pawn of a one-upsmanship game. There is not much you can do about this scenario except to do your best. You will normally be asked to give a presentation on yourself. You will then be asked a few questions and maybe given the opportunity to ask questions yourself. This is a bit tricky, but my experience has taught me that you don't have to be compelled to ask questions here. If you don't ask questions in the one-on-one interviews, you probably won't get hired. But the group interview setting is different. Asked if you have any questions, you might say, most of the questions I have been answered by the hiring authority. The other ones I might have would best be answered in a one-on-one conversation. If you think it is smart to ask questions in this situation, and it will make you look better as a candidate, ask non-threatening questions that are not personal. Asking 5 people, "Why do you like working here?" won't be good. Generic questions that show you have done your homework are good. I learned that your competitor is coming out with a new product to take away market share from you. Are there plans to counter their effort? You have a high customer satisfaction rating. What's been the key to that? In talking or interviewing with your competitors, they say, and then you say something really positive about your company. How have you managed to get the competition to feel that way? I noticed that in your annual report, profits were up 25% over last year. What is the major contributor to that? What are the major business issues that keep you awake at night? This is one of the best group interviewing questions you can ask. It makes people go inside themselves and think about the answer. I guarantee you not 1 in 100 candidates is going to be as perceptive and wise to ask this question. The answer you get from the group will create an atmosphere of conversation rather than an interview. You can think of many more questions when the situation arises. Note that all of these are positive questions that force fairly positive answers. I wouldn't recommend in a group setting that you bring up anything negative. It is too easy for people to get defensive, not only with you but with each other. The last way to get hired is to start a small Civil War skirmish. So something like, "I noticed that you have lost money the last 3 years and your debt-to-equity ratio is way out of kilter. What's with that is not a smart question. If the group you are interviewing with is only 2 or 3 people, you might be able to be less careful about what you ask. 2 or 3 people in a group is intimate enough for you to ask the same kind of questions you might ask an individual. Now here are some questions to ask in a marathon interviewing session. Marathon interview sessions are where you are shuffled from one interviewing authority to another. The job search solution can give you a more elaborate explanation of these and the psychology behind them. But for here, in order to ask intelligent questions in this situation, you need to know a couple of things. Most of the people you will talk to in a marathon interview setting won't have much to do with the job you are interviewing for. Sometimes they are in the loop of the interviewing process so the company can look like they have a thorough interviewing process. These people may not have a lot of responsibility in the job you are interviewing for, but they have a big impact on you and they can say no to your being hired. So you had better make a good impression on them. I have experienced numerous situations over the years where candidates took these interviews for granted because they were with people that had absolutely nothing to do with the job, only to find out that these were the people that nixed their candidacy. Sometimes the interviewing authorities in these marathons are simply asked to talk to you so it won't look like you were dragged to these important interviews to only talk to 1 or 2 people. I assure you that at least half of the people you will interview with could probably care less about you or the job that you are interviewing for. They will never admit it, but that is the case. So, catch on. If they are going to interview you, they are going to have an opinion. If they have an opinion, they are going to be asked about it. So you had better make a good impression. Be ready for some of those people you were supposed to talk to all of a sudden not be available. Be ready to wait longer than you should for some and end up only meeting a short period of time with others. These types of marathons start, stop, get stalled, and so on. The time you have with each interviewing authority will dictate how many questions you might be able to ask. As before, you will want to have more questions than you will probably need. The most important question that you have to ask every interviewing authority in the marathon is, are you going to support my getting the job? You absolutely have to ask this as a final question of every interviewing authority you talk to. No matter how insignificant you might think any person in the decision-making process may be, you have to ask them this question. You can ask other questions of these people very much like the ones in the preceding scenarios. Questions about these people that get them talking about themselves, their opinions about the biggest challenges in the job, providing they are close enough to the job to really know, challenges in the company, and so forth are very appropriate. The most important thing you can do in these interviews is to get them to commit that they will recommend you for the job. You haven't done your job in the interview unless you get this question answered affirmatively. You may not get much time with some of these people. Don't be surprised if you were told you will meet with some of these people for an hour or so and find out they can only give you 15 minutes. So you need to sell quickly sometimes. If you get a hesitation when you ask this question, or the person says something like, well, I don't know, it really isn't up to me, it's up to the hiring authority, or the person says, well, we'll get together and discuss it, you need to state in a question form, Mr. or Ms. Interviewing Authority, you are obviously respected by your company. I wouldn't be here if they didn't value your opinion. Is there anything in my background or experience that I may need to clarify? If the answer is yes, then ask the obvious question, what might I need to clarify? If the answer is no, then ask, what concerns might you have in recommending me? Most of the time, there won't be any. Some people don't want to commit to you. It isn't that they don't like you, it is that they just don't think they should without the rest of the committee. If they say there are not any concerns, Then you ask the question in another way. Do you see any reason that you wouldn't recommend I be hired? Unless this person simply doesn't like you, they will likely tell you that they will support you. This doesn't mean by any stretch of the imagination that you are going to get the offer, but this question to each interviewing authority will, at least, keep them from standing in your way 95% of the time. Most good managers, and the higher up the ladder you go, the better, will really appreciate your courage to ask the tough questions. This question puts it all on the line. It doesn't force, but certainly nudges the decision maker to lean toward recommending you to the hiring authority. 99% of the candidates you might be competing with won't have the courage to ask these questions of every interviewing authority. They will say stupid things like, where do we go from here? Who else do I need to talk to? What do you think? And so on. Soft and mamby-pamby, not a decisive business person's approach at all. Segment 17. Questions you can ask at the time of an offer. There is no time in the interviewing process that you will ask more questions than now. All of those qualifying questions that you were tempted to ask during the interviewing process, all of those what can you do for me questions that you were disciplined enough to avoid are all going to get answered now. If I haven't made it clear, let me state it one more time. Your purpose in the interviewing process is to sell yourself into getting a job offer. If you get a company and the individuals in it to want you badly enough, they will do everything they can to try to hire you. The more they are convinced that you can do a better job than anyone else, the more they will satisfy you with every question you can ask. When people want to hire you, they want you as comfortable as possible with the company, the people, and the position. Once you are at this point, you can start really deciding if the job is right for you. The first group of questions you will want to ask are of the hiring authority. The second group will be of yourself. They are simple but very profound and will make a difference in your career. So here are the questions to ask the hiring authority at the time of an offer. Most companies in America, the majority of which are less than 100 people, have the direct hiring authority, that is, the person with pain, make the formal job offer. When you get a call from that hiring authority, you know you have done your job right so far. Unless you are in a distant city or have absolutely no questions about the job opportunity, you can listen to the offer over the phone. But 98% of the time, you will want to say, I'm excited about this opportunity. When can we get together face-to-face to discuss the details? Up until now, you have been outright selling yourself and telling this person and the company that you are the right one for the job. It's now your turn to find out if the job is right for you, and now is the time to do it. You need to be sure that you have a clear understanding about most of the aspects of the job before you decide about it. Just because you have been selling yourself into the job to this point doesn't mean you will take the job. Don't worry about that just yet. If you didn't have a reasonable interest in the job, you probably wouldn't have made it this far. So now it is your turn. Set an appointment with the hiring authority. Write down every question you need answered. Don't all of a sudden be coy. Keep your enthusiasm up and be excited. Don't play silly games and say to yourself, well, if I say or do this, they will say or do that. So I'll do this so that they'll do that, and so on. You have to approach the offer stage with an attitude that we are all in this together. This is not an adversarial situation. Your taking a job offer has to be a win-win for everyone. Too often, candidates approach a job offer with the idea that they're going to try to give me as little as they can, so I have to try to get as much as I can attitude. Bad business. If a company has made you feel like it is a you versus them in the hiring process, you probably shouldn't go to work there anyhow. Now that we have laid the groundwork, get a face-to-face appointment with the hiring authority. If for some reason, and it does happen with some firms, that the formal offer is made by the HR department, tell them when they call you that you want to meet with the hiring authority before you make a commitment. If the hiring authority calls and expects you to commit to the job over the phone, don't alarm him or her by saying something like, "Whoa, wait a minute, I have a ton of questions, and I don't even know if I will even consider taking your job." They may simply hang up on you and call the next candidate. Again, say that you are excited and you want to meet face to face. If you have sold yourself like you should have, the hiring authority wants to answer all of the questions that you may have. He or she wants a win-win deal too. You have nothing to decide about until you have an offer. Don't think that because you are selling yourself hard that you are implying that you are going to take the job. You never promised that you would accept their job any more than the company promised they were going to hire you. Make sure you have a clear understanding that you are meeting to discuss an offer. I have had a number of situations over the years where the candidate as well as I thought that the final offer was being made at this meeting, and it wasn't. So simply ask if you are unsure. "I understand we are here to discuss the offer, correct?" Most of the time you will be correct, but this will clear up any doubt. As the hiring authority begins the meeting to make an offer, he or she will probably say, "Before we get to the nitty-gritty, do you have any questions?" Your answer is yes. Take notes. You may have to review them before you make a decision about the job. So here are the questions. What are your professional and personal expectations of me? If you don't already know, you're going to want to. Don't be surprised if you hear some aspects of the job that you don't recall hearing before. Often in the interviewing process, assumptions by both parties are made. Because you have been focused on selling yourself pretty hard, you now want to be totally sure that you understand all of the expectations. Describe the work environment. The interviewing process probably gave you a really good feel for this, but you want to hear it. Pay special attention to the metaphors and analogies you will hear. What is your management style? Listen to the metaphors again. Remember, on average, you have probably only spent 1 or 2 hours with this person in a rather contrived atmosphere. You want to listen to see if what you hear is consistent with what you saw or experienced. I should mention here one of the hundreds of lessons I've learned about employment since I started in this profession in 1973. I've never recommended taking a job strictly because you like the boss and you want to go to work for him or her personally. Often candidates are so impressed with a hiring authority, they confuse liking the person with liking the job and want to take the job simply because of the person they will be working for. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't consider the person you are going to work for directly in the process of evaluating the job. Who you work for is crucial to your success. But with the transient business environment today, your boss could be here today and gone tomorrow. By the way, it's the same with you. Just don't take a job exclusively because of the hiring authority. Make your possible future boss a part of the decision. Go to work for someone you can hopefully learn from. But ask yourself, would this be a good job if this person were not here? It may change how you feel about the job, but in this day and age, you can't assume that anyone is going to be anywhere for any length of time. What is the management style of your boss and the company? If you hear, "Well, my boss is totally different than me, he's a real piece of work," or "This company is pretty tyrannical, but we operate differently in this group," you'll get one impression. If you hear, "It's pretty consistent with my style," you will get another impression. You just need to know. What are your personal plans with the company? By throwing in some personal questions now and then, you create a conversational environment rather than an interview environment. We're all in this together becomes more real when you ask about personal futures. How would you describe the philosophy of the company as well as your personal philosophy? You may have already gotten a picture of both of these in the interviewing process, but it doesn't hurt to ask again to see if you get consistency. Some people and companies say one thing and act differently. Duh. So just listen. You don't have to agree with everyone's philosophy, but you do have to feel compatible with it. If the hiring authority says something like, well, the company is committed to the good of mankind, but I'm here for the money, it doesn't mean he or she is a bad person or it is a bad job. You just need to know. How would you describe the culture and values of the company? If you hear, well, we work hard and party hard, and you're the kind of person who doesn't, you may not really fit in. If you hear, we're all here for the money, and that's all we care about, and you have a great passion for growing as a person and not worrying that much about the money, you might want to delve deeper to see if you can live with this approach. If you are young and single and expect a social life with the people you work with, and you hear, well, we're really family-oriented here, most of us are grandparents, we work hard but don't socialize with each other outside of work, this job may not be a source of social relationships. But, as I discussed previously, companies are more multi-generational than they ever have been. You just need to know. Culture can be a difficult issue. I once placed a fellow who was Jewish. I didn't know at the time, but he called me 7 months after he was on the job. I placed him with a company that described their culture as Christian. At the time, it seemed a bit odd that they would remind me of this, but they did that in every conversation. But nonetheless, it was a good job and a good company for him, so I placed him there. The problem was that they turned out to be zealots and kept trying to convert both him and his wife to Christianity. He got so fed up and uncomfortable with the constant barrage of Bible verses and witnessing that he wanted to leave, so he did. So, company culture can make a big difference. How would you describe my potential peers? It is good to get an idea of what the boss thinks of all of the people that you will be working with. Listen to the metaphors and the analogies. I asked a hiring authority one time how many people he had working for him, and he replied, about half of them. If your potential boss describes your potential peers as slugs, lazy, less than competent, or brilliant, wonderful, and great people, he or she will probably say the same thing about you someday soon if you take the job. If I was to accept this offer, what can I do when I start to be most effective and contribute to alleviating your biggest problem? Potential employers love to hear this kind of question. It states that you really are concerned about what you can do for them. Therefore, when you are considering an offer, that is, what they might be able to do for you, you are saying that you are concerned about what you can do for them. In other words, keep selling. What is the percentage of turnover in this company? Do not be surprised if your hiring authority really doesn't know. The only time your hiring authority is really going to know this is if the turnover in the company is very high. If you find out that the turnover is very high by asking this question, the hiring authority will automatically explain to you why. The reason may make a big difference as to whether or not you take the job. You would be shocked at the number of times candidates never think to ask this question. What is the turnover in this department? Again, you certainly want to find this out. If there is a great deal of turnover, the hiring authority will automatically give you the reasons why. I've known hiring authorities to actually say something like, well, Some of the people here think I'm very difficult to work for. The answer to this question may or may not make a difference in your taking the job. However, you at least need to know what you are getting into. How often is the turnover in my job I'm discussing with you? You may already know this from the interviewing process, but you may want to confirm it. If it seems higher than normal, it is fair to ask why. If the answer is, well, we promote out of this position very often, it's one thing. If the answer is, we just can't find anybody to do this job right, you may want to ask more questions. What are the major problems facing the company and this department? Notice if this is consistent with what you have heard before. Often, in the final stages of the interviewing process, a hiring authority may come clean with you about issues in the company or the department that no one wanted to mention before. Up until now, they didn't want to discourage you as a candidate, but now they don't want you shocked at some issue the first day you show up for the job. What are the traits that you have seen in me for this job that made you want to hire me? You need to know how you are perceived. Based on what you know of me, what might my weaknesses be in light of this job? Ditto to the last answer. Neither one of these answers may be reality. The perception of you and how you really are once you are on the job will probably be different. You just want to know what the expectations are. Don't worry about the weaknesses. We all have them. Again, you want to get an idea of expectations. Why do you want to hire me? What did I demonstrate to you that the other candidates didn't? Really listen to this answer. You might have assumed up until now why you were being offered the job. You will also learn what you might have done to outdistance yourself from the other candidates. This information may come in handy if you need to negotiate regarding salary, benefits, and so on when the time is right. If you ask this question and the answer is, well, we had 3 finalists, any one of you could probably do the job, I just like you a little better, you may not have much leverage when it comes to negotiating. If you hear, we looked for 6 months, could only find 2 of you that could do the job, and the other person took a job last week, we are exhausted and tired of looking, and we are so glad you're here, you may have some real negotiating strength. Why didn't you hire from within? You probably already know the answer to this, but it doesn't hurt to ask again, now that things are getting serious. Don't be surprised if you hear, we sure came close to promoting from within, and if we don't work things out with you, that's what we will probably do. A little of your leverage just slipped away. What aspects of the job or the company am I going to be surprised about? A smile will come across the face of the hiring authority. He or she will think a moment and either drop a bomb on you with a fact or information that will probably shock you, or he or she will say something like, "What a nice person I am." What are the worst aspects of the job? These issues were mentioned somewhere in the interviewing process, but now that things are getting serious, you need to make sure that you know them. Is the company planning any layoffs or downsizings? This will be a simple no, or not that I know of, or oh yeah, we go through that every year or so. If you get a funny feeling when you get this answer, be bold and ask, if there are layoffs, or when they come along, how will it affect this job? It is obvious that no one is going to intentionally go to the trouble of hiring anyone and then lay them off soon after they are hired. But I have seen it, even been involved in providing candidates where it happened. They were hired and within a month or so laid off. No one can predict these things, or at least they will never admit to it. As I mentioned previously, the business environment is more erratic than it has ever been. Your new job is going to only last 2.5 to 3 years anyhow. Even if there is a concern about layoffs, the opportunity may be worth the risk. How will my success be measured in this job? Listen up. You need to know exactly how your success will be measured. If you are in sales, it is obvious that you will want to be measured by the sales you make and the quota you attain. But success in other professional positions is not quite as easy to measure. You will also want to know if and how this measurement will be reflected in salary reviews. Get specifics and write them down. No one will feel more stupid than you if you take a job and get surprised by the way performance and salary reviews are practiced. How is your performance measured? How often? How does that relate to the job I'm being considered for? You may be shocked to find many firms have no formal performance measurement systems. Their attitude is that they already have an incentive system. If you do your job, you get to keep it. The answer to this may be an embarrassment to the hiring authority, but you have to ask it. If there is a formal performance measurement procedure, you will want to find it out now. Pay particular attention to finding out if salary reviews or incentive bonuses are associated with the tools the company uses. Don't fret if a company doesn't have a formal performance measurement program. Just be sure you know what is in place. Get copies of the procedure or performance measurement tools if you can. What happened to the last person in this job? You need to know this. If the person was fired, you need to know the circumstances in detail. If you learn the answer to this question during the interviewing process, you will want to get clarification now. There is less pressure on you now to sell yourself, so you can delve into this answer deeply. I have known candidates to track down the person who was fired to get an idea of exactly what the situation was. If a person was promoted out of the job, ask to speak to that person. You want to learn as much as you can about what you're getting into, and this is a great way to do it. Is the company seeking to grow? How? Very few organizations are going to tell you that they don't want to grow. But if you have done your homework, you will know what the track record of growth or lack of it has been for the company itself. You have probably also picked up the direction that the company is going in the interviewing process. Some organizations will admit that they don't want to grow, at least rapidly. If a company says that they want to grow by acquisition or merger, it may affect your particular position. If they are in the process of being sold, you need to know that. Acquiring a company or a merger can create functional duplication. A standard follow-up question to this answer, no matter what you are told, should be, so how might that affect this position? Listen carefully to the answer. Most of the time, you're going to hear something like, "Oh, it really won't." You better listen to how the person says this more than to what they say. Oftentimes, companies need to hire somebody because they need a certain task or job done immediately. They may or may not be thinking or even care about what might happen to the position in the near future. They need a job done now, so they hire for it. Most of the time, they aren't thinking about you or the situation very far down the line. They will worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow and your future aren't a part of their worries. So just pay attention. You can't predict what might happen, and neither can they. Most people in most companies are overly optimistic about how fast they're going to grow. Growth, or lack of it, may not affect the job you are interviewing for one way or the other. Simply listen to the answer, then follow your gut. Exactly how much travel is involved with this job? Usually, if there is an inordinate amount of travel involved in the job, you would have heard about it during the interviewing process. If travel is a big objection of the position, it is usually brought up in the very beginning of the interviewing process and you already know about it. However, if there is travel involved in any particular job, you need to know exactly how much. Get a specific understanding about this in terms that mean something to you. For instance, 50% travel can mean a number of things. It can mean a Monday through Friday work week out of town, and then a Monday through Friday work week in town. Some people could define it by going out of town Monday evening and being gone Tuesday, Wednesday, and back on Thursday. There may even be a difference between being back on Thursday morning or Thursday evening. Many times the travel schedule is required in the first few months and diminishes somewhat after the employee knows the territory. So get a very specific number of days and number of nights per week or per month that travel is required. One person's definition of 50% travel is different than another's. You need to know it in terms relative to what you can or can't do. Is there relocation now or down the road? As with a high degree of travel, if immediate relocation is involved in the position, you will probably learn about it in the initial part of the interviewing process. Relocation is an expensive venture, and companies don't like to do it unless there's real value in it for them. Bluntly, and most companies won't admit this, it is often cheaper to find someone in the local area to do a specific job than it is to relocate even a proven employee to wherever the job is. Unless it is for a very difficult position to fill, most companies are going to try to find a qualified candidate in the city where the job is. Over the past few years, that has not been difficult to do. But as with during the late 90s, there will come a time where companies may have to relocate new employees. Relocation is a lot more expensive than it used to be, and companies in the last few years haven't had to do it. So, if it is involved now or later, be sure that you are clear about what the company will and won't do regarding relocation and the expenses involved in it. A company might move you but not be responsible or help you out in selling your present home. In some real estate markets, that may be very difficult to do. You need to be aware of the organization's relocation policies and packages also. Years ago, these kinds of packages were fairly standard, but that is not the case anymore. Relocation in the future for a particular company or position is very hard to predict. I've known plenty of organizations over the years that, rather than lay people off, told them they were going to move them and their job to a distant city, knowing that the people would not relocate and therefore force them to leave the company. It is a very economical way to lay people off without paying severance. Don't be so naive as to think that companies are going to be understanding about this kind of thing. Most organizations have no qualms about forcing people to resign by offering to relocate them, knowing that the individual cannot do it. How long do you plan to be in your position with the company? How someone answers this is as important as what they say. Once in a while, a hiring authority will be blunt with you about how long they plan to stay in their job. This is good to know because you may want to move up in the organization also. Whatever you do, don't take this answer for gospel. As I've tried to establish, business and positions in them today are very erratic. Companies, let alone people, have no idea how long they're going to be around. If the average tenure on a job is 3 years, don't expect somebody to tell you that they're going to be in their position much longer than that. It is good to know, though, if the hiring authority has plans beyond his or her present position. If you get an answer like, well, most of the people stay in their positions in this company about 3 years, and then rotate to other departments of the organization, then you realize that you will be faced with the same opportunity. If you get, "I have absolutely no idea, I'm just taking things day to day, month to month, and year to year," then at least you have an idea of how this person feels about their future. Why have people in the past failed to do well at this job? This is a great question. Often you will have gotten a sense of how people did in this job during the interviewing process. However, it is a real good idea to ask this question at the point of getting an offer. If you hadn't gotten their real reason as to why people have failed before, you will probably get it now. More often than not, in the beginning of the hiring process, hiring authorities will gloss over the failures that people have had in the particular job that you are interviewing for. They don't want to admit that they hired somebody who was incompetent, or they just think it is better not to say anything negative. Now, however, they want you to take the job. So they should be in more of a sales mode and willing to share with you the real reason or reasons that people have failed. Don't be surprised if you hear stories, scenarios, or descriptions of previous employees that you had never heard before. The reason you may hear these can be very revealing and may very well end up making the difference in your taking the job. If you hear something like, "The pressure on this person in this position by the controller is immense," you may want to investigate exactly what pressure means. If it means that nobody can get along with the controller, it's one thing. Or if the controller is very demanding about the reports that he receives, it's yet another. Listen very carefully to the answer that you get to this question. Whatever the hiring authority tells you, they may be saying this same thing about you someday. What are the company's major strengths and weaknesses? Now that you are being strongly considered by this company and they're trying to hire you, you might hear more than just the party line. Don't necessarily expect something different than you've already heard, but it certainly doesn't hurt to ask. Now that you are being invited to be an insider in the company, you may get a more realistic idea about its strengths and weaknesses. What are your personal strengths and weaknesses? The best time to ask this question is right after you ask the same question about the company. You asked a similar question when you asked this person what it was like to work for them. But now you are more of an insider than you were before, and you might get a more real answer. Really let this person talk about their strengths and weaknesses. In a way, it's a very personal question, so they will probably open up to you. Listen carefully. Take notes. See if what you hear is consistent with what your potential peers said about this person. Can you explain the organizational structure of the company and of the department? This is pretty simple and straightforward. You may have been unable to find this out before. What are the trends in your industry? If you have done your research correctly, you already know the answer to this question, but it doesn't hurt to find out what your potential boss thinks. Does the company have any present or pending legal issues? You'll probably be the only candidate that asks this question. If you've done your homework, you already know most of the legal entanglements that the company may be involved in. This is not only asking about those, but also any pending ones. The vast majority of companies in the United States are less than 100 people. Major litigation can literally put these businesses in great jeopardy. Now, it is rare for most businesses not to be involved in some minor litigation. Let the hiring authority describe what he or she might know. If the hiring authority does not mention a legal issue that you know could have some major impact on the company and therefore your new job, if you accept it, now is the time to ask about it. Be sure you understand where the litigation might be before you accept the job. Very few things will make you feel so stupid as to show up at your new job and find out that the only thing most of the people in the company can talk about is the pending litigation that will have dire consequences for the company, and you didn't even know it. How is the department perceived by the rest of the company? Notice the metaphors that the person uses to describe how the company is perceived. It is likely that whatever description the hiring authority uses is the way that he thinks that he and his department is perceived. So if he or she says something like, "We are very respected because we provide accurate information on time," or "The performance of the department affects everybody in the company, so we are very careful," you probably know what you're getting into. Likewise, if the person says, "We are the most hated department in the company because we say no to everything and everybody," you will still know exactly what you are getting into. Are there written goals for the department? Who writes them? Even if there are not formal goals for the department, this is a really good question. If the department has formal goals for the year, it would be a good idea to ask to see them. If the goals are imposed on the department, you'll find that out also. If the department does not have any written goals at all, you'll find that out too. The sales department with no written or formal goals cannot be very effective. The accounting or purchasing department may be a different story. How many people have been in this job in the last 5 years? Where are they now? Listen carefully to this answer. If no one that had been in the job in the last 5 years was still with the company, you're being told something and it may not be good. If people are promoted regularly out of this position, it may be good. If there is a high degree of turnover in this job, you need to know why. If you hear something like, "Everyone that has been in this position has been incompetent," watch out. No matter how good you think you are, the same thing may be said about you in the future. In most situations, there's going to be a mixture of people that got promoted and people that simply left. Keep in mind that most jobs are going to last 2.5 to 3 years anyhow. High turnover in a job or tremendous stability with people in a job don't necessarily make the opportunity good or bad. If you hear, "Well, I don't know why people leave this job so often," you need to do further investigation. May I speak to the person that left or is leaving this job? If the person presently in the job or the person that is leaving the job is still with the company, you should be given access to them with no problem. If the person is being replaced and doesn't know it, and the search for their replacement is confidential, you may not be able to talk to them. If you can speak to the person that is presently in the job or has been in the position most recently, you will get a tremendous insight into the job. In some instances, the company may not want you to get exposure to the person that is presently in the job. This shouldn't be a deal killer one way or the other. Listen carefully to the circumstances that have caused the position to be open. What would be my access to you? Daily, weekly, monthly? You will get a real good idea of the manager's style when he or she answers this question. You will also get a sense of how much autonomy you may have in the job. Balance the answer to this question with the answer you got as to how much authority you might have. If you have a lot of responsibility but very little authority, and you only see or hear from your boss once a month, you may be in for a real challenge. Now here are some questions to ask when the position involves management. If you're interviewing for a management position and the company is obviously hiring outside of the current staff, you need to be even more careful about what you're walking into. The biggest question that you need to answer is, why are there no internal candidates for this job? Whether people will admit it or not, companies have a tendency to promote from within, even if the people they're promoting aren't as qualified or competent as external candidates might be. The psychology of this practice centers around two things. First of all, internal candidates know the system. They know the company and all the people in it. The people doing the hiring are familiar with these people, and there's a tendency to think that the people they know, even with their faults, are better than the people they don't know. If they hire externally, they're fearful of what drawbacks they might get in a new person. It's just easier to stick with what they know. The second reason is that companies are afraid that if they don't promote from within, their employees will be disgruntled with the idea that they can't get promoted and leave the organization. Every company wants to appear that they offer every employee the opportunity to be promoted. So, they will promote when they think they should rather than interview external candidates. So, if you are interviewing for a management position, you better get a very clear, deep, and convincing group of reasons as to why no one has been promoted from within. Having been involved in the hiring process since 1973, I'm absolutely convinced that 99 out of 100 times a company is confined to a less qualified candidate that is internal than by going outside the organization. But the person they know is better than the person they don't know, so they will promote from within when they can, even though they shouldn't. Well-run companies know this, so it is likely that you may even be competing with an internal candidate. But if you've made it this far in the interviewing process, it is likely that internal candidates are either not qualified or not available. If you are interviewing for a management position, throughout the whole interviewing process, you will get a sense as to whether or not you are competing with internal candidates. The answer to the above question can be everything from, we can't find anybody truly qualified to do the job, to, we can't find anybody that wants the job. Don't let your ego lead you to believe that you're going to be the savior the company should hire above all of their internal candidates. There may be some very legitimate, reasonable business reasons as to why there are no internal candidates capable of being promoted. You just need to know what they are. You need to constantly ask yourself, does this make sense? Don't dismiss the whole idea of why there are no internal candidates when you hear something like, well, there is nobody qualified to do the job internally. Because you want a job and good management jobs are hard to find, you will want to accept the reasons that no internal candidates are going to be hired relatively easily. I have filled many management positions over the years that wound up being a no-win situation. Often they wound up being disasters for the person that I placed. Looking back, both my candidate and I should have seen the problems that eventually arose. There were very good reasons that there were no internal candidates. No one wanted the job. Management positions are hired for externally all of the time. This is not to say that if you're being considered for a management position that it isn't a good opportunity. There are very good reasons why companies should hire externally. As you can tell, I'm convinced that they could probably hire better candidates externally than they can from promoting internally. But reality is that internal candidates have an advantage. Just be sure you ask a lot of questions as to why an external candidate is being considered. Don't simply accept the initial party line. Even though you may want the job, and it may very well be a good one for you, you must be absolutely comfortable with the answer to this question. Now at the offer stage, it is time to follow up the above question with, I know that you have said there are no internal candidates for this job, but can you give me in detail why you aren't promoting from within? How much authority will I have in running the department, the group, the facility, and so on? You may have already picked up on a lot of the authority you may have in the interviewing process, but now you need to get a real, detailed understanding of your authority. Having profit and loss responsibility usually carries a lot more responsibility than not having it. Don't assume because you think you heard it in the interviewing process. Previously, you were focused on selling yourself. Now you are focused on qualifying the job, your expectations, and your ability to do it. I would like to speak with the peers for the position that I am interviewing for. Can we arrange that? Unless the organization that you are interviewing with is replacing somebody confidentially, any firm worth its salt is going to allow you to talk to other managers that are in the same position you are applying for. Make sure you do this. You will get more insights about the company and the job from your potential peers, especially in a management position, than you will from anyone else in the company, even the people that you are interviewing with. You'll probably be able to pick up undertones of political issues, personality problems, and organizational challenges by talking to these people, but it is imperative that you do. If an organization does not want you to talk to other managers, it should raise a big red flag to you. But even if filling the position is confidential and they're replacing someone without their knowledge, a hiring authority should be able to provide to you other managers that you may talk with on a confidential basis. Don't underestimate what you will learn by doing this. This question is also one of timing. If you ask this question too early in the interviewing process, you will certainly not be accommodated. But once the organization intends to make you an offer and they have invested in you as a candidate, you have more leverage and are more likely to get the audience that you request. Are there any difficult personalities on the staff that I will be supervising? Pay attention to the hiring authority's initial response to this question. If he or she hesitates and has to answer the question carefully or pensively, you know that you might have a real challenge here. Let the hiring authority describe to you all of the people on the staff that he or she knows about. People get real uncomfortable when they're getting a new supervisor, so you need to be prepared for any difficulties, especially difficult personalities that you may inherit. Are there any members of the staff or staffs that should be let go? Oftentimes, if a new manager is being brought on board, people who ought to be fired or moved around are left in place until the new manager is hired. Upper management will insist that there is enough turmoil going on with hiring a new manager and simply leave the difficult task to the new manager. Be ready for any kind of answer to this question. If there are really big problems, for instance, a whole department that needs to be replaced, you will probably have heard about it in the interviewing process before now. But now is the time to press on this. If you have to replace the whole staff you inherit, your success will certainly take longer. Normally, you won't have to replace the whole staff, but unless you are very lucky, you will probably have to replace some of the staff. You should assume that these people should have been let go a long time ago, and their dismissal has been postponed because it is a hassle enough to find a new manager. So, listen well. The people in the department, how are they going to react to an outsider as their manager? You may have gotten a hint to this answer in the interviewing process. However, the hiring authority that you are talking to, if he or she is like most people, is so interested in the moment, that is, getting someone hired for this position, they don't really care what the reaction of a new manager is going to be. They will give it lip service like, "We are very concerned that the present staff not be upset with hiring an outsider." But the truth is, that's going to be your problem, not theirs. Trust me, if you are in this situation, there's enough emotion throughout the whole staff that it's going to take a number of months for everything to settle down. No matter what you're told in answering this question, assume the worst. Assume that everyone is going to be pissed off and they're all going to walk out when you show up. May I speak to the staff that I will be managing? Unless the present person is being replaced or the hiring is strictly confidential, you should be allowed to talk to all of the people that you're going to be managing. You will have a much better understanding of what you are walking into after you do this. I would recommend always begin with the administrative or support staff. These people always have a very clear idea of what's going on in a department. People will normally tell the administrative support staff things that they would never tell the supervisors or the higher-ups. These people know most everything that's going on, both positive and negative. Should you take the job, you're going to hear it anyhow, so you might as well start now. If, for some very strange reason, you're not allowed to talk to the staff that you might be supervising, that is a big red flag. The opportunity might still be a good one, but this is a very bad sign. What are the biggest problems in the department? The answer to this question will be interesting. If you are told the same thing that you hear from the staff that you are going to supervise, you're in really good shape. At least everybody knows what the problems are. Keep in mind that if there were not problems that needed to be solved, they wouldn't need to hire you or anybody else to solve them. Expect problems. The key here is to find out if everyone from upper management on down agrees with what the problems are. Even if they don't agree, at least you will know what everyone's point of view is. What condition is the morale in and why? This can be a part of the previous question. After you've spoken to all of the people you will be supervising, you will know what the morale is. The reason you will ask this question of upper management is to find out if upper management and the subordinates all feel the same way. Don't be surprised if they don't. Who are the problem employees? You're probably going to find this out when you interview everybody on the potential staff. But it is always a good idea to get upper management's opinion. If you are forewarned about who is going to be your biggest challenge, you might approach them a little differently. Don't be surprised if you're told that no one is a real problem, but you find out the contrary once you interview the potential staff. Who are the stars that can help my transition go more smoothly? Like the previous question, forewarned is forearmed. You'll get a great idea about who can help you and who can hinder you if you interview everyone in the correct manner. But it doesn't hurt to have upper management's idea about who will support you the best. Are there any of the staff members that are in line for a promotion? Did any of them apply for this job? The first part of this question is asked in order to get an answer to the second part. It's nice to know whom upper management thinks might be good to promote, but it is imperative that you know who of your potential new staff has applied for the job you are now considering. If you wind up supervising someone who applied for the job that you accept, their not getting the job may have a real impact on your relationship with them. These people, however, can be extremely helpful in your transition as a new manager. They can also be your worst nightmare and sabotage just about everything you do, emphasizing the idea that you should have hired me for that job. Your management and people skills are really going to be tested in this situation. Supervising a person who thought they were qualified to do the job that you got takes a lot of careful communication and interaction. In interviewing this person before you accept the job, you will probably know what their disposition is. 50% of the time, this person is going to feel slighted and eventually leave the company. Just be prepared for it. Don't be so egotistical as to think that your phenomenal management style is going to keep this from happening. If I have budgetary responsibility, how large is the budget? Has the department been above or below budget presently and in recent past? You need to know what kind of an economic situation you might be walking into. Hiring authorities may not want to offer this information. In recent economic times, budgets have been slashed and yet performance expectations have been high. If your two predecessors have left or moved on because they couldn't get their job done with the budget they had been given, you need to know. If the department or group has gone over budget, you need to ask the obvious why. What kind of reports am I going to be responsible for? Are they internal, company reports, or government ones? In these days of Sarbanes-Oxley laws, public companies especially, but private ones too, are much more careful about most everything financial. Departments such as sales, who traditionally didn't have to be much concerned about reporting, now have to be very careful about how they report sales the company has made. They can no longer easily report sales that aren't real just to make things look good for a while, then go back and amend the reports later. If you have been in financial positions, you are probably familiar with all of the kinds of governmental reports you have been responsible for. But it certainly doesn't hurt to make sure you have a clear idea about which ones you will be responsible for and which ones you won't. Does the company plan to make any immediate acquisitions or be acquired or change in any way that might affect the job we are discussing? Look for hesitancy on the part of the hiring authority when answering this question. You may be privy to information or outright rumors that the company might be sold or acquired. If so, ask about it. Just be aware, depending on the level of position that you are interviewing for, that the hiring authority may not know about plans like these. If you do find out that the company is up for sale or looking to be acquired, think about the kind of position that you are interviewing for and what kind of duplicity there might be in another organization. If you are interviewing for an accounting function, for instance, and the company you're interviewing with is looking to be acquired, you are certainly aware that your kind of function may be at risk if the company was acquired. If you sense that there may be an issue here, it certainly doesn't hurt to just bluntly ask the hiring authority something like, "Look, I really don't want to accept a position and then be involved in a merger or acquisition and have the job I take be at risk. Is there a chance of this happening?" If the hiring authority has any kind of integrity at all, and there is some kind of pending event like that, he or she will normally tell you. What is the greatest opportunity facing the company? And what is its greatest challenge? Asking this question allows the hiring authority to give a balanced answer. The greatest opportunity for the company might be nice to know, but your real interest is in finding out what the greatest challenge is. If the greatest challenge is surviving a gigantic lawsuit, you need to know. The answer to this question will most often be fairly benign, but you just might be surprised at any answer you might get to this question. It might be one that could change your whole opinion of the opportunity. Caveat emptor. Segment 18. Questions you need to ask yourself when you get an offer. The kind of questions that you ask yourself and others, like a spouse or maybe a mentor, when you get an offer are more important than they have ever been. This is especially true given today's kind of business environment. 15 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, the idea of lifetime employment and career with one firm was still, at least in theory, a valid business concept. But now, and for the foreseeable future, this idea is a small consideration. You have to interview as though you were going to work for a company for the rest of your natural business life, but you need to assess an offer with the realization that the probability is very high that you will only be there for 2 to 3 years. With that in mind, you need to evaluate an offer based on the short term with the hope of the long term. If and when a company talks to you about the long-term possibilities of promotion opportunities, don't buy into it. If that happens, that's fine. However, You have to judge a job offer based on what it can do for you and your career now and over the next 2 to 3 years. Emotions rule most decisions, especially the ones that have to do with one's job and career. No matter how objective you might be, no matter what kind of formula you come up with, the primary difference between an individual taking a job and not taking a job comes down to how you feel about it. However, there still has to be some logic, common sense, and reason to the decision. I've developed a 10-question formula to help people decide if an opportunity was good for them. These are simple questions with simple yes and no answers. And here they are. Do I like the nature of the work that I will perform? Yes or no. Can I do the job? Is there a good balance of risk, challenges to the job? Yes or no. Am I aware of the company's stability or position's stability? Yes or no. Is the chemistry of the people appropriate? Yes or no. Is the compensation program fair, reasonable, and commensurate with the job? Yes or no. Is the opportunity for growth in keeping with my personal goals? Yes or no. Is the location or territory appropriate? Yes or no. Is the philosophy of doing business compatible with my personal philosophy? Yes or no. Does this opportunity build on my previous experience? Yes or no. Is it likely that this experience would have carryover for me and my future goals? Yes or no. My rule of thumb is this. If you can get yes to 9 of any of the 10 questions, that's about as good as you're going to get. If you can answer yes to 5 to 7 of the questions, the opportunity may very well be reasonable, but you need to think about what kind of compromises you may have to make. If you answered yes to less than 5 of the questions, the opportunity may be a questionable one. Now, this is about as simple and logical as you can get. The purpose of this approach is to make you think. It is mostly a quantitative exercise and does not take into account the qualitative aspects of how you feel about the entire situation. There is no way to speculate about that for anyone else. However, I will tell you that if you have, say, 6 yes answers to this exercise, but you do not feel emotionally attracted and strong about the opportunity, you should not take the job because you probably won't be successful. If you have a total of 5 yes answers to the survey and feel tremendously passionate, enthusiastic, with a failure is not an option attitude towards the opportunity, you may be able to make it a good one. These questions do not take into account such things as how long you've been out of work or how many other opportunities you may have available to you. If you have been out of work for 6 months and this is the only offer that you've received, the number of yes answers may not even matter. Another way to evaluate an offer is the old Ben Franklin approach, which means to simply write down the pros and cons and analyze them. If you have 12 or more reasons as to why you ought to accept the job and only 2 or 3 reasons as to why you should not, the decision is obvious. The idea is to make you think about all aspects of the position. So sit down and write a big T on a piece of paper. On the left-hand side, write down the cons. On the right-hand side, write down the pros. Forcing yourself to write down the pros and cons and see all of the issues is also great catharsis. Having your coach or spouse helping you out with this exercise is certainly of value. Talking it out with someone else is also of value. Hearing yourself talk about an opportunity and what you think and feel about it will give you a great perspective. After you consider these 2 exercises, you need to address the distinct probability of considering an offer and a job that may only last 2.5 to 3 years. Everyone's hope is that any job will last longer than that, but reality is that 2.5 to 3 years is going to be the average. Here are some other questions you should also answer. If I get 2 to 3 years of experience in this job, how have I enhanced my experience for the future? Are there certain aspects about the job that stretch you into doing things that you haven't done before? In other words, are you going to expand on the professional experience that you have? Even if this job lasts only 3 years, if you expand on your experience into things that you haven't done before, you might be able to leverage that experience down the line. If I get 2 to 3 years of experience with this company, will having worked there be of value? There are some firms that are considered Class A, Fortune 100, standard bearer types of firms. They are the kind of firms that anybody in a particular industry or profession recognize and respect. There are also some firms that nobody has ever heard of and aren't recognized as pillars of an industry or a profession. Is the organization that you are entertaining an offer from the kind of firm that people will recognize as quality and therefore consider you to be of that same quality by having worked there? Working for a well-recognized, well-respected organization, even for a 2 or 3 year period, will sometimes lay a foundation that says this person has worked for and was trained by a quality organization. Therefore, they must be a quality person. That foundation can be the cornerstone that opens up many doors to other organizations even 2 or 3 jobs later. I have placed candidates in positions that might be considered a step back in their career because the organization that offered them the position was so well recognized that we knew that we could parlay that experience of having worked there later on. I have always believed that the cream rises. If you are good, you will be promoted to the level of your competency, provided the opportunities are there. Working with the top people in your profession or industry makes you better. Can this type of organization help me down the line? I've placed people in startup companies, even though they were told that the company was trying to get its second or third round of funding, and no one would be sure if they would be around for more than another year or so. It was of value to these candidates because they got startup experience. Now, I certainly wouldn't recommend 3 startup organizations in a row that only last a year or 2. However, startup experience can be very valuable if you have a very stable, say, 8 to 10 year track record with 1 or 2 firms previously. Startup experience, coupled with traditional experience, can give a candidate a broad range of capabilities that can be more easily marketed to an equally broad range of firms in the future. The same thing can be said for the kind of firm I mentioned in the previous answer. The type of firm you go to work for can balance your previous experience. The more variety of firms that you might work for within a particular profession, the more you demonstrate flexibility. Is this organization consistent with the things I've done in the past? This is a tough question. If you have been out of work for, say, 6 months, and this is the only offer that you have received, it doesn't matter whether the organization is consistent with the things you've done in the past. You probably need to take the job. However, if you have choices, it is a real good idea to build on your career with consistency. The longer you are with a particular profession or type of industry, the better off you are. I can't tell you the number of candidates I've worked with over the years who spent a couple of years in one industry or profession and then 2 or 3 years in another. They became jack of all trades and masters of none. Not only are they hard to place, but they have a very difficult time reaching higher levels of their profession because they never got beyond first or second base in any one arena. If you were in the accounting profession or other types where your function may apply to a number of different industries, it may not be detrimental for you to work for different kinds of organizations. But even then, as an accountant or finance person, if you started out in banking, spent 3 or 4 years there, then went to manufacturing for 4 or 5 years, then to insurance for a couple of years, you won't be a specialist enough for someone to hire you beyond the first or second level job. The reason is simple. If you are interviewing for a second or third level job in banking, where you spent 3 or 4 years, and you are competing with someone who spent 10 years in banking, you probably won't get hired. Likewise, with only a couple of years of insurance experience, you will have a hard time competing with others that have 10 or 12 years of insurance experience. We run into this problem all of the time, for instance, with sales candidates who have been in successful sales positions and want to change industries and sell something far beyond the realm of what they have documented experience doing. Their attitude is, well, sales is sales. If I can sell what I've been selling, I can sell anything. However, they fail to recognize that they are competing with candidates that have significant experience in the area that they would like to get into. Why would an organization hire a candidate that has been a good salesperson in an area that does not pertain to what they do when they can hire a candidate with stellar experience in exactly what they do? Job seekers have a very hard time understanding this issue, but the truth is hiring organizations want to hire the best quality of candidate they can with documentation and track record in what they do if they can get it. Good athleticism may be demonstrated by a good athlete, but when a good athlete with a track record playing a specific position is available, that's the candidate that will be hired. Duh. So, to build a career, it is better to find jobs in professions or industries that are consistent with one another so that down the line you appear to be a specialist. Segment 19. Reference checking your next employer. Now that you have an offer or are close to one, consider this idea. It is rare for a candidate to ever be considered for hire unless his references are checked. These are usually previous employers, previous supervisors, or sometimes people with whom there is a personal relationship with the candidate. They can speak to the candidate's integrity, character, work ethic, previous work performance, and so on. This is one of the very many ways that hiring organizations protect themselves from making a hiring mistake. What is equally rare is a candidate that thinks to check the references of an organization that he or she is thinking about going to work for. It seldom crosses the candidate's mind that he or she should do just as much due diligence about the organization or the individuals in it as the organization should do about him or her as a candidate. 97% of the employers in the United States have less than 100 employees. Most of us work for smaller firms where we not only establish personal relationships with the people we work with, but we usually take on the identity of the company. Since companies and the people in them put their best foot forward with their interviewing you as a candidate, they rarely reveal their difficulties, struggles, or problems that they have as a company. Just like you, as a candidate who didn't reveal the risks that you bring being employed, your prospective employer isn't going to intentionally reveal theirs in the interviewing process. Think about most of the jobs you've had. Did the company, the job, or the people in the company turn out to be exactly what they appeared to be when you were being recruited by them? Now, there are always problems in any company. If companies didn't have problems, they wouldn't need to hire you or anybody else. All companies have strengths and weaknesses, just like the individuals that run them and work there. The challenge for a candidate that's thinking about going to work for an organization is to be aware of the major problems and issues that a company might have before he or she goes to work there. The problems that a company might have even if they are gigantic and seemingly insurmountable, are rarely the ones that cause a new employee to feel like he or she made a mistake in accepting the job if those problems were clearly stated before the candidate went to work. Even worse is when the candidate feels the problems, even if minor, were purposely concealed from him or her in the interviewing process for fear that they would not have accepted the job if they knew about the issues. Most often, candidates are so excited about finding a new job and finding a company that they really like and want to go to work for, they neglect to dig deeper than the surface the people in the company show them during the interviewing process. So, if you get close to getting an offer from a company that you really like, give yourself a gut check and check the company's references. Here is how you do that. First, put in a phone call to one of the people that you might have interviewed with that is not directly responsible for the position you are interviewing for and ask them if you could speak to them off the record. This could be an administrative type of person that isn't even involved in the interviewing process, but that you met while interviewing. Tell them that you are seriously entertaining an offer from their company and you would like to know about some of the things that they wouldn't want you to know before you took the job. Ask the person to be open and honest. You might even ask them if there are any serious problems with the company or the people that were not revealed to you. Ask them why they work there, and if they knew then what they know now, would they have still gone to work for the company? You can get a tremendous sense of what's going on in the company this way. Number 2, call some of the customers or clients that your potential new company has done business with. Find the individuals in the customer or client's organization who deals directly with your potential employer and ask every question you can think of. Even try to find, which may be hard to do, previous customers or clients of your potential employer and talk to them as to why they are no longer customers or clients. Number 3, check legal records. Find out if your potential employer or the people in them are involved in any serious business or personal lawsuits. Minor lawsuits are hard to avoid in business, but the major ones can be devastating to an organization. Acrimonious divorces can destroy a seemingly good small business. Personal bankruptcies, grand jury indictments of officers in a company can represent a whole different set of problems that most firms don't want to talk about. I knew of a company president who had 3 paternity suits filed against him by employees of his own company, all at the same time. Nobody in the company wanted to talk about it, but it became a terrible distraction from their day-to-day function. Number 4, talk to previous employees. If you are interviewing for a position that was recently vacated, find the person who was in the position and talk to them. If they have left the company, they are apt to be more open and blunt with you than if they are still with the firm. But if they are still employed by the company in a different position, ask them to be blunt about the problems you might encounter. Previous employees that are related to the job you are interviewing for are still good sources of information. Number 5, try to get to know on a personal basis some of the people you might be working directly with or for. If you get them in a social situation, listen carefully to the way they talk about their company, the people they work with, their customers, their jobs, and so on. Check out the attitude of the people you are thinking about going to work with and for. If everyone's attitude is upbeat and positive about most things, you can bet the company has the same attitude. Beware of the opposite kind of attitude. It can make a company and a job miserable. No company or situation is perfect. Don't expect it. You are simply trying to minimize surprises once you get there. Whatever you discover, put it in the context of the other things about the job and the company. Do your own reference checking.
This has been a Gildan audio presentation. Log on to our website at www.gildanmedia.com.